Just approaching the 1 minute warning. Reminder, if you are putting up temporary structures, they must be pegged and guy roped down. If they're not guy roped down, then we will come and dismantle that during the day. We have had a yellow weather warning overnight, suppose wind, so please ensure that your markings are secured. We are 1 minute warning. This is all players and officials, 1 minute warning. A polite reminder, yesterday we had to shout out a couple of times to supporters. There is a safety gap away from the pitches.
Well, good early morning to you, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. And welcome back to the ETA Junior Nationals, live with Next Gen 15 here on Riverside in Nottingham. The weather may be ominously grey, but the mood here is anything but drab and dreary. The thrilling conclusion to all 5 divisions here at the Junior Nationals will be brought to you live by 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'm Wilfred Kemsley and I'll be taking you through all the twists and turns of finals day here at the biggest edition of the Junior Nationals that the English Touch Association has ever organised. So where to start? Up first, we bring you the final round of fixtures from the under-14 boys division, where the Southwest Saxons seek to cause an upset and take down the Northwest Bulls, who have already qualified for the semi-final. A win for the Saxons and a defeat for the West Wildcats on pitch 3 will see them sneak through into the semi-final. A defeat here and they'll be consigned to the playoffs at 10-4-20, which will decide their fate. Well, a couple of players to watch out for, as you may have seen on your screen there, for the Northwest Bulls. Number 60, Adam Peacock, 5 tries yesterday, had England men's open coach Martin Wright taking down his name. The Saxons, on the other hand, have kept out the Bulls well to start things off here, and now they're on the attack for themselves. Here's Luke Carrott, whose sister was starring for the Saxons at under 17 level yesterday. Well, the Saxons are 2 from 4 with 2 wins and 2 losses. But in the meantime, off he goes again. That man, Adam Peacock, tearing away and making great yards for the Bulls. A really tight loss to the Tigers by just 3 tries to 4. Makes that record look a little bit more... well, it sits them in 3rd place overall, level on points with the aforementioned Tigers. But it'll be a huge result here to take down the Bulls, who, as we've said, are already through to the semi-finals. The top 2 from this pool go straight through to the semis, and all 4 other teams are consigned to a playoff that will happen, as we've said, at 10:20 today. Not on the live stream, unfortunately, but we'll get you the results as they come in. Penalty there against Joe Banahan, the co-captain, son of former England rugby player Matt Banahan, of course, of Bath and Gloucester. Hails from Jersey. There's Matt Banahan, settled now in the southwest. Here comes 3rd attack of the game, though, for the Bulls. Nathan Green. Green lays it back to Sharp. Here's Green again. Great pace. Speakman shows and goes. Speakman all the way through. Joe Speakman opens up the scoring for the Bulls. Had an excellent day yesterday as well. Well, that's try number 42 for the Bulls so far. Coming into today, they'd racked 41 scores up in their 4 games. A quite remarkable record. Undefeated in that time, of course. An average of over 10 tries a game. Pretty impressive. But it's the Saxons' turn to respond here. Saxons sit joint 3rd place in the pool. A win here would put them on 14 points, and it would take them above the Wildcats, if the Wildcats are defeated, over on pitch 3, on points difference. They've got work to do first. Here's Rufus Whitford. Looking to get on the inside of Fionn Wheatley. Easier said than done. Good defence by the winger. And some good line speed as well. Ellis Stewart is caught. Peters. Good wraparound from Whitford. And then all the way out wide. Carrot on the wing. Touch made. Good line speed by the Bulls. One more strike at the line then for Whitford. They move right to left. They're a bit lateral there. And Angus Chadwick makes the touch. Up goes the hand. It's touch 5. Nice footwork, but not enough to skate through. Luke Carrot caught. Good defence from the Bulls. And there goes the danger man, Peacock again. But it's a big turnover for the Saxons. Whitford working in the middle. Josh Peters, Whitford again, all the way through to Luke Carrot. Made some good yards there. Another carry from Stewart. His sister's also involved at under 14 level for the Saxons. And they've won themselves a penalty at the 7. Big opportunity this for the Saxons against the high-flying Bulls. Stewart heads down to the short side. Nice footwork. Up goes the hand from Peacock. They'll have a few more opportunities at the line here. A couple of changes. On comes Banahan. Here he is. Banahan, nicely weighted pass. Little show and go from Sean Dean. And the co-captains get the job done well. Denied at the line. Maybe that pass from Dean should have gone. A cheer went up from the Saxons bench. Dean again. The two skippers in the centre, Dean and Banahan, freshly onto the field and looking to make an impact. Just a slip there from Joe Banahan. Here is Sean Dean. Lifts it over the top. They've got numbers on the left if they can use them. Across comes Peacock to make the all-important touch. And that's a missed opportunity for the Saxons. Well, freshly on the field, great handling. But this pass here maybe should have gone to put Carrot in. We couldn't see the full picture there. There may well have been some cover. Regardless, it's the Bulls' turn to transition. It's through the try scorer, Speakman. Nathan Green. And now they look to open up the pitch. Here's Frankie Wheeler. Wheeler, great pass. The Bulls are in behind. Across comes the cover. Nice footwork back on the inside from Charlie Juniper. A hat-trick along with Peacock's 5 tries in the last game live streamed in this division yesterday. Juniper, Wheeler at the half. Josh Grieg cutting back in. Grieg goes all alone. Turned away at the door. Good touch by Oscar Shepherd. Another Hornet in the Saxon setup from Western Supermare. That was a good ball from Speakman, but it did ask quite a lot of Nathan Green, who puts it down. Good defence by the Saxons. Nice footwork from Banahan, a good transition. Carried on by Dylan Hone. We're going to get on the outside of the Bulls. Once again, the Saxons trying to find the edge. They've got no more touches to play with here. Dean dummies the touch and tries to race away down the right tram line, but is caught. Speakman leaves it for Green. A long way from the box, but Juniper still carries up to halfway. Juggled by Grieg, but carries well up to the 10. On come the changes for the Bulls. Peacock amongst them. Well marshalled by a couple of Saxons. But now Peacock's off to the races, flashing one wide. Beyond the reach of Charlie Juniper. Another Saxon shutout. Easier said than done against the top scorers in the division. Happy to take the touch on halfway, the co-captain Sean Dean. But that's a turnover in a dangerous position. 6 touches at the half for the Bulls. Peacock lifts it over the top. Wheatley's in behind. Great pace from Wheatley. But very mature play to take it back on the inside. They're still on the first touch here. They could go all the way. But Graham puts it beyond Juniper again. A reminder of just how dangerous the Bulls can be. That's a nice ball. That's a good drive from first touch. Phoenix Harvey. That's a 14 there, gave the soft pass. Another player with a family member in the Saxon setup. His sister playing up at the under-17s. They'll be live a little bit later on today, if they make it through to the semi-final. They'll be playing in the playoff just before. Turnover once again, though, on halfway. And that's another good pass into the path of Fionn Wheatley, who makes it up to the 7. McMullen, Peacock shows and goes. There's that spark again from Adam Peacock, who knows exactly how and when to unlock a defence. Great carry from McMullen, and gave him the eyes as well. Saxons sold down the river by Peacock. They're not the first in this competition, and they won't be the last. Wonderful ball manipulation from such a young player. And the Saxons now 2 behind. But they've had plenty of chances to get back in the game, and they could have another one here. Josh Peters finds Carrot. Whitford. Nice little show and go. Doesn't sound Nathan Green this time. Stewart. Whitford. Carrot. Good wraparound from Whitford, but the Saxons just ran out of touches. And they have planted the Bulls deep on the right-hand corner, though, a long way from home. That's 2 good carries up to the 10. That's a roll ball. Good defence from the Saxons. And now a couple of changes to be made. Nice step back on the inside by Banahan. Saxons up to the 7. Good carry by Sean Dean. Banahan. Wide pass. Good defence from Wheatley. And that will have possession back for the Bulls. Charging down the touchline, Joe Speakman. And here come the changes for the Bulls. Forced back to the mark, but still with a couple more touches to work their way up the pitch. Another show and go from Peacock. Trademark at this point, but the pass is forward from Zach McMullen. So a tap on halfway for the Saxons. A textbook opportunity to create. But they just didn't get started there. And just like that, the Bulls have it back. Peacock, this time caught by Dean. Peacock, he's there again. Well, the classic story, like a young Iron Robin cutting off the wing. You know what he's going to do. You don't know how to stop it. Adam Peacock, he can give the pass, but more often than not, he'll send you the wrong way. This time, Luke Carrot the victim. And it's a second try for Adam Peacock. He masters the art of sending players the wrong way. How many more times is he going to sell that show and go? Now, close to half-time. I think the Saxons need it. Played very well. But they just haven't been able to get over the line like the Bulls have. Another good carry from Sharp. Speakman. Nice ball to Green. He wanted to give that final pass. Just a little bit late getting onto the field, the Bulls, but there's still a chance here. That's an excellent ball to find Toby Smith. At the first time of asking, Nathan Green did excellently well to keep a hold of it. But you can't give him two chances there. And the middle, with a perfectly weighted ball into the path of Smith. The Bulls have a fourth before half-time. One more chance maybe for the Saxons to get on the board. Two good carries from Rufus Whitford. Whitford again taking it on. Caught by Speakman this time. Whitford. Peters. Carrot. Well read on the wing this time. Carrot with Whitford on the wrap. He's back to play half instead. This is their last chance. 10 seconds to go. A winding run by Arlo Bird, but caught by Theon Wheatley again. Great defence, as always, from the Bulls winger on that right-hand side. And at the break, Northwest getting the job done. They've already confirmed their place in the semi-final, but this will confirm their place at the top of the pool. They lead 4 tries to nothing against the Saxons with 15 minutes still to play. The scoreline perhaps not the true story of the half. The Saxons offered a lot of value in this game and they've got a lot more to give as well. Northwest Bulls had to pull out all the tricks they have in order to break through the line. 15 minutes still to play in our opening game of day 2 here at the ETA Junior Nationals, and the Northwest Bulls lead the Southwest Saxons by 4 tries to 0.
I know, but I'm taking one of Emerson's I literally passed it through. I just consistently play. I actually got that by 5. But I was just chucking more than like you
15 minutes still to play here. The Southwest Saxons down by 4 to the Northwest Bulls, but certainly still in the game, given the run of play in that first half. Well, the Saxons will be playoff bound if they cannot turn this game around. But a confident shout from the touchline. They will turn it around. They will likely finish in 3rd or 4th if results stay the same. And that means they'll be playing either in the playoff to come, the Broncos or the Sharks. All depending on results elsewhere, of course, which we'll get them to you as we have them. First attack of the game from the Saxons doesn't result in a score. And it is back with the Bulls, who are up to halfway on 3rd touch. Peacock. Now they lay it back. Wheatley. Oh, lovely turn. Almost away from Dean. Co-captain makes the touch. 2 tries for Adam Peacock in that first half. An early score from Joe Speakman, and then right on half-time, Toby Smith got another off the pass of Nathan Green. But it's the Saxons looking to get on the mark for the first time. Dylan Hone with a good carry, but turnover. And Nathan Green carries it up. Good touch from Shepherd. Up comes the co-captain Dean. His sister is also playing in the under-14s for the Saxons. In the meantime, though, McMullen with a casual carry up to the 7. Nice ball over the top, but it just evades Adam Peacock's grasp. And here comes the counter. Saxons leading the charge. That's a turnover there. Good touch from Peacock to rectify his mistake. Here's Chadwick. Peacock at the half. McMullen takes the touch. Bulls a little bit slow to get things started here, but they know they've got the touches. Zach McMullen. Peacock. This time does give the pass. McMullen tries to get it down. Dylan Hone wants a turnover, but it was touch first. Peacock. McMullen at the link. Peacock. Chadwick. Good line speed again from Shepherd. But here comes the wraparound from the Bulls. Juniper. Ran out of options there. Well defended by the Saxons. Well, here's the breakaway down the left-hand side. It's Banahan who will go all the way for the Saxons. Well, what looked like a regulation changeover of the box turned into something very special. Joe Banahan racing away here. Nice footwork on the outside of Juniper, who, as we all thought, was convinced that Saxons were happy just to box, but Banahan goes coast to coast. A run that reminds me of a certain someone. His father Matt scored a couple from halfway like that in the past for Bath and Gloucester. In the meantime, the Bulls looking to re-establish the 4-try lead. Speakman squared up by Carrot. Smith, Speakman. There's the missed pass. Suddenly a bit of space opening up here. Over goes Grieg. Josh Grieg split the middle and link with a good line. And in the blink of an eye, the Bulls are back to 4 tries ahead. This is a great ball from Speakman. And this is Josh Grieg going over his 2nd year at the Nationals, playing for Northwest. Plays for the championship side, Caldy Rugby Club back home. Had a busy season. He's already been selected for the Sale Sharks development team this year. Congratulations to Grieg. For now, though, it is the Saxons from the Southwest looking to cross over for a 2nd time in the game. Here's the pickup from Whitford. It's a 3-on-2 there, but not a lot of space. Good ball. Luke Carrott gets it down, but he's caught with the touch. They have spent a lot of time in this area, the Saxons, but unable to crack through the balls from 7 yards yet. Nice run from Wheatley. Great transition. And they make it to the box. Another good charge from Speakman. And here come the changes. Peacock. Chosen goes as he always does, but this time he is caught. Josh Peters, I think it was. And it's all the way back for a turnover as well. On comes some Saxon substitutions, taken in by Ellis Stewart. Dean, caught at the 10. Saxons need to get moving now. Nice step on the inside, but caught by Sharp. Dean and Banahan, the co-captains, back out in the middle. Nice change of direction from Dylan Hone. Dean skips out Hone and finds Shepherd. Shepherd, good ball to Carrott. But that's all the touches up for the Saxons. One more and they could have maybe threatened the line. McMullen hands it off. Nice ball over the top, good take by Wheatley. Nice footwork again from Wheatley to get away from Hounsome. Another Bulls transition. Back onto the field is Speakman, making a good run. Speakman, well read by Dean. Green again with a good pass to find Charles Graham. Graham wants it on the return. 2-on-1 here. Nice finish. Over goes Toby Smith for his second score. In the end, it is awarded. The Bulls make it look very simple, but trust me, against this impressive Saxon defence, it is not. Over they go for a 6th try. Here come the Saxons then. Onto the field, Isaac Reeves. Another Hornet from Weston-super-Mare. Good carry by Reggie Searle. Reeves. Lightfoot. Perfect name for the game of touch. Hounsome caught on the wing. Reeves. Lightfoot. Searle again. Great line speed from Graham, and he turns it over for the Bulls. Nathan Green with a good carry. Almost up to the halfway, sent back. Graham. Speakman. Oh, so close to being in behind again. Toby Smith, hat-trick hunting in this second half. Ricochets off the outside right hand. Here come the changes. Oh, a bit lateral there from Arlo Bird, almost on the outside of Nathan Green. There's the touch. A quicker pickup. Saxon's almost up to the halfway. Up to the 10 now, the Bulls. Fourth touch then. Referee's just letting them off the roll ball there, as expected at this junior tournament. Stewart. Ball was wide from Arlo Bird. It was the right option, but it only finds the Riverside turf. Another charging run from Speakman. That's a great pickup. Up goes the hand though. An important touch by Whitford, because that's a turnover as well. Well, 5 minutes to go, just over. The game may be beyond the Saxons, but they'd appreciate a few more tries. If results have gone the way they're expected to, then try difference might be what they need to keep themselves in third place above the Tigers. Regardless, if they play the Broncos or the Sharks in the next round, they'll fancy themselves to make it through to a semi-final, where they may well be facing the Bulls again, or the West Wildcats. Either way, one of those two semi-finals will be live later on this afternoon in the under-14 competition. Touch from McMullen, dislodges the ball. Roll ball is the call from the referee. Another experienced refereeing team out there. Neil Guest, Mike Davids and Johnny Richards to get us started. Saxons have it back. Good take from Banahan. Trying to get on the outside of Whitley. Not the first today to fail and beat the Bulls winger out wide. Good work from Dean to keep a hold of it. Unbalanced. Banahan takes on again. Dean goes down the short side. Banahan caught. They will have a strike at the line here from the 7. And that pass was right on the toes of Shepherd, unfortunately, there. Good line speed from Dean. Speakman not able to open up his legs, as he usually does with the barnstorming runs. But a good carry from Green. Now Speakman can spread the turf. What a great run this is. Nice footwork as well. Could have set Smith away perhaps. Sharp though for the Bulls. Sharp keeps a hold of it. Just ran out of touches there. Good defence from the Saxons. 3 minutes to go. Carried on by Shepherd. On debut for the Saxons in this tournament, the number 10. Lifted off the deck by Carrot, who's also on debut. There's a lot of new faces in the Saxon side. Here's another one in Isaac Reeves. Reggie Searle. Good delay on the pass to Carrot, but that's the final touch for the Saxons. Speakman gets through a lot of yards for the Bulls. They're at the half again. A long way from the box. Happy just to take on the Saxons from here. Speakman just winding down the touches here. Wants it on the return. Into the 3-on-2. Goes back on the inside for Green. Turned away at the door. Green, lovely delay on the ball. Over goes Frankie Wheeler. But I think he's been kept out by the Saxons this time. Another great defensive set. They just haven't strung enough together in the at the other end of the field. That's the difference between the two sides today. As the Saxons have defended well, just haven't had enough time with the ball in hand in the Bulls' defensive third. That's a nice carry on the outside. Up to halfway, the Saxons. One more chance perhaps for them. Can't beat Wheatley on the outside. Hounsome put down. There's a tendency for some of these players to notice beyond Wheatley on the outside and think that's a mismatch. I'll take her on. As of yet, very few have found any success down that channel. McMullen, nice ball. Peacock this time gives the pass. And Charles Graham goes over. An excellent transition by the Bulls. And the perfect end to their pool stage. 48 tries in 5 games for the Northwest Bulls. and that sees them through to the semi-final. Under 14 semi-finals to come later on this afternoon at 11:50. Well, still the morning, there's a lot of games to get through until then. Just about midday then, it will be the Northwest Bulls back on the live stream. And they will play the winners of playoff 2, which is the 4th and 5th side, which may well be the Saxons again. Close of the pool stage though in the under 14s category. Saxons have been beaten by the Bulls, who they may meet later at midday, or 10-12 in the under 14 semi-final. We'll let you know all of the upcoming fixtures for the semi-finals of the under 14 and the under 17 women's competition that we'll be bringing you around midday. For now though, in our opening game of the day on day 2 here at the Junior Nationals on Riverside in Nottingham, it's another excellent performance by the Northwest Bulls. One moment of magic from Joe Banahan, enough to get Saxons on the score sheet. But in the end, the Bulls go marching on as they hunt down a title here in the under 14s division. Well, up next from our second game of the day, we're into the latter stages of the most hotly contested competition out of maybe all 4 divisions. It's the under 17 boys pool stage match, and it's a big one between the Midlands Tigers and the Northwest Wolves. That's the next game live for you here at the English Touch Association Junior Nationals. Kick off in 4 minutes' time. Well, we're back then for our second game of the Junior Nationals Finals Day, and it's an under-17s game between the Midlands Tigers and the Northwest Wolves. Well, in this under-17s division, the Northwest Warriors and the Wildcats currently occupy the top 2 positions, which will see them through to the finals. Now, the Midlands Tigers are undefeated in the competition, though. They've played a game less. A win here will see them jump up into that top 2 position and keep their hopes of a finals place alive. Alongside me this one, Josh Henderson, the coach of England under-20s. Thanks for joining us, Josh, as, well, it's a bright start for the Tigers, isn't it, as they look to keep their undefeated run going?
Yeah, a very bright start from the Tigers. Used the tap off well with their set of 6 and got down at the line early and got the result from it.
Well, this Northwest Wolves side yet to win from their first 3 games. And the Tigers, well, they're looking to push the Wildcats out of a finals place with a win here. And I'll tell you what, if the Tigers win here, our game at 11:05 between the Wildcats and the Warriors will be a straight shootout for a place in the finals if the Tigers can beat the Saxons at the same time on pitch 2. So that is looking like a really interesting affair.
Great bit of a line attack here from the Northwest, running their sort of tap-off move into their short, but it looks like they just got a bit stagnant on the line, and Jack Harris has given it as a touch pass.
Jack Harris out there in the middle, now drifting off to this close touch line as the Tigers look to transition again. They've had an excellent day across their 3 games. There's 7 teams, so some teams have played more than others. That includes the Warriors and the Wildcats, who are both at the top of the table at the moment. Only the top 2 from this division will be through to our final, and that's our closing game of the day at 4:20. What a ball that is, out wide.
What a try by the Midlands there. Really good execution of space by Ellis Pearce and Roy Hawkins, and the game awareness for Roy to slow it down, take the touch, set up a lovely mid platform for Ellis to pick up and throw a lovely 3v2 pass to the winger.
Over goes Tom Courts in the end. He is the try scorer. For now, though, the Northwest Wolves will look to respond.
I think the Northwest will go for the similar platform here, so it looks like they'll drop for 32. Oh, they changed it up into an ML for Freddie. With his arm sleeve, he's very hard to miss on the pitch.
He's been playing rugby for a long old time, Freddie Mason, a very talented touch player. Just caught there.
Could find
touch
the
made
space
by Sam Dean.
Midlands look to go straight to their box where the space is similar to the West game yesterday against the Northwest. We saw the West get a lot of success just going straight to their box. They look to continue their momentum through Finn.
It's a very talented Tigers side, a lot of international representation, hence why Josh Henderson recognises them so well. Recently been at the Junior Euros over in Vichy in France.
One of my players there, number 88, Will Stockdale, is sort of the type of player you need in every team. Just puts his head down and works everyone around him and lets players like Will Mellor there, number 5,
Here is
get
Stockdale,
all the plaudits.
Inside to the captain, Mellor. Lovely soft hands to pick out Stockdale in a world of space. He could drive a Nottingham tram through the hole that he occupied, but not given, unfortunately, there.
One of those passes looks like it was forward. I'm guessing it was one from Will Mellor, because Will Stockdale would never do that.
Here's the ball just out of the front of the hands, perhaps, from Stockdale. As it reached Stockdale, sorry.
Made amends for it here. Lovely pressure on first to fourth touch.
Well, as we've said already, Jack Harris is out there in the referees.
Quick turnover. Look to go again, straight to the box. Lovely simple hands. Will pick the ball up here. Looks to get those extra yards. Might check it off, but no, he's played smart touch. Got the ball down. And let Ellis and Roy have a little crack at the line here.
Well, a win for the Tigers here. We'll see them break into the top 4 as they chase their 3rd try in this opening 5 minutes. Nice ball from Hawkins, and he gets it on the return as well.
But again, forward pass looks like off the ruck this time, so extra hard when you're the half to make sure those passes are going backwards. And I think the Midlands have been been the recipient of 2 penalties there for the same call.
The Wildcats currently take on the Saxons over on pitch 4. Even if they beat them there, they might still get nudged out of the playoff place by this Tigers side. 1 points difference.
So it's going to 5th.
That's a great pickup. And suddenly there could be something on here. Flicked out the back door by Mason, but it isn't enough to crack the Tigers line.
We saw that twice yesterday in the Northwest game, but finally one is paid off, but just couldn't quite get the space after the pass.
Here come the Tigers then. 2 shutouts so far, keeping this Northwest side contained.
We'll see what Ellis does with it here. Picks up, takes him on.
Nice scoop, nice footwork as well. Lovely step from Ellis Watts. And there's the ball across towards Thomas Courts, who could have his 2nd try of the game. Oh, in fact, this time it has been given.
Lovely hands from the Midlands there. Just found the space and just executed where the space was, on through the hole. And a lovely team try to round off a team effort getting off the pitch.
Well, I believe that might be Donny Carpenter. He's the only player unlabelled on the team sheet. We will christen him number 16 for now. But either way, it's a great try for the Tigers, who are still looking like the strongest side in this under-17s division. The only side, if they win here, to have a 4-win record.
And again, the Midlands do them out very well. Northwest look like they just run out maybe 1 or 2 ideas on the line, but keep the ball alive very well. Very Northwest-esque of them.
Still on here for... that was still on for the Bulls. A good carry from Howard, but great defence. And the Tigers, this clean sheet, so valuable in the game of touch. That's nice footwork to get the transition rolling.
Another
Lifted off the deck by Courts.
Nice from Finn to Will Stockdale.
Finn Clements at number 7, freshly onto the field. Stockdale back with us as well. Here's the captain, Mellor. Good acceleration. Well, I think it's a forward pass again, a 3rd.
Another forward pass. Get it on your bingo sheet. If I'm Matt Watts in the box there, I'm just going through, just reiterating how the half has to work extra hard, get their body sideways, make sure those hands go backwards. Because I think that's 2, potentially 3 tries the Midlands have left on the pitch from those forward passes.
It won't trouble them too much for the moment, as they lead by 3 tries. But threatening to think that they could have doubled their score, Josh, if they just finished off their chances.
That was a lot better set from the Northwest there, going forward with a bit of conviction and get the reward of a penalty to give them a fresh set near the line. Just need them to go forward here. Go forward, get to the 7, win the battle for the 7.
Here's Mason round the corner. A real live wire out there for the Northwest Wolves. Mason again. Inside and out, almost away from the captain, Will Mellor, but he gets a hold of him.
Yeah, I think at the 3rd, maybe 4th time of asking there, Will Mellor finally made the touch.
Good line and a good pass from Shaw. But as they make their way out wide, they are eventually marshalled by the Tigers.
That was better from the Northwest in the line attack. Ran a nice ML shape, but I think the weather conditions didn't favour the long pass where the space was, so they tried passing through the hands, but unfortunately just couldn't come off for that time.
The weather conditions, Josh, a lot better than we had expected in day 2. No rain for the moment, at least. That's a nice ball on the inside. The space just opening up for the Tigers. Up goes the hand from Tom Yates. So the touch is just about made. And that's the turnover as well.
Yeah, a lovely scramble there from the Northwest to prevent the try being scored. But again, Midlands just using their hand, using their basic core skills and trying to execute hands down the line.
Well, the momentum just taken out of this Wolves transition. One of 2 Northwestern sides to face off in the under-17s division. No touch there. Well, away went Benjamin Smith, touching down for Northwest, but I think the touch was made, or at least that's the call.
I feel one thing the Northwest are struggling at the moment is trying to get to their box, but also the count. So that was 5th touch coming, and I don't think they quite realised that. So but luckily the Midlands made the touch and prevented a try.
Well, Smith actually forced the touch himself there, hoping for an offside call. But that's another turnover that's gone both ways in the meantime. So eventually it's back with the Tigers. Here's Hawkins into the path of Dean. Dean again.
One of them needs to just inject a bit of pace, go forward, just like Dean's done there.
Here's Watts. Dean. Another touch on him. On the wraparound. Great move from Cullen, who storms over the line. And the score is given. And the Tigers have a fourth inside 10 minutes.
Great sweep play there by the Tigers. Just used the touch as well. Sam and Ellis getting up the pitch, exploited the space and ran the lovely sweeper to a retreating offside player, dotted down on the line.
Well, things going as expected as the undefeated Tigers look to go 4 from 4. They're the only side to go 4 wins from 4 in the competition after the Warriors drew yesterday, the other Northwestern side. Here's Mason sliding in. Touch made on the 7.
So we'll see what the Northwest look to do here. They can't go backwards. Turnover. Freddie puts it down on the mark.
Well, Josh, you're highlighting the Tigers' great transition and their good core skills in the attacking third, but, well, they've also yet to concede in this game. It's a very impressive start to the fixture.
They just seem very coherent. They know where they want to defend the space, and I think they're letting the Northwest have maybe the link space, but then also the wings on the right-hand side and the wing space on the left-hand side, trying to play to the conditions and maybe watch a bit of the Northwest play yesterday and know what their strike players like to run and trying to nullify those threats.
Only the Wildcats have a better defensive record than the Tigers. They've conceded just 12 in their 4 games, and that includes conceding 8 to this Tigers side. That's an excellent pass, but a good read by the Tigers winger.
Yeah, well held space there from the winger. But again, Midlands look just go to their box. If I'm the Northwest coach, I'm telling my far side, they've got to work a bit harder to get up, cut off that space, and force the Midlands back where they don't want to go, which is towards us in the commentary box.
There's the touch made, but the Tigers still coming with a couple more in the chamber. Good footwork from Ellis Pearce. Pearce on the return, goes back on the inside and finds Hawkins again.
So that combination again, finally they've got their reward for their hard work. Both passes going backwards this time, but just very smart play. Northwest link staying a bit too wide, didn't help his middle out when he was forced to shut and collapse after the touch was beaten, and very well executed from Roy and Ellis.
The Tigers have 5, try number 36 in their 4 games in this under-17s competition. They are the top scorers in the division after 4 games.
And then Midlands here will look to try and keep the Northwest off their line on the 7. Looks like they've done that successfully.
Here's Smythe.
They'll only have 1 strike at the line. Good touch there by Ellis, but they've run
Smythe on the return, had to throw the pass, but it wasn't on target. Been playing rugby since the age of 4, Joseph Smythe. Once accidentally nudged a ball into John Barnes' car, apparently. The former Liverpool player, of course. Something he's proud enough to put down in the commentary notes. Tigers, though, still coming.
This looks better from the Northwest. Bit more in front of the touches.
Still a chance, though, for Watts. Lifted over the top, picked off by Northwest. And the Wolves can transition with 6 touches after the intercept. Lifted off the deck by the man who caught the pass, Howard. And here come a few changes for the Wolves. 1 minute to go before the break. Howard at the half again. That's a good pickup from Mason. Mason, interception, this time from Banks. A really good take. Look how quickly they move it from right to left on the Tigers' side. Another good carry from Watts. Clements. They will have a strike at the line here with 1 touch remaining.
Will Mellis decided to slow the game down.
Mella over the top. What a ball that is.
Ah, what a touch. What a touch in the corner to prevent a sudden try there by the Northwest winger.
Great pass from Mella, but not rewarded. A turnover for the Northwest. And the Wolves will close out the half.
I think
the
watching
buzzer
this
coming any moment.
that's the half-time whistle.
Well, Howard had the final touch for the Northwest Wolves, and well, it's been a decent half for them, but unfortunately they've just been unable to crack this Midlands Tigers line. Tigers, on the other hand, well, they haven't scored from every opportunity. They've left a few tries out there, but they're still 5 up. And Josh, that just says a lot about their ability as a squad.
I mean, you get the chance at the line, you have to convert some of them. So I think their probably success rate isn't where their coaching staff would want it. But again, there's no room for description on the scorecard. Good shutout in defence, good work in the midfield, and they're starting to get that attack flowing and a bit more success than the beginning of the half.
Well, with just 2 games to go in the under-17 boys division here at the Junior Nationals, the Midlands Tigers will crack that top 2 place and find themselves in position to reach the final with it all in their hands. If they can hold on here against the Northwest Wolves, they're in the right position to do so. They lead by 5 at half-time. 15 minutes still to come, live here from the ETA Junior Nationals. .15 minutes to play, and the Tigers are getting the job done as expected. There's still a couple more rounds to go. in the under-17s pool.
Players and officials, this is your 30
In fact, the under-17s pool runs all the way till 2 o'clock. However, this is a big step for the Tigers as they look to keep their undefeated run alive. Josh Henderson alongside me. You had your eye on the Wildcats fixture over on pitch 5 when they take on the Saxons, because as we both well know, this pool could still go either way. But it's fair to say the Tigers would deserve to be in that final based off the play we've seen so far.
Yeah, it'll be definitely a very interesting result to see who gets out on top if they play each other again. So I think it was quite a close game yesterday, but Midlands need to get through this game, no injuries, and just go through their processes to try and prepare themselves the best for that final.
They've got a couple more games to see off before they get there. But on the way through, they've already taken down the Wildcats, who currently sit above them in second. This result will see them bump the Wildcats out of the top 2 and go top of the table on 16 points from 4 games.
Ooh.
And that is a dangerous place, however, to give the ball away.
That's better from the Northwest there, just that far mid putting a bit of pressure on their transition, forcing the turnover to give them another set of the line. But they just need to use the touches, exploit the offside play on this link quickie here.
Here is Smith, Galvin going to the edge. They do find the pass to the winger. It's dotted down by Harry Hallam-Dunn. And they are on the board, the Northwest Wolves.
Is a lovely drive by the Northwest there. Quite an underappreciated skill. The deception of looking like you're going to dive and put it down and just getting that ball away at the last second. Something even us Opens players struggle with sometimes. So it was great to see it at a junior level and a try for the Northwest.
Good score for the Northwest, but the Tigers will have 6 touches from the half. And they have quite comfortably driven up to the 7. Rory Hawkins.
Waiting for the defence to come up to him.
Pearce, Hawkins. Unfortunately, the whistle goes. It's a turnover.
Those long legs, unfortunately, didn't step over the ball, so it's a turnover. Got to make sure the ball goes between your legs, and very well picked up by Jack Harris there. Part of a refereeing team, I think, having a very good game, all 3 of them.
Asking high standards for the pool leaders. Oh, and that's passed into the path of Mason. He's caught it while off the field. That doesn't happen every day.
Nearly got away with it. Nearly the commentator's curse there with Jack, I not think, facing the play as it happened.
However, here come the Tigers again. So close to breaking through last time. This their second attack of the second half. Hawkins at the half. Pearce and Hawkins again working together. And they've racked up another score.
I think that's just copy and paste. Just same as they did in the first half. It was working for them then, it's working for them now. If I'm the Northwest coach, I'm just telling my link to work harder, get tighter when they're sort of having to collapse. Otherwise, that'll be the space to score all day in hole 1.
Well, we were talking at half-time, Josh, about our next game live here on pitch 1 at Riverside. It's pool action from the under-12s competition when Northwest Touch take on West Wildcats, and you were saying it's great that even at that age there's still national finals going on between under-12 players.
Oh, it's incredible to see under-12s performing at this sort of national stage. Is something when I first started I never thought I'd see all those years ago, so to see it now and to see it flourishing is something I can I'm quite proud of, to be a part of the England setup for that happening.
Northwest tried to pick out Bertie Howard on the wing, but a turnover for the Tigers. Howard plays his rugby for Chester. Here come the Tigers again then.
So it looked like the Tigers wanted to get off there, but good defence in the midfield from the Northwest forced them to stay on the pitch. So there might be a few tired legs in the Midlands if they don't get a score here. But as I say that, the ball is turned over for a forward pass.
Not the first forward pass we've seen in this game. I think that's the 4th for the Tigers. So Northwest on the transition. They head towards the box, which is on this near side. Decent carry again from Smith. And another one from Joseph Smythe.
Unfortunately there on the roll ball, the ball bounced a little bit, so that is a loss of control. And again, rightly picked up by one of the best refs we have in England, Jack Harris.
Manager of the referees nationally as well, Jack Harris. Still turning out here on field at the Junior Nationals.
And just an all-round great guy.
Well, that's a good pickup though from the Tigers in the meantime. The captain, Will Mellor, there again with the ball in hand.
I'm liking this double Will combination here where Will Stockdale places it down, works hard for his captain, and his captain there makes the call. Potentially the wrong call there with Will splitting to his right-hand side. Might have looked to feed him back, but...
It's a good take from Sam Bell. He crashes over the line, but it's a turnover from the touch. In the meantime then, the Northwest can transition. They do make it up to halfway. Nice footwork again from Mason, but it's another turnover, Josh.
Yeah, they started very well, but I think just Northwest need to control their transition a bit more. I think their feet are going a bit faster than their hands can keep up.
Well, that's a good carry. And a good drive from the Tigers is Hawkins. Good carry, Hawkins with the pickup. Back on the inside once again, it's Pearce.
I think if they'd pasted their previous try, that was in again. I think the link's staying a bit too wide for my liking, so but it's nice to see them try something new, maybe trying to look towards future games and trying to see how Ellis diving game's doing.
And they have got future games, the Tigers. There's still a lot to unfold in the under-17s division. They'll take on the Southwest Saxons at 11:05, and then they've got another game against the Warriors. That could be a huge game for the Warriors at 1:20. We may well still be in with a shout for a place in the final. That all depends on the game at 11:05 when they take on the Wildcats. But now, though, another turnover, and the Tigers have it just outside the 10. Oh, well, the penalty.
Another penalty. I think this
forward
time
a few yards.
for a touch pass gives the Midlands a bit of respite to get off the pitch. Yeah, and a good injection of pace by Ellis there. Roy supporting him, but good collision there in the raw ball, and the Northwest come away with the ball.
Well, an opportunity then for Northwest from halfway, but well, the penalties are creeping in a little bit, Josh. They've had quite a few of them in the last few moments.
I'm starting to feel like I'm watching the US Open here with my head turning side to side. Could be worse. It could be reffing it having to run 18, 20 metres every couple of seconds.
Harris still working hard in the middle there with the whistle. Big chance then for the Tigers. Another ball into the path of Ellis Watts.
Good play calling, good play decision there by Sam Dean. I think unfortunately Ellis didn't hit his hole like he would have hoped to, and just didn't quite get the result. But great pressure there from Sam Dean to force the loopy pass and give his team some emphasis in the attack. Oh,
that's an excellent break. Conditions playing a part there, but Smith does well to get back to position. Well, I think the sting has just been taken out of this game, given the scoreline, with about 6 minutes to go. There's still the Tigers pushing hard. Nice handling from Watts, but well, it's a turnover again, Josh.
This time I think we've not had this one yet, so hips weren't square, so when Ellis rolled the ball, his hips were facing towards the side, which would have gained an unfair advantage. That is a turnover, so your hips have to try and face in line with the pitch, which makes it a little bit harder to split and go forward. But great decision there by Ian Tank in the midfield.
This is nice work from Mason for the Northwest. He pulls it in behind, and it's a great take from Howard because the ball was behind him, but he was caught by a Tiger in defence.
So here, if I'm Northwest, I'm pushing all my players towards the Tigers box. It sounds a bit counterintuitive, but you'd want them to go away from the box rather than towards it. So here they're stacked up a bit wide. I always say you want six defenders in front of 4 attackers.
Oh, nice little dummy touch there, and the Tigers are way down the right. Will Cullen has another try.
Great individual work, great individual bit of skill there just to sneak around the side and dot down over the line for a try by Will.
We've seen a couple of these today when the defence is certain that the side are just happy to box, but ball in 2 hands. Cullen gets his second in this game, and the Tigers go 7-1 up. And, well, if the result was ever in doubt, they've certainly sealed it now. It is tough, Josh, when you go down like this in a fixture. How do these players keep their focus?
I always, growing up, I was always on the receiving end of sort of results you don't want. But I think this is about pride now and about your personal morals, where you want to work hard for your region, you want to try and work hard for your friends, because I'm sure all of these guys are close friends. So it's now just picking them up, going forward, just doing the basics right, and just coming away. Especially in the live stream. I always say in the live stream, you want to come away with 1 highlight. So
absolutely.
That might be a try, but that might be a lovely diving touch to save a try. Lovely pass. Doesn't have to be the flashy stuff, but you want to do something to make yourself feel good.
Slap down there from Galvin, so it'll give 6 touches for the Tigers, and it's a good drive from Pearce.
I hope he did say not in my house as he slapped that down.
Absolutely. Hawkins with Pearce again. Hawkins, Pearce there, diving in, and he has another, and that partnership in the centre, Hawkins and Pearce, are looking really dangerous.
This is starting to look like my uni degree with the amount of copying pasting these boys are doing. Just same as they did in the first half, same as they did in the second half, and they're still bringing the till and getting the rewards.
Benjamin Smith working hard in the centre, but he's getting pulled left, right and centre himself by a combination of Pearce and Hawkins. Wants to watch out for in the latter stages of this boys under-17 competition.
I think the Midlands are sort of finding their combinations now. It's always hard going into a tournament knowing who will work best, especially with limited training for these boys. And I feel in their first game against Taipans, it looked a bit disjointed, but now it looks like they're in their flow. As I say that, I believe Sam Dean coasts through the middle.
Another try in the latter stages of the second half as the wheels have come off a little bit for Northwest. Just the perfect amount of acceleration. Picked his hole well, Sam Dean. And it's another try for the Tigers.
And they've stayed on to defend, just getting those extra reps in to try and make the difference later in the tournament for them.
Another tap from halfway for Northwest. Smith there at the half. Worked hard today and has carried well. Galvin. Howard, good wraparound. Could be a chance for Northwest. Put it over the top. Well watched by Tom Courts.
The Northwest have looked to run that play off all their tap-offs pretty much, and that was the first one that was executed. However, I think they would look to want to dump on the mid rather than the link to give them the numerical overlap. So that's why the Midlands were able to man it up quite easily and nullify the attack.
Another transition then for the Tigers with about a minute and a half left in this fixture. And a great performance by them as they keep their undefeated streak alive in the under-17s competition.
And again, Wolf squared there in the middles, buying that penalty. Wolf Stockdale there, as a 16-year-old, was the under-20s coaches player of the tournament over in Vichy. Something he can be very proud of, as well as his performance against Wales, where he got sent off and was quite happy about that.
3 wins from 3 in that test series over in France.
See what they do here. Looks to go to the link. On a little quickie for Finn.
Clements goes himself. Double figures up for the Tigers.
I feel that might be one of the first times the Tigers have looked to go outside the mids and use their links on the line. And Might be a coach's decision there, or might just be good, smart, intelligent play from Will Squared, but very impressive, lovely execution, and again, come away with a try.
Well, this has been a pretty textbook touch performance by the Tigers. And it's promising stuff if you're a Tigers fan heading into the latter stages of this under-17s competition. They have just the Saxons and the Warriors to see off in order to confirm their place in the final. That Warriors game will be a big one, as they may well need to win in order to stay in touching distance. So we will return to the under-17s competition shortly as that ball is down, which brings us an end to this fixture. It's a big win for the Midlands Tigers, who have announced themselves as title contenders with their 4th win from 4. A bit of under-12 action up next before we return for perhaps our biggest game of the day, when the Wildcats and the Warriors in 2nd and 3rd will face off for a spot alongside the Tigers, perhaps in that final.
Can't wait for that one. That's gonna be an exciting fixture to watch.
Now, Josh, we'd love to have you back for that one about 11 o'clock, but thank you for joining us
No worries.
for
Thank you for
this
having
one.
me. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Great to hear from Josh Henderson, just back from Vichy, as many of these players are following England's successful Junior Euros. Midlands Tigers with a 10-1 win over the Northwest Wolves. Up next, though, some action from the under-12s competition, as the Wildcats take on Northwest Touch. Only the top 2 sides from the under-12 pool can go through to the final. The Wildcats need a win to try and stay in touching distance against either the Tigers or Northwest, who sit in 1st and 2nd at the moment. That's the next game, live for you here, Next Gen 15 at the ETA Junior Nationals.
The referees will manage the time.
Well, as you may have already worked out, Take That Picture is selling the pictures today, so make sure you get your pictures from Take That Picture of the teams. They'll be here today selling the pictures of your teams that were taken yesterday. Unfortunately, if you didn't have your team photo taken yesterday, you missed out. We did warn you multiple times throughout the day that team photos were only being taken yesterday. As my colleague advised before, ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. As my colleague advised before, we will automatically have the drop-off being played at the end of the game. This is a 1-minute interval. The hooter will sound off for the drop-off. We'll have 2 minutes for drop-off, and then if the game is still being played at the end of the drop-off time, the referees will then self-time. Also, the time slots have changed, so from this moving to a 45-minute slot, so there will be an interval in between, slightly longer. So please ensure, obviously once the game is over, you change over. As always, please ensure rubbish, bottles, clothing is all handed in. We've had 2 phones handed in today. Fortunately, both pig owners have retrieved them, but if you do leave any property, or if there's any lost property, please hand it to the comms team in the events control or the van for the audio control. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. Players and officials, less than 30 seconds, please take the field ready to play.
Action from the under-12s division here at the ETA Junior Nationals as the West Wildcats take on the Northwest Touch. As things stand in the under-12s pool, where the top two sides will be through to a final, Northwest Touch trail the Midlands Tigers by just a point, while the West Wildcats sit 5 behind on 11. So a win needed for the Wildcats, and they will tap off from the centre in the all black and yellow trim from right to left. Northwest in the traditional maroon and black on defensive duties at the moment. Well, a few touches at the line then for the Wildcats. A bright start for them. Wide they go. Taken in by Harry Dugmore. His second year playing for the Wildcats. And here's the captain, Max Garrod. Oh, what a ball that is towards Dugmore, but it's just behind the young winger. But a promising first attack for the Wildcats, and they'll have another strike at the line from here. Donaldson, Garrod directing traffic, wants it on the return and gets it. Looking to get back on the inside, but the touch is made. Now maybe a bit of space out wide. I just found the space in between two players there, did Dominic Chambers. Dad is coaching today, and his brother is also playing for the under-17s. Dominic Chambers. His touch, as we know, is a family affair. Well, a couple of famous names in the Northwestern side. The children of a couple of former professionals involved, but we'll touch on them when they've got a bit of possession, because it's the Wildcats again taking it on here, and they're up to the 10 as they head towards the box. Taken in by Dugmore. Good pickup again from Garrod as he leaves the field. Onto the pitch is William Gunner-Shord, another young player with some family here at the Junior Nationals. And now Northwest with a bit of time with the ball in hand, looking a little bit lonely out there at the moment is Kearney Leota. Torres Leota there, the ball just evades him. Gunner-Shord takes it on. Noah Evans-Mann. A great carry on the outside. Wildcats on their 5th touch here. Nice little show and go. They're all the way up to the 7. Dugmore sliding in. Across came Zara Thompson to make the touch. I think in the end the score is given. Dugmore goes over, the Wildcats out in front. This is an excellent carry from William Gunner-Shord. Drew in 2 defenders. And set through Harry Dugmore for the opening try 3 minutes in here. And this would be a great result for the Wildcats as they look to chase down Northwest Touch. Now though, carried on by Torres Leota. Thompson at the half. Another carry from Harry Addyman. And they're up to the 7. Leota. Thompson. Leota again. Goes himself, sliding in from a long way out. But he was caught. Good defence from the Wildcats.
Guys, keep pressing.
Leota. One more pass should do it. Lovely hands. And the try is scored. Northwest Touch on the board to equalise. Good simple hands. I think it might be Frankie Leota there, number 1, who touches down. Good hands as well from Oliver Cadwalder in there as well. Oh, this is a nice carry from the turnover as well by Rocco Leilua. Here's a penalty. It will be the Wildcats back in possession. Oh, nice hands from the Wildcats, looking to get on the outside. Excellent touch. And for a long way out there, it was Carney Leota actually there who made the touch. And another one from Leota. So sent back to the mark. In fact, it's going to be a turnover as well. Good defence from Northwest. Game that really hangs in the balance here. Could go either way. First carry, Northwest through Fraser Shaw. Here is Leota. Laid back for Rocco Leilua. Leone Cocker there. Number 10 with another good carry. And all of a sudden, Northwest are just out of players there. Made a couple of changes, a bit too slow to react, and Wildcats have it back. It's rare you see an empty field like that as the ball is laid back. These players learning all the time, of course. There's the missed pass. Excellent take by the try scorer, Dugmore, who puts on the handbrake. Good ball as well in the meantime from the captain, Max Garrett. Good hands across the face of the defence. Josh Smith is caught. Noah Evans' man steps on the inside. Wildcats drive on again through Gorner Shord. Dugmore trying to take it on the spin. Asked a lot of him there. So still level here as we approach the 7-minute mark, halfway through the first half. Nice footwork from McMullen. Leo McMullen, a rugby league player at school, made it to the school's final at Wembley in June and won it against very strong Welsh opposition. Good carry by Zara Thompson. Makes it back to the 10. Torres Leota. On the spin, Frankie Leota just about can't hold on to it. Pass was very much behind them. Soft hands by the Wildcats in the meantime. Moving a little bit lateral at the moment, but they are heading towards the box. That's a great run. Dugmore there at the half. Flying out to make the touch, though. Torres Leota again involved. Oh, and there's the injection of pace that they were looking for, the Wildcats. Dugmore goes back against the grain. Just can't find the pass. Nice movement from the Wildcats. Morgan Sterling-Jones who got the attack underway. How about this run from Oliver Cadwallader? And they're up to the 10 as our first sign of rain starts to appear here at Riverside. We've gotten lucky so far, but the weather could be about to turn. Players will play on. Excellent footwork from Carney Leota. Teasing stuff for the Wildcats defence. And they're up over the half. And carry from Daniel Tuitupo, son of the former All Black. And what a run this is from Sione Cocker. All the way. Cocker touches down. He plays both touch, union and league. Sione Cocker, half Kiwi, half Tongan, hopes one day to represent one of those nations in one of those various formats. Could be touch, you know, as well, let's not forget. After Tonga's appearance at the most recent World Cup, New Zealand's long-standing pedigree in the sport. But Sione Cocker, well, has the Northwest in front with a great solo effort. Here come the Wildcats in response. What a take that is by Dugmore. Can't keep himself out of the game. Here goes Dominic Chambers in the bucket hat in true touch style. Nice footwork. Garrod plays quickly at half. Chambers again, 2-on-1. Finds the pass, race to the corner. Over go the Wildcats. We await the referee's whistle, but there it is. The try is given. What a game we've got on our hands here. 10 minutes in and we're all square again. Chambers draws in the defender. It's a good takeout wide. It needed some finishing. Over go the Wildcats again. Tap off from Northwest. Serious quality of rugby on show from these under 12s, let's not forget. Great technical ability in the sides. Rocco Leua. Leua looking impressive out there, as is McMullen. There's the missed pass. A great ball as well. Frankie Leota had a lot of work to do. I think they got across to make the touch. Excellent defending from the Wildcats. McMullen gets it on the return. Might go himself, diving from long range. Dugmore sticks his hand up, and he has made the touch. Wildcats have the turnover. And Chambers gets us started. Max Garrod trying to get away from one, has to return to the mark. Tugmore at the half, here come the substitutes for the Wildcats. Stepping onto the outside, Evans' man. That's a nicely weighted pass. Important touch made by Leo Dyer. Good ball for Dugmore. And back on the inside as well. What a try that is. And it's William Goddard, try assister turned scorer, who gets it on the inside from Dugmore and scores for the Wildcats. Wow, what a try that was. The Wildcats go in front. A great score. In the meantime, though, it's Cocker taking it on. As is Torres Leota. Here's Addyman. Lays it back at the 7. Leota. Cooling up the defence. They've got to come and get him. Takes the touch. Good pick up from Cocker. Leota again slides in. Well, they're happy with it behind the try line there, the Northwest fans, and well, they've equalised in the blink of an eye. 2.5 minutes still to come in this first half, and once again, we're all square. So here come the Wildcats in response. Ashton Grinsill, whose sister is playing in the women's 14 side, taking it on. Dugmore again. Good pick up from Stanley Baxter there. Back inside again from Grinsill. But that's all 6 touches up for the Wildcats. 2 minutes to go, maybe one more chance for Northwest to get in front in this first half. Well, hint of a touch there on Cadwallader. It is given. Nice footwork again from Tui Tupo. And here goes Leilua to the outside, trying to pick out Frankie Leota just beyond that wide channel. Dugmore with a good carry for the Wildcats. Just a minute to go. Maybe they'll have a chance. Oh, it's a turnover. Dyer with the carry. Leilua goes really wide and loses possession there. So that might bring an end to the scoring in this first half, unless the Wildcats can go coast to coast here, and they are in behind. Here's Dugmore with a lot of work to do. Great cover getting across there, Zara Thompson to put the pressure on, and the final pass is wayward. So just 10 seconds to go. Well, there's the buzzer. Well, the Junior Nationals is full of surprises as the final touch is made on the far side by Zachary Miller. Who knew that our most thrilling game of the day so far was going to come in the under-12s division? It's a tantalising affair here. So tight between the two sides. At the moment, it's 3 tries apiece between Northwest Touch and the Wildcats. The Wildcats desperate for a win to keep themselves in touching distance of a place in the final. Second half still to come here between these two talented under-12 sides, the Northwest Touch and the Wildcats, locked up at 3 tries apiece with 15 minutes still to play.
Well, that brings on half now. Ladies and officials, 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 30 seconds, please take to the field, ready to play.
Well, we've got a real game on our hands here in the under-12s division. Northwest touch, pegged back level by the West Wildcats, and vice versa, time and time again in this important pool game. The Wildcats sit just behind Northwest touch in the table. They need a win here in order to fight their way back into contention for a spot in the final. And they're going the right way about it. However, though, it's a tap-off from the Northwest, and Leo McMullen takes it on. Here's the try scorer, Sione Cocker, one of 3 for Northwest in that first half. Rocco Leilua, bit of space out wide. Oh, what a tip pick-off that is, off the toes to dot down and score. Oh, forward pass is given, and the commentator's curse is struck again here. It was an excellent ball to find Fraser Shaw. The Wildcats have it back and they head towards the box. Plenty of eager players on this near touchline, ready to take to the field. That's a great transitional run. Exactly what you need from Ifan Roberts. And great line speed again from Carney Leota. Nice run up through the centre from Ashton Grinsell. Few more touches to play with here. Morgan Sterling-Jones at the half. Up to the 7. Sterling-Jones again. Has Baxter to his right and Grinsell to his left. Draws the defenders up. Doesn't claim the touch there. Leo McMullen does well to win the turnover. Now this game in the second half is as tight as it was in the first. The Wildcats, though, have the Northwest where they want to keep them. Northwest touch. Driving up towards the box, lacking a bit of momentum and lacking a half at the moment. Good reactions from Torres Leota to keep the attack alive. Carried on by Jack Hughes. Referees across the Wirral community in tagged as the number 6 Hughes in support of the Merseyside Police Sale Sharks Foundation. Brother Josh also playing in the under-14 category. Oh, what a read that is. Great line speed, top work from Doug Moore to shut down Dyer. Nice hands out wide in the meantime from Leota. Bit of space to run into for Oliver Cadwallader. But in the end, it's Wildcats' possession again from a position where they should be able to carve out a strike at the line. Great work in defence from Leota again. Nice ball to find Doug Moore. Can't get on the outside of Dyer. Up to the halfway again, working hard in defence, Torres Leota. A few fresh faces on the field for the Wildcats. Dom Chambers amongst them. That's the final touch for the West side. In the end, taken on by Garrod. Northwest touch, still a long way from home. Carried in by Addyman. Leota goes lateral, and there's the switch back on the inside. Nice footwork to break away from one. In the end, Doug Moore catches his man, and Coldwater has to wear it back. Addyman teasing the defence. Chambers gets the touch. Lifted off the deck by Zara Thompson. Great ball. Great delay on the pass from Leota. Carried in by Frankie Leota this time. McMullen shows and goes and gets on the outside. Great run from McMullen, weaving his way through. In the end is caught. But great meters made from Northwest touch. This is looking threatening. Here's Coker. Oh, just a miscount there, unfortunately, from Jenny Coker. They touched for a few years ago with his dad. Lives and breathes rugby in the family, as they've said. As all great families should, in my humble opinion. Taken on by Tuitopu. Nice soft hands. Here's Coker changing the pace of the attack and picking it up. Tuitopu again at the half. McMullen. Oh, almost a fantastic take off the deck from Coker. You know what McMullen was trying to do there, just cut out a few Wildcat defenders, but in the end, it remains 3-3 with 5 minutes into this second half, still no score. Doug Moore hits the box, and here come the changes. The ball just rolls into touch. A little bit unfortunate there. So Fraser Shaw rolls it back. It's lifted up by Carney Leota. A third of 3 Leotas in this under-12 side. Coker switches direction, switches with McMullen, who frees the hands, trying to evade the touch, but the ball goes down. So it's Wildcat possession again. Camped in their own half, however, the last few minutes, the Wildcats. It's a better bit of movement to try and get away from Noah Evans' man. Lying out to make the touch again, the Northwest. Lifted over the top. Nice movement again from Evans' man. Eventually he's caught. Has to retreat back to the centre of the field on the 10-metre line. Just a couple more touches for the Wildcats to try and create something here. That's a nice ball. Over to the left wing. Some good footwork to cut inside as well. He's gone ashore. Smith. Evans' man. Looking for that long pass to pick out Doug Moore, just undercooked it a touch. Shaw back to collect for Northwest. Great carry from Coker. Well, just lifted into no man's land there. Asking a lot of Dyer there. He began playing touch after watching the brother play at the Nationals last year. Trains with the Wirral Tigers alongside teammate Henry Addyman. But here go the Wildcats with a few more touches to play with. Great line speed in defence by Cadwallader. Roberts. Great pass for Doug Moore. They just overshot the line, the Northwest, a little bit on that left wing of theirs, and in the end, great weight on the pass from Roberts to pick out Doug Moore, who has another score. 2 for him in the game so far. Looks a little bit casual, but it's actually a really well-weighted ball from Roberts. Doug Moore in for his second score.
He's dead on. Yeah, of course. I've got. Is that everybody? I've got all his records. Thank you.
The touch made by Northwest, and they turn it over as well. And this time actually it's Rocco Leilua turns it over. Leilua, Leota out there in the middle. Northwest looking to get back in the team. They want to draw the penalty for not retreating, but they don't get it just yet. Nice show and go. Rocco Leilua is over for Northwest. And in the blink of an eye, they've equalised again. Wildcats weren't in front for long. Nice work between Torres Leota and Rocco Leilua. First try of the game for Rocco Leilua. The Wildcats now looking for a response. Garrod, Chambers. There's Thomas Donaldson. A bit of space over on the left if they can find it. Running laterally there, and a great chase by Jack Hughes. Northwest deny them for now, but here come the Wildcats again. Garrod. Change of direction, desperate to keep the attack alive. Daniel Wilcoxon, interception, and we're off to the races then. McMullen is away, and McMullen will saunter home. Great read by Leo McMullen, the rugby league player, also shining on the touch field at under-12s. And for the first time in what feels like an age, Northwest are back in front. Desperate to keep the attack alive. Wilcoxon was there to pick out a teammate, but the long reach of McMullen plucked it out the sky and ran it home. Wildcats behind, still with 4 minutes to play. Plenty of time to get back in the contest. What a game it's been. Both sides would be worthy winners. Gonashord takes touch. Quick pickup. Gonashord wants it on the return. Out wide they go. Hat-trick for Doug Moore. Was the touch made? The try is given. It's a hat-trick for Doug Moore. What an occasion. Under the lights here in the live stream on Riverside. Doug Moore goes over. And we're level again. To have your try given by the CEO of England Touch, Chris Simon, as well. That's a nice memory. Combination of Lois Lau and Chris Simon giving your score is a great moment for any touch player. Two referees out there at the moment. Along with, of course, Ash Grimsey on the live stream yesterday. All-star lineup at the refereeing team here, and it's an excellent performance by Northwest as they slide in for another, but this time turned away at the door, Torres Leota. 3 minutes to go, we're still level here. Northwest touch with one more touch at the line, picked up by Coldwater. Here's Leilua. Leilua, show and go! All the way through, sliding into score. And what a score it is from Rocco Leilua. A second try. He gave that a real wind up there to sell Harry Dugmore, who had to track his winger outside. Northwest touch back in front again with 2 minutes to go. Wildcats still with time here to level it up in this tit-for-tat game of touch. Here's Chambers. Oh, nice ball. Dugmore away to the right. Great take. Under pressure from Fraser Shaw. Donaldson lifts it off the deck. Chambers takes the touch. Good pickup from Donaldson. Garrod flashes it across. Excellent touch from Swanee Coker. And Swanee Coker in the end has won the penalty. Great work from the Northwest number 10. Still 2 minutes to play, so time for the Wildcats to get it back here. Northwest need to be squeaky clean. Nice footwork from McMullen, away from two. Good touch made by Chambers. Here is Swanee Coker. Finds the pass to pick out one of the many Leotas. This one of the Carney variety. Oh, flicked out the back door from Coker. I think it's been given as touch and pass, unfortunately there. 1 minute to go for the Wildcats. They got 6 touches inside the Northwest half. Garrod takes the first. Chambers with the pickup. Garrod again. Where's the space? Good touch made by Carney Leota. Chambers weaving through. Garrod 2-on-1. Back inside by Dugmore. Down goes Garrod. Up goes the hand from Addyman and Leota. And it's not been given. And I think it's going to be touch and pass. Or a forward pass. One of two. Down went Garrod. The touchline on this short side erupted. But that might be the game. Northwest touch may have done it. They may have secured their place in the final with victory here. Suone Coker, great carry, floats one over the top. What a ball! And suddenly they could be away to seal the game. Over goes Jack Hughes. What a pass by Suone Coker. Here it is, just lifts it over the top. Lois Lau calls it flat, as does Ash Grimsey. No forward pass there, and on the stroke of the buzzer, it is a win for Northwest Touch. But what a game in this under-12s pool. Can you believe the technical skill on show from both these sides? The best game of the day so far. It's a 7-5 victory in the end for Northwest Touch. And that may well have secured their place in the final, which will be live here on Pitch 1 at Riverside in the Junior Nationals at 1:20. They'll take on the Midlands Tigers in that game. A precursor to that final will be at 10 to 12 this afternoon. So we'll let you know all of the results as they come in. But live on Pitch 1, a fantastic game. The West Wildcats unfortunately couldn't hold on against this talented Northwest Touch side. Up next here on Riverside, we return to the under-17 boys competition, and it's a crucial game for these two regions as the West Wildcats take on the Northwest Warriors. Second place is third in the under-17s category, where only two can go through to the final. That's the next game live here from the English Touch Association Junior Nationals, live with Next Gen 15 here in Nottingham. It's a massive game in the under-17s division here at the ETA Junior Nationals. The Wildcats have just one more game in the pool stage. They're currently top of the tree on 17 points. The undefeated Midlands Tigers are hot at their heels, however, and a win for Northwest could well see the Wildcats fall out of final contention altogether, as they still have another game against the Taipans, which they're expected to win. Josh Henderson back alongside me, and this is a crucial game for the fate of that final later on this afternoon.
No, very exciting game. I think both teams will come out the blocks flying. Looks like Northwest have just slowed it down a bit, trying to get their final strike on the line.
And it is Northwest with possession deep on the 7 here. There comes the pass from Dylan Sharp, whose dad is also the coach today. Thanks, David Sharp, for giving up your time. His brother is also playing in the boys 17s category, Ethan.
Yeah, it's good to see all those family connections all throughout touch. And I think if we look in the West team, number 14, Isaac, is the brother of Theo, who's the on-field ref at the moment.
Well, I hope that doesn't have any impact on the game. I'm sure it won't, given the excellent standard of refereeing we've seen so far. That's a great ball out wide, and Charles Garnachard, after his younger brother's excellent performance in the under-12s game between Northwest, we saw just a moment ago, has opened up the scoring. The Maidenhead man put him behind with his excellent looping run. It's a good ball as well from Ziggy Conahan, part of that men's under-18 training squad in the Staffordshire Stormers. But a great start to the game for the Wildcats, and a win here would see themselves through to the final. They'll have done all they can, and I think it should be enough to secure their place in the top 2. Great start to the game, Josh.
Great start to the game. We're looking here for Liam, number 70, to pull the strings for the Northwest. Picks up, hits the hole, but unfortunately closed very quickly.
Reese Houghton Dunn just caught at the line. Brother also playing for the Northwest.
Let's see if the West have changed up how they subbed yesterday. When we watched them first, the other Northwest team, they went straight to the box, where now it looks like they go a bit more direct.
Well, that's a good carry down the right-hand tram line, and they hit the box well. Carried on once again, this time by Norton, part of that mixed open side who won gold at the most recent Junior Euros, but it's a turnover for Northwest. A bit of a scrappy start, Josh, in this game.
Yeah, I think both teams still trying to find their feet. Good that the West got one up early. Maybe a bit of a scrappy try, but good execution. But now it's just who finds their rhythm the fastest and who can keep into that groove and keep grinding forward.
This is, as we said, the final pool game for the Wildcats. The Northwest still have a game in hand after this one. But a defeat, I think mathematically the Wildcats are through. Only the Midlands Tigers slip-up could allow the Northwest through to the final. They're still undefeated, of course. It could be up for a Midlands West final, Josh. Pretty exciting stuff.
That would be, I think, based on what I've seen this weekend, that probably would be the most exciting game to watch. We've got to see here if the West can use their hands. Down from Mao, number 1.
Here's Randolph with the scoop.
Oh, loss of control, unfortunately.
Well, it's a defensive set for the Wildcats. Picked up by the Northwest by Tao Nurse. And there he is again, taking the touch. It's Wilkinson. Carried on by Dylan Sharp. Nice ball. Sharp again. The pass is behind. Touch and pass in the end, so it won't matter.
Yeah, unfortunately for Liam, I think he telegraphed the pass a little bit too much, and as soon as it came off, he was just touched just before that.
Well, there's so much to play for in this under-17s game. That's excellent footwork for now, though. We'll bring you all the results as well from the girls under-17 pool fixtures, which have now finished. So we've got our semi-finals and we've got our playoffs for the remaining 2 spots in those semi-final games, which will be live later on this afternoon. For now, though, here's the co-captain, Ethan Gallagher, finds a good pass, and there could be in for another here. Charles Cornishard has a second.
Lovely, lovely individual bit of skill there by Ethan Gallagher to just isolate his defender, draw the link in, and then it was lovely hands from Ziggy to Charles on the wing, and Charles dots down for his second.
Cornishard has another. Well, big play by the Wildcats. Inside 5 minutes, they've gone 2 up. Northwest need to steady themselves here. Picked up by Rhys Hallam-Dunn. Carried on by Tom Davis. Davis back inside to Tom Lowe. Hallam-Dunn up to the 7, still going, no touch there, and he might go alone, sliding in. Across
wonderful.
came Chambers to make the touch, but the score has been given, and Northwest cut the deficit.
Great work there from number 35 to just sort of pull out the touch a little bit when he wasn't what he wanted, and exploited the space, and beautiful dive, and a lovely throwback to the halfway behind the back.
For now, though, the Wildcats are back in Northwest territory.
Looking to use Gabe at the link there.
Great pickup, nice step on the inside. Gabe Nicholson pulled the handbrake and sent 2 defenders the wrong way. And now it's 3-1 to the Wildcats.
So yeah, lovely quickie there from Gabe, just really isolating his defender, forcing the saver, so there number 70 Liam to tuck under. Probably tucked under a little bit too much, and Gabe used his quick agility and his footwork to step and go round.
Well, the top try scorer at the mixed open under 15s, in the most recent Junior Euros, where England were gold medal winners. Serious talent in the making, playing up at this under 17s level. The drive from Davis, change of direction though from Northwest, back on the inside. Had to free the hands to keep the attack alive. Davis ends up back with it. Punched over the top, but it's dropped onto the Riverside turf. So Wildcats again look to exit. Well, they make it box side. Here come the changes. An excellent start to the game as they're up to halfway, taken in by Ben McInnes.
Looks like the Northwest are really working on that line speed, but unfortunately once or twice called for going a bit too early, so had to slow down and sort of killed their defensive momentum and allowed for the West to capitalise on that.
Great ball over the top from Chambers there, and then the ball back inside just patted down. So 6 touches for the Wildcats. George Norton turns on the afterburners. Oxford. Well, that's unfortunate, Josh. Big opportunity missed for the Wildcats.
Yeah, unfortunately for George, they're just not quite rolling it right and gets the turnover, but he's got to work hard now for his team to make up for that. And it looks like the West are working hard, preventing the Northwest from getting to their box.
Another international Norton, and mixed 15s level.
And the brother of an under-18 international, Lucas Norton.
Well, it's a seriously impressive touch-playing family. Tom Lowe heads towards the touchline, but has to cough it up. Wildcats, Josh, have just had all the time with the ball in hand so far.
Yeah, you've got to have the ball. You've got to have the ball to score tries. But as I say that, I think commentators curse, lose the ball.
Looms its head for the first time today.
And a bit of a scramble now for the Wildcats. Can we see the Northwest capitalise on that mistake?
Big opportunity for the Northwest. Here's Rhys Hallam-Dunn, puts it back on the inside. Hallam-Dunn at the hut-off. Now they look to open up the field. There's the long pill. Interception. And away we go. Down the right-hand side. Patrick Hunting, Charles Cornishard will stroll in with the freedom of the Riverside turf on either side. What a score and what a time to do it. Inside 10 minutes, the Wildcats have another.
Lovely, lovely score by Charles there. I think you'd want to watch it back, but I don't think you'd want to zoom in on his facial expressions. It looked a bit like a dog out of a window, if I have to say so.
Well, Tal Nurse gave the pass. It was the right option as well, but it was a great read by Gonashard. And he runs the length. And he's still out there to fill the defensive set as well, Josh. Great commitment by the young winger.
I would be on my hands and knees getting a lot of water on if I had to run that length there.
But there he is, still playing half. A hat-trick already inside 10 minutes. And then Randolph heads off the field as he gives the pass. Gonashard still out there. Excellent work from him. Touch taken by Dan Brown. Another under-18 international, almost slipping through was Ethan Gallagher. In the end, 6 touches up. But what a start for the Wildcats. And those kind of mistakes can creep in, Josh, when you're under pressure like this.
Yeah, I think Liam there thought he might have to make a play just to get the Northwest back into it, and took his eye off the ball, split second too early, and results in a drop ball. Can the West? Oh,
well, that's a bit loose from the touch. Eventually put down. I think it's going to be a penalty.
yeah, it looks like it. Just trying to. I don't think he was going up hard enough. That probably what the penalty was for. Looks like Thomas put a bit more there, a bit more effort in going forward.
Sliding in over on the left-hand side. Kept out this time by the Northwest. It was Cat Hubbard there who gave the penalty on the refereeing team. This time it's flashed out wide and they will have another score.
Oh, Theo Oxford on the far side has his arm across his chest, which means he has something to say about it, and I think he'll be giving us a forward pass, which is very unfortunate because it would have looked an amazing try.
Good pill from Gallagher, but just forward. Stanley Wilcoxon denied. Another player whose younger brother was just in action at the under-12s, another Maidenhead representative in this West Wildcats team. That's a tough turnover to give away though, Josh.
That was a big win for the Northwest there to get that turnover on the penalty, but to cough it off on transition again, I think it's a bit of a coach killer. But let's see if they can defend it out.
Here's Ziggy Conahan looking to put in Gonashard again. But it's a penalty, I think, again at the 7. And the West Wildcats are really establishing their dominance in this half so far. Conahan, Brown, opens up the field. That's another long ball, and another one that's just beyond Stanley Wilcoxon.
I think Ethan Gallagher's been watching too much of the NCAA. Few quarterback passes there, so just needs to work on getting those hands going backwards and the ball flying a bit more backwards.
So the Northwest with a drive. They're a long way from their box, but they'll take it up over halfway. Lifted off the deck by Dylan Sharp, who wants on the return. Bit of space in behind for Nurse, but eventually it's a turnover. Well, Josh, the penalty count is certainly higher for one side than the other at the moment.
It's definitely hard to get into a game if you're giving away that many penalties, so it just has to come from the box. Quiet word from the coach maybe just to reiterate.
Lovely take on the left by Wilcoxon, but he is caught just inside the Northwestern half. But a bit of momentum perhaps for the Wildcats.
Let's see if they can use this momentum.
Here's Brown again.
Going a bit sideways, so someone just needs to... Nice from George there to stay on, go a bit more forward.
Gonashard at the half. Isaac Oxford freshly onto the field. Oxford throws a dummy. Hayden Chambers. Well, another penalty, but a part of the field where it won't bother them too much.
Now, I always say, if you give away a penalty on the other team line, it's fine, but you don't want to be giving away penalties on your line, just
Quick
like the
tap from
Northwest have
Oxford,
done.
who's scooping through. And he touches down.
Great.
Touched on the way through.
Great defence there by Tal Nurse to just scramble and make the touch for his team.
Big chance then for the Wildcats. Chambers lifts it to Oxford. Another good touch, this time from Stan Wilkinson. Chambers again. His brother was playing in that under-12 team a moment ago. His dad's coaching under-14s as well. There he is, Chambers, lifting it. Show and go from Norton. But I think it's another penalty. That's what's triggered the cheer. In fact, it's been given. An offside call allows Norton to stroll in unopposed. And he's got himself another try.
Yeah, a bit like football there. Advantage was played, went through, scored the try, and means the try is allowed to be given. So, and lovely listening from George to the ref there.
Looks so nonchalant on the way through as well. Wildcats have opened up a pretty commanding lead here before the half-time. What a run that is, though, by Tom Lowe. Northwest would love a try before the break. They've only got one touch to do it. Lowe, inside and out, flicks it out the back door as he had to do. But right before half-time, Wildcats have a fifth, and they are in control of this important under-17 tie. A place in the final on the line. The Northwest Warriors could see their championship ambitions halted here, and we could be setting up a Tigers Wildcat final if they can cling on here. Josh, they absolutely deserve to be in the position they are in.
Definitely, I think the word used there, control, sums up perfectly. I think from the first tap, the Wildcats have been in total control of this game and not really let the Northwest into it, and just see if they can hold this control for the second half going forward.
Wildcats on top. A defeat here for the Northwest means they'd be relying on the Tigers to drop points on the way through. At the moment, though, it's all Western Wildcat ball. They lead by 5-1 with 15 minutes to play in the under-17s competition here at the ETA Junior Nationals. 15 minutes more to play here. Josh Henderson alongside me. Josh, do the Northwest have what it takes to get back into this game? It's a pretty tight-knit Wildcats group, as we were just seeing at half-time.
Yeah, the Wildcats are a very tight unit, but I think similarly the Northwest will be equally as close. I think the game will come to, if we look over to the Northwest box, they don't have that many subs. They're spread quite thin, so they'll need to start putting scores on quite quickly. Otherwise, I feel this game could go away for them purely on their fitness.
Well, it's a Wildcat tap-off, and they're up to the 7. And they've won a penalty as well. This is looking ominous for the Northwest, Josh.
We'll see what they look to run here. I'm assuming it'll be some sort of link quickie on either edge, maybe the left edge, yeah.
McInnes, good ball back onto the left-hand side to find Nicholson, and then the change of direction. Randolph whips it wide. That's a lovely weighted pass. Down goes Stanley Wilcoxon, denied twice with a forward pass in the first half. But this time, he will get the score.
Got his try finally. Great patience. And a lovely pick-up from the link quickie, and a lovely pass from Malachi to the wing.
Third time's a charm for Stanley Wilcoxon, who is off the mark. But now, though, it's Northwest's turn to respond. A good carry from Nurse. What do they have to offer? They now trail by 5 tries. Hallam Dunn. Low. Hallam Dunn. Hits the line. Low puts some pace on it. Excellent ball to pick out Nurse. Tao Nurse dots down for Northwest's second score.
Excellent try there from the Northwest, and exactly what they needed, just nullified the West try there. So we're back to sort of even for this half, and it will see this game continues like this. Obviously the West would get the ascendancy, but we need a big stop here from the Northwest to prevent that from happening.
Here come the Wildcats. Excellent work in defence from Dylan Sharp. Halt the momentum for now. Putting some pace on the ball, Isaac Oxford. Norton, Oxford. Norton takes the touch. Oxford picks out Hayden Chambers, who returns it in kind. And there's the penalty.
Yeah, I saw those two trying to work on the play during half-time, and I think they tried running it there, but I feel it might need a little bit more workshopping before they can get it back out in another game. But penalty conceded there, and the Northwest drive out from their box extremely well.
That's a nice ball. Tom Davis puts the stopper on, changes direction. Is Adam Wilner. Davis forced to turn it over. Tom Davis. There's a lot of cricket alongside his touch. Apparently so. Multi-sport athlete. Oh, lovely show and go. The Wildcats carving through again. And this time, it's Isaac Oxford, the co-captain, who scores.
Great show and go. And I, unfortunately for Isaac, think his brother did beat him in the foot race there. So I think Theo does have the bragging rights in that case.
There he is as he returns to the halfway. His brother taking him on. Great to see. The two Nottingham locals. And well, he scored on his home ground, Isaac Oxford. Fresh off the back of his gold medal campaign with England under-18s at the Junior Euros in Vichy. Could be on his way to another final here in the under-17 Junior Nationals. Here's Nurse looking to get the better of McInnes, and I think he has touched it down. Good reactions, though, from McInnes to get back on side and make the touch.
So it looked like there Theo was calling offside, but I think Ben made it on the line just in time, but it's still a penalty for the obstruction. So let's see if the Northwest through Tao Nurse can get a try. And Liam, oh.
Well, you can see what Lawton was trying to do there, Josh, but it just hasn't gone to plan.
Yeah, I feel both of them on the same length, but just same wavelength. But unfortunately for Liam, the pass didn't come off. But it looks like the Northwest have been marched a few metres, potentially for some back chat from Tao Nurse to Theo. So not ideal for them.
No, Jack Harris also out there in the middle. Touch on halfway, the Wildcats still driving on. Here's the hat-trick man, gone ashore at the half. Oh, lovely show and go, and then the late delivery from the captain Gallagher, but it hasn't stuck this time.
Interesting attempted pass there from Ethan, but now worked hard in defence again, made up for his mistake, and the West look like they've got their pistons working well, but as I say that, the Northwest start passing around them.
Gallagher up in the line, gets his hand to it. The other co-captain, the number 8, also hailing from Nottingham. That's a good pickup. Steps off the right this time, does Dylan Sharp. Bright out there, Tom Lowe. Lowe again, gives it wide, but not wide enough. Ollie Smith takes the catch, but is put under pressure by the Wildcat winger. Alum Dunn. Lowe whips it back to the left-hand side. Sharp there at the half. Hallam Dunn in the middle. Wants to find the inside ball to Sharp, but it's another interception. A second interception. And this time, Gallagher will go all the way.
Lovely, lovely break there from Ethan. I think, unfortunately, in the Northwest attack, that inside pass was slightly too telegraphed, and Ethan read it and picked it off and showed a clean pair of heels to go the length, go coast to coast.
Another under-18 international for England. Went all the way, unchallenged. Gallagher has sealed the game with 10 minutes still to play, as the Wildcats go 8-2 in front. 8.5 left on the clock. I think that's always a real marker. It's pretty hard to score more than a try a minute. And that's what they need to do here. They need 7 tries to turn this around in just 8 minutes. Could be one on here, though. That's an excellent ball from Liam Lawton.
Well read from Charles on the wing there, just to see the ball go across and make the touch.
Wildcats head towards the box. Stepping inside and out. Nicholson, and here's Randolph. Excellent pickup by McInnes. Randolph again. Missed pass. There's the man on the inside, and just caught him off balance, Josh Tucker.
That would be a harsh penalty to give. I think he was off balance. And I think they've just given it as a touch pass, which is probably the unbalance of it, fair. But they have just lost it in the next touch, so...
when the game's going against you, can't give away penalties like that. Here's Malachi Randolph, another 18s international from the Thames Valley club. The space just opens up for Nicholson, who's got the wheels. He's caught just before the line.
Good touch. Ooh.
Oh, Nicholson does well to keep a hold of that.
Yeah, test the hamstrings, that one.
Randolph back on the inside to find McInnes. Coach's player of the tournament in the mixed 18s competition, number 18. Number 4, sorry, McInnes, here he is again.
Gosh, I don't know what happened there. Everyone seems to be on the floor.
Just a couple of loose passes, but in the end, a penalty for the Wildcats. Randolph has it in the centre. Here's Nicholson. Randolph. Nicholson again, sliding in himself. Gave the late ball for Charles Cornershaw's 4th score, but in the end, it's a turnover.
Yeah, I think Gay was in 2 minds there, whether to pass or run through, and unfortunately made the decision slightly too late, and it was giving us a touch pass.
There's the touch out of the line from Tucker, another mixed 15s international, recent gold medal winner. Good pickup. Here come the Northwest. Nicely weighted ball from Lawton, but in the end the ball is loose. The Northwest miss out again. Well, this is a pretty impressive performance by the Wildcats against what is realistically one of the other top 3 teams in the division, Josh.
It's been a very impressive performance. I'm sure they'll be very happy with it. A few things they could still work on sort of technically, but game plan wise, I think they've got it spot on, and they seem to be executing what their coach is asking from what I'm hearing from their box, which is always a good sign as a coach.
Well, your pre-game prediction of 8-2 as well is looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, I've got my fingers crossed. Hopefully,
a quiet 5 minutes in order.
one for the purists. Hopefully, the next 5 minutes where it's a 0-0 grind. But I'm sure the Wildcats wouldn't mind this as a scoreline.
Well, sound the alarm, because the sun is threatening to break through the overcast skies here in Nottingham, and it's shining down almost on this excellent Wildcat performance. Nice soft hands though from Tom Davis. Get the Northwest on the roll. I think that's going to be a penalty in their favour as well. Oh, it's a turnover instead, Josh.
Yeah, I think it was a touch from the side, so I believe it should be a penalty to the Northwest. And yes, they're giving it as a penalty to the Northwest.
Davis looked pretty bemused there. He'll be happy to have it back. Sharp. Good touch made by Gallagher.
It's one of the beauties of touch, where there's a team of refs and they can all communicate and integrate together and work together to get the right decision, which is seen just then.
Sharp at the half. Low. Sharp again with a pick-up. Low takes it to the line, gives the late pass, and it clatters backwards off a Wildcat hand. And in the end, a forward pass is given. Just not clicking for Northwest.
Definitely. I feel Tom there had a very similar thing to Gabe a minute ago, where he was in half a mind to dive, half a mind to run through, and sort of made his decision slightly too late. It's almost, you have to make a decision before the decision is there. So if I'm diving at a foot, hoping it moves out of the way, sort of thing.
Well, I think that's just a touch there. Not assured can tap and play away. The Wildcats driving up towards halfway. Still 3 minutes to go. 8-2 they lead. This win in their final game of the pool stage should guarantee themselves a place in the final. Good pick-up, options left and right. That is a fantastic ball to keep the attack alive from Isaac Oxford. But in the end, they just run out of touches.
Yeah, again, probably a little bit of miscommunication between George and Isaac in the mids there, with George going round whilst also Hayden running that link quickie. But lovely defence to nullify that releasing pass from Isaac.
Well, here come the Northwest again, but that's a penalty to turn it over. Well, as we approach the conclusion here of this game, Josh, you've seen a bit of the Tigers as well this weekend. That's likely to be the final, our closing game of the day at 4:20. Any thoughts on how that could go?
I think that will be one in the midfield. It will be which team can stop the other team from going to the line, because once both at the line, I think the Midlands probably have the better threat going forward once you're at the 7. But as we've seen in their defensive record, the Wildcats, they're not letting many tries through, so it will be a very end-to-end game, in my opinion.
And it is the best defensive record in the competition. Before this game, they conceded just 14, which is pretty fantastic. The second best defence was the Northwest Warriors. That record's been turned over due to this performance.
It's the old adage, defence wins championships and attack decides for how much. And when you've got a great defence and a great attack, it really does help.
Almost an interception. Instead, it'll be 6 more. It's a good point, Josh, but we should also mention that the Wildcats are also the top scorers in the competition.
Well, they've got it all, haven't they?
They've racked up 50 tries with this game. Average of, 50 tries in 6 games. Pretty impressive performances overall.
That's very impressive. I don't have the mental maths to do the average off the top of my head.
No, I just thought I'd throw it out there in case you latched onto it.
Big Falcon there, and big Falcon there on the Lynx head. Not sure what the outcome will be of it, but looks like he's okay.
No, Oxford and Harris in conversation as referees. And in the end, I think it's going to be Northwest ball at the 7.
Penalty here to the Northwest. with only a few minutes to go. So again, we talked about this in the last under-17 game, a bit of pride here and a bit of sort of individual sort of want and desire to score for your team, just like Tom Lowe has done there.
Great line from Lowe, straight through the centre. The Northwest right on the buzzer, do have a third try. It won't be enough to turn over the Wildcats, who have done all they can to make their way through to the final. Their only defeat so far in the competition has come to the side they may meet in that final, the Midlands Tigers, who still have a game to play. Well, Northwest Warriors still with an outside chance of making it through to the final game, depending on results elsewhere. But Josh, the Wildcats deserve to be in that final.
100%. The Wildcats again showing their maturity in attack, but also their tenacity in defence. Working as a team, you can see sort of them being in the box close to us, how together they are as a team, and I think in games like that it really shows and really helps them get that cohesion and control of the game.
Well, in 10 minutes time we return to the under-14 competition. It's the semi-finals. The Northwest Bulls take on the Southwest Saxons, while over on pitch 2 the Wildcats take on the Tigers. But we've got the Bulls v the Saxons live for you on pitch 1. Thanks very much for coming on and talking to us, Josh.
No, thank you again, and I'm sure I'll be back very soon.
We hope to have you back for this under-17s final later on today. The next game, though, it's semi-final time in the under-14s competition. Well, it's crunch time here at the ETA Junior Nationals. It's our first knockout game of the day in its truest form. It's a semi-final in the under-14 boys competition. It's the Northwest Bulls who take on the Southwest Saxons. I'm delighted to be joined by Theo Edwards, referee, coach, player, coaching the Wildcats here at the under-17s boys competition. Also had a successful time over in France, coaching England under-18s as an assistant as they won gold. Thanks for being here, Theo.
No worries. Yeah, it's been a good touch season overall. So got a lot done, and finally a good tournament to cap it all off. Always love a good junior nationals to finish off.
Absolutely, the Northwest Bulls undefeated with their excellent record. They were straight through to the semi-finals after the pool stage. The Saxons had to take down the 5th place Northwest Broncos. They've already been defeated 7-1 by this Bulls side earlier on in the week. But, well, all form goes out the window in a semi-final as the first chance of the day goes begging for the Bulls.
Yeah, the Bulls looking to run that 32 platform, kicking to the short side. I think he managed to actually get outside his leg, which is good speed, but just loses it trying to get that finish.
Well, here comes the first breakaway of the day. It was this morning, that the Bulls put 7 past the Saxons. That man who's just left the field, Joe Banahan at number 2, was the only one to break the score sheet for the Saxons. But they'll be fired up for this one, Theo. A real semi-final that they've worked hard to get to with that playoff victory as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's knockout touch. You know, anything can happen. The pool games don't really mean anything. Once you get to this stage, it's all psychological. And, you know, plenty of people have been keeping stuff in the tank, ready for the knockout games. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
And a good turnover by Frankie Wheeler. Here goes one of the key players for Northwest Bulls, Adam Peacock. Scored a bucket load of tries so far today. And yesterday as well, for the top scorers in the under-14s competition. Here he goes again, Peacock opening up the space, finding the pass, but it's just beyond Juniper out wide.
Northwest running their quickie setup in the middle, so just takes the dump, steps over the ball, receives it back off the half and looks to attack the outside. And quite a lot of space out there. It's a good pill, but just over his head.
Well, it's a pretty excellent record for the Northwest Bulls. They've scored 48 tries in their 5 games, Theo. It's a pretty ridiculous scoring record. They also have the best defence, having conceded just 13.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially when you get to under 14 level. If you've got a few players that have been in and around an England 15 squad and have received that coaching from a higher level, then you really do see the payoff. And it's also great to see that Northwest are mixing in their girls and their boys teams as well. Fionn Wheatley on the wing, absolutely bossing it as usual.
Fionn Wheatley's had an excellent weekend there at the half. Here's another key man, Joe Speakman. And the ball from Graham, just behind Juniper again. Finding himself in some good positions, Charlie Juniper. Just needs the service in front of him.
Yeah, brought back for a touch and pass earlier on, so it's good defence from the Saxons getting up, applying the pressure.
There's one of the co-captains, Dean, who takes it on. And they're almost up to halfway then, the Saxons. Banahan into the path of Dylan Hone. And they hit the box and make some changes. On comes Isaac Reeves, another Hornet from Western Supermare. Reggie Searle out there as well. Here's Rufus Whitford. And then on the switch, carrying in there, Ellis Stewart. Here's Whitford. Little show and go. Doesn't sell Charles Graham this time.
Yeah, it's a good finish from the Saxons. They've killed it right over their box side. Long way to go for the Northwest to get to their box. Looks like they might be either staying direct or going away to start with. Good yards. They're at second on halfway. See if they can move the ball to their box now.
Another good run in transition from Speakman. That's been a feature of his game all day. There he is at half.
Yeah, it's good defence from Saxons. Northwest staying direct. You see a lot of those under 14s, you know, they never get tired, so they could just be direct all day.
What a great pass for Wheatley. Puts it back inside. Excellent work to set up Charles Graham, and this time, well, I think they may have been denied from the whistle again.
Yeah, I think it was a touch and pass before we came back on the inside. It was lovely work down the left-hand side, unfortunately, to bring it back.
Fionn Wheatley worked excellently there on the wing to set up the score, but unfortunately turned away by the referee's whistle. That's another turnover.
Error is Saxons trying to exit. Just want to be really, really clean on those exits. They're making quite nice yards up the first couple of touches, and you just want to keep it squeaky clean and allow your players coming on to get a really good platform.
Here's the carry then from Nathan Green. Gets the offload away to Chadwick. Speakman comes in at the half. Green, wide pass. Just beyond Fionn Wheatley.
Yeah, it's forward pass, I think, anyway. It's unlucky. It's good, just held up in the wind. It's good play to open up the space, go into the middle a few times, bring the Saxons defence in, and then spread it out wide.
Both of Wheatley's brothers have represented England. She's keen to play for Wales in the future. On her mother's side instead.
Oh, sure we can persuade her otherwise.
And it's lifted by Wheatley, who's there to play half again. And she picks out McMullen. Good pass. Little show and go from Peacock. He might as well trademark it at this point. And he has finally broken through. And the Bulls are on the board.
Yeah, it's really nice work from the Northwest. They just bring it across to their box side, bring the ball back into the middle, and exploit the fact that the Saxons' defence is quite compressed. It's lovely hands, lovely slick passing down the line.
Speaking to Martin Wright, Men's Open England coach earlier today, and he watched Adam Peacock put 5 all on his own on one team in this division and quickly wrote down his name.
Yes, well, he's definitely one to watch for the future. I think he's been involved in an England squad before, training with the mixed 15s as a development player, and he's going to be looking to push on to the full squad this year, definitely.
Another good carries by himself and McMullen. And then taken on by Ethan Sharp. Good read from Arlo Bird, but the Bulls pressing on.
Got a touch to play with now, links up in the touch. Good defence from the Saxons to pop that link up.
Peacock, 2-on-1, over the top, whistle goes.
And it's good defence on the Saxons to read the play early from the Northwest to pop up, make that touch as a link. You know, that way there's less of an open side threat.
Well, in the other semi-final, it is the Wildcats in action against the Midlands Tigers. You'd fancy the Wildcats in that game. That's a really thrilling final, which would kick off at 10-3 this afternoon as we approach midday.
Northwest just going a bit eager on that first touch. You know, there was space out there. I think Hans probably would have done it. Didn't need the big long ball out there. You know, it's quite difficult to restrain, especially at under 14s level. You can't tell them not to throw on first. They see space, they go for space.
And it's the Saxons searching for space, and they found a little bit of it on the outside. Important touch made on Dylan Hone. Here's Banahan, the co-captain, to his other co-captain in Dean. Banahan, great pace to take it on, good footwork. They just ran out of touches there, Theo.
Really good couple of touches from the Saxons, though, getting loads of momentum on the drive. And they got a decent strike off the end of it. Just wanted to look them, probably would have liked them to go a bit more expansive, maybe, you know, get that ball out to the...
For now, though, it's Peacock almost away. Last ditch from Joe Banahan. But this is a really promising position then. Speakman is back on the inside. They've got plenty of touches at the 7. Speakman goes alone, diving in.
That's a great diving touch. Good attack, good defence.
Just about caught by Sean Dean. One more pass out wide should do it. Wheatley does so well to stay in field.
I think she's just gone out there, but what they're calling forward pass? Yeah, it's just a forward pass on the edge. Unlucky there, created a nice amount of space. Not having much luck on that wing, all the passes going a little bit wayward, but I'm sure a few of them will start to stick.
Well, it's a testament to the Saxons' defence that the Bulls have only crossed over once, because they've had plenty of chances. Here's Dean. Almost getting away on that outside again, Dylan Hone. Dean at the half. Here come the changes.
It's good roll ball, nice and clean. Keep the momentum now.
Reeves over the top to find Rufus Whitford, but another turnover, Theo.
Yeah, they've done well to make something of that. Their exit was, you know, not the best, but they've done well to get onto the pitch, find some space somehow.
Speakman doesn't get away this time. Wheeler plays half. Green takes it in. All of a sudden, there's plenty of space over on the left-hand side if they can find it. Lovely show and go from Charles Graham. And Graham goes over, and the Bulls have another.
Yeah, it's good scramble defence initially, but it's just good core skills. Straighten up, draw your man, or in this case, don't draw your man and send him to the shops, get that dive in.
10 minutes in, only 2 tries for the Bulls. The Saxons still very much in the game.
Yeah, anything can happen. I mean, you know, we've seen, obviously, looking back to the World Cup, we saw Cook Islands come back from 6 tries down to beat Japan. So anything can happen in a very short time in touch.
It's Dean and Peters operating in the middle for now, with Banahan almost on the outside. Powerful touch comes in from Peacock. Dean takes the touch, lifted by Banahan. Dean inside and out, flicks it to the winger. But it's just evades the widest Saxon.
Yeah, it's good work from the Saxons. They're good patience, good maturity. They've got a few touches to up their sleeves, so they settle down, run a few set plays. They've got the footwork to run with it. They're going to run that link punish. I think they want to probably move the ball into the middle a little bit more before they come to the edge.
It's another great run out wide from Wheatley. The Speakman frees the hands, and suddenly the Bulls look threatening again. Graham gives the final pass, race to the corner. But is won by Banahan. Not the first time he's made a really important covering tackle. And then diving in short, Nathan Green. The Saxons shut the door on the Bulls for now.
Yeah, that's a really good chase by the Saxons. I think they're on last touch now, see if the Northwest can create something.
Beekman shows and goes. And he dots down for another.
That's unlucky. They've done really well to cover. They just switch off a little bit on fifth, lose where their spacings are. It's just a case of being a bit flat on the line. I think if you step up, you can cut off that space, make it more difficult for that player to get around.
Well, 3 minutes to go in the first half. The Bulls are in control here in this semi-final. Could we be on for another meeting between the Wildcats and the Bulls? The last time they faced each other, well, it was a pretty comfortable 9-3 victory for the Bulls. But for now, though, the Saxons almost away down the left. A diving touch to deny them for now.
That's a fantastic touch there. Body on the line, absolutely launches himself to get that. And saved a certain try as well.
Searle denied by an excellent touch, but here he is at the half.
There's some space out there if they can find it.
Draw and give, nice footwork on the inside, but Jacob Lightfoot is caught.
That's good attack, but really, really good holding by the Northwest defence. Fionn Wheatley holding space for a link, so it was really well buying him time to come across.
Then they turn on the pace and they do pick out the winger again, but there's cover there for the Northwest. And Theo, they are just defending excellently well.
Yeah, they've got their basics nailed. I mean, like their hands are slick. You know, they've got their holding space nailed. They understand how to move the way the ball's moving, and they can just shut down easily.
Well, maybe time for one more attack. Great hands from Wheatley, who's looking to get away from Luke Carrott. It's easier said than done.
It's really nice play from the Northwest. You know, they take one punch and then they just open up the ball, find out where the space is. Saxon's sitting off and they just attack.
McMullen, Peacock will go himself. Touch made by Searle. Peacock still has it.
Yeah, they'll look to set a few set plays here. Look for a 32 set up, or not.
Peacock might go alone. What footwork! Well, that is a quite ridiculous solo score.
Yeah, that's excellent. I mean, good heads-up play. He's recognised that the defence is sitting off. He knows he wants to run that 32 platform, but he's like, okay, I can see space. They're going to shoot up on me. And then just an absolute left foot whack and gets right around them.
And the Bulls are 4 up on the stroke at half-time. Well, they've got 40 seconds to carve out something here, the Saxons. A score would mean a lot to them right before the break. Dean. Banahan goes down the short side. Touched by Wheatley. Banahan again.
On 7 now, so they want to look to get that touch in.
Is Dean. Frees the hands. Last touch then for the captain, Dean. Looking to go inside and out. I think he's been caught. And that will be the last attack of the half for either team. Well, unless they run it coast to coast, which they're still trying to do here, in comes the touch in the end from the Saxons to bring an end to the first half. But Theo, it's been as expected so far. The Bulls have looked excellent, and the Saxons have just been shut out completely in that first half.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, watching the Bulls move the ball around, it's really nice to see. You know, that ball's going from edge to edge. They're passing out shooters, finding the space. You know, the Saxons are just struggling to cover that at the moment.
Well, at the end of the first half, we could be edging towards the end of the road for the Southwest Saxons, the Northwest Bulls, who have got their fantastic scoring record and their incredible defence, are on their way to a final at the Under-14 Junior Nationals. Second half still to come, 15 minutes to play to see if the Southwest Saxons can turn it around.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning.
Let's go, Saxons!
We're back for the second half in this Under-14 semi-final. Theo Edwards still alongside me for this one. What do the Saxons need to do differently to get back into the game, Theo?
So they're using their pace and their passing really nicely on the line before the touch. They just need to get a strike off that, so they can use that speed and that ball movement to manipulate the Bulls' defence, get them out all flat on the line, and now they need to just have a strike, have a go exactly like that.
Here's Banahan getting on the outside.
Yeah, so that's exactly what we want to see them do. You know, they've got that speed, they can move the ball around, and now they can pull the defence out and have a strike with a touch to play with.
Banahan lays it back to his co-captain, Dean.
Counties play.
Here's Banahan. Interception, but Dean just about gets there. before Ethan Sharp could go running away with things.
That was much better from the Saxons already. They're starting to make the Bulls' defence have to work a bit harder. I think they've created some overlaps, just execution now.
Well, there's the touch over on the right-hand side. So here's Speakman. Nice ball for Green. Another one to find Sharp. Northwest Bulls looking pretty casual, but in control at the moment. Sharp. Grieg. Green turns up the notch a little bit there. And then goes for the corner. I think that's a great diving touch.
That's a brilliant touch. Just got the tip of his shorts there. That's an absolutely great touch. Great finish as well. Great. Good play all round. Really good identification of the space.
And now the Saxons look to transition.
Yeah, it's a good drive so far from the Saxons. They're up to halfway on third. See if they can keep that momentum going.
Here come the changes.
Get a good strike off this.
Here's Whitford. Do find the winger, Dylan Hone. Hone rolls it back. Whitford's the widest player now for the Saxons. Good ball inside to Hone. Then one more pass that goes to ground.
Had a really good exit, really good setup. You would have liked them to plough down the middle, keep that momentum going, get a scoop off the back of it, really.
Well, the semi-finals continue up next. It's action from the under-17 girls semi-final. And it's the second place side in the pool stage, the Midlands Tigers, who take on the South East Sharks after their playoff victory. And now, though, the Bulls once again looking really threatening here. That's an excellent take from Wheeler. And then Wheeler goes himself, weaving his way through. But a touch is made.
It's good scramble defence. Saxons using their athleticism really well to get across and cover that space.
And they have turned it over as well. Good defence. But, well, they've defended well all game, the Saxons. What they need to do
that's unlucky. It's just off the mark.
Get on the scoreboard. But as you say, Theo, a turnover in a dangerous position.
Yeah, I'd say, like, right now, I'd say maybe the Saxons are probably the quicker and more agile team. That the Northwest are just using the ball to their advantage, and they're definitely more familiar with each other, and they're just really slick in their plays.
Peacock looks to go alone, caught by Dean. McMullen, Peacock again.
Ooh, subbing in defence, that's usually a cardinal sin in touch, so we'll see how that plays out for them.
Wheeler gets on the outside. An important touch made by Luke Carrott. McMullen, Wheeler. Goes again, Wheeler. Picks out Juniper.
Yeah, that's a good finish.
Well, in the end, they make it look very simple, the Bulls. But they've had to work really hard to manipulate that defence.
Yeah, it took good patience from the Bulls. It's just misread from the winger. He just bites it at the last minute. I think the link probably could have told him to stay out. Just a miscommunication there.
5-0 now, with 10 minutes to play. Saxons still yet to get on the board against this talented Northwestern side. Vanahan and Dean back in the centre. Reeves has to roll it back. The Carrot. Dean takes it in. Reeves.
Like to see him get on the 7, get a strike here. Just pick up and go. Just pick up and go. There we go. It's a bit better. That's more like it.
They find the winger, but Wheatley makes the big touch.
They're going to get another 10 for chucking the ball away here. Yeah, it's a good set from the Saxons to start with. I think they just faltered in their, second and third touch. If they keep that momentum going, get to the line, have the patience on the line, have a few strikes. They've shown that they definitely can get down there. So.
And that's some transition from the likes of McMullen and Speakman. Something that the Saxons haven't been able to do.
Yeah, that's a really, really good transition, but a really good shoot to shut it down.
Vanahan makes the touch on Speakman.
Northwest have a strike on the 7. Going to look for a 32 setup, I think, on a middle. Counties play, gives it back to him. Picks his holes.
Graham goes himself. He really should have given the pass.
Yeah, it's just a Missed decision there, but really good work from the Northwest Bulls. They slow it down, they set up the play, runs the counties, and everyone's chopping in their hole, so he's just got a really nice, easy choice of passes.
Well, try score in the first half, Graham. I think he can be forgiven, considering the commanding position that the Bulls find themselves in. That's just a slight error. You can expect those at this level. It's just unfortunate the timing of it.
Yeah, they're looking dangerous when they get some momentum down the box side. It's just I think they're probably a little bit too flat. Skill execution.
Oh, good read to put the pressure on by the Saxons, but a great take from Wheatley in the end.
Quick hands, but not quick enough.
In the end, the turnover. Great work from Dylan Hone of the Saxons.
That's much better going forwards.
Well, that's a turnover for off the mark.
Yeah, it's quite a common theme from rugby players coming into touch for the first time. They don't realise that you have to put the ball down exactly where you were touched. You can't keep running. There's no such thing as breaking a tackle or keeping momentum. That's why we see, we'll see him initiate the touch here. So he sticks his arm out, gets the touch on the defender, gets it down on his terms.
Now there's space out wide. Wheatley over. Good finish by Fionn Wheatley. Set up by Speakman there.
Yeah, once again, it's just really nice and slick hands. They've just opened up the space, identified where it is, and they've just got the ability to get it out there.
6-0 now, with 8 minutes to go.
Let's go, Saxons!
Well, someone from Northwest Touch has come over and given us a correction that some of the players / parents even, as Carrot almost is over, been fiddling with our commentary notes. And apologies to Fionn Wheatley, who apparently has no interest in playing for Wales. Purely her mother's invention. So don't worry, Theo. She'll still be up for selection at some point soon.
Oh, that's good to hear. We like to hear that kind of thing. Bulls back on the ball now, looking to move it towards their box. That's just such good yards early on in the set.
And McMullen makes some great yards there as well. Here is Wheatley, who looks around, says, "Come on, guys, need some support there." She's at the half again. 6 minutes to go, and the Bulls have got this game, but by how much? Speakman puts it over the top.
Oh, so
forward
forward pass. Yeah, it's just so good to see the skills develop this early in their touch careers. They're just so good at executing overlaps, moving the ball around.
Dean almost on the outside. It is caught. The Saxon skipper. On debut for the Saxons as well, Dean. His sister's also playing at under 14 level for the Southwest. Never before, Theo, has touch seemed like such a family affair. And here at this regionals, where almost every other player has a sibling or a parent or a connection to the game.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, the amount of parents that we see who are also players, referees, coaches, and get their kids involved, and then they get their mates involved and get their siblings involved, and there are so many different, famous touch families that you know of, and it's the same all over the world, really.
And some new ones being established here at the Junior Nationals. The Bulls on the 7-metre line. Big opportunity to make it 7. Speakman takes them inside and out. Green, good ball. Good hands by Chadwick, still going.
Yeah, this is. So we're going to be looking at these players for the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane, probably, hoping that touch gets put in there, and these guys are the future. So it's really exciting to see.
Speakman, great ball back to the right-hand side. And the Bulls have another. This time I think it's Green that goes over.
Really simple, 32 short play, feeds that runner, That runner just beats his man on the short side. Link has to bite in to cut off the hole and leave some space for that Link to chop in.
Nathan Green has the score. 4 minutes to go now. And, well, this game has only ever been going one way. Bulls have hit the same number of tries they racked up the last time they played the Saxons early this morning. They're going to be through to the final, where they'll likely play from the semi-final, the Wildcats or Northwest Touch, but I think it will be likely the Wildcats in that game.
Yeah, I mean,
the favourites.
It was only 4-3 in that pool game between the Wildcats and the Tigers. I mean, we can see it going on in the background and pitch plays. Is it Peacock going through again?
It is Alan Peacock herring away for an 8th try. He was going to leave his mark on this second half one way or another, and he goes through the defence. Not even a Saxon anywhere near him there through the defensive line. Good effort from Ellis Stewart, but he couldn't catch Adam Peacock. I think a pretty obvious selection for player of the tournament at this level.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I'll be seeing him at England camps come January when we start to get back into that kind of thing.
Previously trained, of course, with the mixed 15 side that then went on to win gold at the Junior Euros in Vichy. And the Saxons' attack comes undone this time.
Yeah, it's a really good setup they've got going down there at mixed 15s. I mean, they've got such a huge squad, such a massive range of you know, ages, abilities, and sizes especially. But they're all good at touch. They've all got the skills. You know, you've got ranging from. Give a shout out to Coldine and Rory Pearce from Nottingham in Tigers. Coldine, you might look at him and think he's a bit short of stature until he dives under your feet, and then you're you know, not very happy about it.
Almost an excellent take from Juniper. But indeed, there's a lot of really strong young touch players going through that level. Comfortable victors in that category as well at the most recent Euros. It was a 9-4 victory over France. Wales took the bronze for the victory over Ireland. The mixed open specialists, Wales, European champs and under-18 champs as well, as I think Speakman's gone in for a 9th.
Yeah, it's a lovely just pulling them out. I think it's a Link quickie or a Razor setup, so middle or Link dumping for the other one. Receives it back off the half, attacks that Link on the short side, just doesn't pull a big enough corner, and it's a nice easy dive in.
Well, a tough afternoon so far for the Saxons. 23 minutes past 12, and they've conceded 9 to the Northwest Bulls, who are on their way to an under-14s final.
Yeah, Northwest very strong at junior levels. A lot of rugby league players coming through, and I think rugby league complements touch a little bit more, especially when you're quite young. You know, you've already got the understanding of how to roll the ball and being onside by more than just the back foot of what we'd call the ruck. And so it's a real good hub of touch up there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Northwest area can pull on the likes of sort of Wigan Warriors Touch Club or Cooldy Rugby Club, where the likes of Wheatley and Grieg play their touch, and through the centre, it's on again for another here. Hat-trick in the semi-final for Peacock. And they've hit 10, the Bulls.
Yeah, so another good hub is Chester Rugby Club. They've got a really good setup. Liam Norton leading that up there with their juniors coming through. I think they've got, you know, a good couple of teams, 2 or 3 teams in Division 3 and 4 and 1 in Div 1, so they're really developing nicely.
So Alan Peacock will have the final say on the semi-final. The Bulls triumph and are through to the grand final game, where they'll take either the Tigers, who they have already beaten so far, or the West Wildcats, who again have already tasted defeat at the hands of the Bulls so far. Can anyone stop them we'll find out at 10-3 this afternoon. They are through to the final in comfortable and easily executed circumstances in the end. Theo, thank you very much for joining us for this game.
Anytime.
And the best of luck to your Wildcats team, who will be in action, we hope, in the final at 4:20 this afternoon, awaiting other results, of course, but very likely will be there. So best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Well, the semi-finals continue. It's the under-17 girls semi-finals up next. The Midlands Tigers take on the South East Sharks on pitch 1, whereas over on pitch 2, the Wildcats take on Northwest Touch. But we'll bring you action here from the ETA Junior Nationals live with Next Gen 15. From everything that goes on between the Tigers and the Sharks in that under-17 semi-final. Kick off in about 9 minutes' time.
Just want to say, in my 48th year on the planet and in my 6th year of playing touch, that finally we've had a women's 40s category, so the age categories are creeping closer to my age, which is amazing. And it's great to see in the sunshine in the summer so many like-minded women wanting to play against me.
In our own age group, rather than playing against youngsters, and it's about time that women had this age group.
Touch means everything to me. It's my social life, it keeps me active and it keeps me young, and being able to play touch at this level with over 40s has been absolutely brilliant today.
I enjoy playing touch because it's social and make new friends, and it's good fitness.
I started playing to play with my daughter and absolutely fell in love with it, and will play until they make me stop.
It's so nice to be able to play alongside women and against women of a similar age and playing in our division. We've managed to do that previously with Eurostars and Portugal Senior Cup, so to be able to do it at an England Touch Nationals is just fantastic.
Yeah, this just means so much to start getting this women's 40s going. They've got so many women who want to keep playing. We don't want to stop, we want to keep going and having this opportunity and playing with these amazing women is just fantastic. We love it.
I've heard too many times that I can't play myself, but there'll be an opportunity for my children, but hopefully now we've got an opportunity to get the women's 40s.
Yeah, we're not ready to stop playing yet, we want to keep going.
50s. It's never too late.
Never too late.
There are so many amazing women playing touch in the Northern Hemisphere who are
40 plus, 45 plus, 50 plus. I'm sure we keep going. And we deserve to have this opportunity, and I just cannot wait to see how the division develops over the next few years.
As always, guys, throughout the day, take on plenty of fluids and sun cream. Again, it is quite warm, it's not too sunny at the moment, but obviously prevention's better than a cure. Any litter that you do create throughout the day, please either keep hold of it or place it in the bin provided around the venue. If you have any bottles on the subs, in the sub boxes at the end of the game, please remove them. Anything around the athletes' village or around site in general. As the hot food and beverage, we're not certain what time the food trailer will stay open till, but if you are hungry, there is the food trailer on the far side of the pavilion, on the opposite side of Athletes Village, where you can get burgers, chips, farms and other paraphernalia, and obviously a little coffee shop, a little coffee truck. Always a request from the refs and the officials throughout the day and throughout the tournament: do not stand too close to the fields of play. We do ask that you stand a minimum of 5 metres back, or at least behind the sub boxes. Players and officials, 3 minutes. And this is for the safety of yourselves, the safety of the referees, the safety of the players. If you do find any lost property today, please bring it over to the communications van, the large white van to the left of the pavilion, so that we can get it reunited with their owner. As we head towards the next tap off, please make yourself aware of any changes to the programme, and obviously make sure you know what fields of play you're due to be on. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. If you weren't already aware, if you have any queries about the tournament today, tournament control is in the main marquee. And if you are hurt or injured, we do have the physios on site. They have said they've not been too busy today, so feel free. Just kidding on that one. Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute. Officials, 30 seconds.
Well, our first action of the day from the under-17 girls competition, live here on day 2 of the ETA Junior Nationals. It's semi-final time in the competition. The Midlands Tigers take on the South East Sharks. So the Midland Tigers finished second in the pool, second best defence, tied second with the best attack as well. Tied second with the South East Shark side. 27 tries each in the pool stage. That was, of course, before the Southeast put 12 on the Saxons in their playoff. That's what's got them through to this semi-final. A game that really could go either way, but a game that started brightest for the Southeast Sharks. An early try against the Tigers. It's a good ball from Horsfall. Izzy Horsfall puts it across. Lily Duggard gets it down. Well, under a minute's gone here and the Tigers are behind. They may have finished higher in the pool, but, well, at the moment, they're on the back foot against the Southeast Sharks. So good morning, all the Sharks. After that massive win in the playoff, 12-2, a real impressive scoreline. But here come the Tigers. How can they respond after trailing early? That's a nice weaving run through the centre. Freya Thorpe denied at the 7. So good defence by the Sharks, who were turned away at the door. The first time of asking. So the Sharks head box side as they look to transition. Players eagerly await taking the field. Good line speed by the Tigers. The Sharks have got a fresh complement on and they're over the 10. Nice ball to find some space out wide. Herring down the left is Charlotte Elton. Caught at the Tigers 10-metre line. And then called all the way back in the end. Well, all of a sudden it's quite an impressive attacking position for the Tigers to find themselves in. Nice ball back on the inside for Imogen Loveridge. Loveridge almost up to the 7. Gets it quickly on the return from a middle partner, Ella Dean. At the link for the moment. Dean looking to find Loveridge again. Shut down by the Sharks a second time. Loveridge. Dean. Loveridge again, but a penalty called by Jack Harris, so once again, the Sharks can head towards the box as they look to transition. So when these sides met in the pool stage, it was a defeat for the Sharks, but that isn't looking nearly as likely now. What a breakdown that left wing by Alex Zahad. Coming together there between a couple of Sharks. Thankfully, they're both, a couple of Tigers, sorry. Thankfully, they're both back to their feet. Alex Zahad taps it back. A really impressive game. Live on pitch 1 here towards the end of the day yesterday. The switch in play between Gray and Hitchings just doesn't go to plan. But thankfully, the penalty spares their blushes. Hitchings with the tap. B. Gray. Well, last time it's Alex Zahad actually has drifted into the middle. Gray's out to the link. Ahad. Gray wrapping round the corner. Bit of space between the link and wing. And dotting it down is Matilda Tinker. But sent back to the 7. Here's Tinker again. Hitchings, Tinker, dives this time. Up goes the hand of Sophie Whitmore. Sharks with one more chance. A few more touches in the chamber for them here. Oh, instead the try is given. Well, some lengthy communication from the referee. And at the second time of asking, Tinker's over for the score. Well, here's the first wraparound play. She was sent back to the 7 that time by the Tigers, but at the second time of asking, an offside was given. So all of a sudden, the Tigers are 2 tries behind. Here come the Tigers then, as they hope to get back on top, diving in, but denied at the line. Ruby O'Dell, who had an excellent game the last time the Tigers were on stream as well. There's some really talented players amongst these two sides. The Sharks took down the Saxons live in our penultimate game of the day yesterday. But before that, we saw the Tigers put 5 past the Taipans without response. We've already seen on our Pitch 1 live stream yesterday how talented these two sides are. Which of these two sides will face? Likely the Wildcats in the final, which will be our penultimate game of the Junior Nationals. To wait and see the result against them and Northwest Touch over on Pitch 2. Oh, and that's a turnover. Well, the Sharks have played the extra game, but it's the Tigers who seem more tiresome at the moment. This South East Shark side were beaten by the Wildcats 7-3 earlier on this morning, as that one slipped through the hands of Elton, whereas the Tigers put 9 on the Saxons. So that was a perfect warm-up for this game. However, the Sharks currently 2 ahead as the Tigers look to transition. Almost up to halfway, the Tigers. And then suddenly there's loads of space on the outside for Eladine. Great run. And that's exactly what the Tigers needed to get in striking range. Nice ball for Loveridge. Important touch made by Horsfall. And the Sharks have it back. Carried on by Ruby Abbasian. And that's an excellent run down the right wing by Tinker. Tinker almost away. Caught at the very last by Gresham on the sweep. But now the Sharks are in a great position. Yarka. Alex Ahad. Yarka again. All the way across to Gray. Here's Ahad. Whipping it wide, but just above Charlotte Elton. But again, the Sharks come close and the Tigers have to transition. This would be a fantastic result for the Sharks, having already been beaten by the Tigers last time these two sides met. And they'd have a big task on their hand and they face off against the undefeated Wildcats. But anything can happen in a final. Big turnover though, I think, in the meantime. Oxford's out in the middle there, referee. Drifting off towards the touchline. And it's been played quickly by the Tigers, trying to capitalise on the Sharks. Confusion that they were experiencing there. Wide they go. Searching for space. Ball back on the inside to keep the attack alive. There goes the whistle. And it's going to be 6 touches at the 7. Odell. Looking to get Tigers on the score sheet for the first time in this semi-final. Odell has it back. Treats to pick out Acacia Hall. Odell. Hall. Back to Odell. Oh, and just through the hands of Acacia Hall. So the Sharks escape unscathed for now. That's a great run in transition. Another important intervention from Izzy Horsfall, having a great semi-final so far. Oh, good hands from Abbasian there, up to the 10. Lifted off the deck by Irwin. Yarka. Ruby Abbasian. Abbasian again. Irwin looks to scoop, but the penalty goes against the Sharks. Good run from Hall. Good pick up from Odell as well. As the Tigers head towards the touchline, but they've coughed up the ball. Jack Harris's whistle goes. Big chance for the Sharks. score a third try in this semi-final. Just over 10 minutes gone. And that's unfortunate, just a slip through the hands again. One from both teams at either ends now. Nervous times for these sides. That's an excellent ball over the top. Almost letting Amy Gresham slip through. On come the changes. Imogen Loveridge amongst them, up to halfway. Bit of space over on the left. Dean puts it back inside to Loveridge. Good scoop from Dean. Needs to find a pass. Touch made by Hattie Hitchings, and that turns it over for the Sharks. Here go the Sharks then in transition. Horsfall back onto the field. Delighted to be joined in this semi-final by Chris Simon. Chris, thanks for being with us, and the Sharks on top for now. But all in all, overall, it's been a really busy day here at day 2 of the ETA Junior Nationals.
Yeah, hi Wolf, good to be back. So I'm just finishing a quick bite to eat. I've had no downtime. Yeah, should be a good second half coming up with what we've got. 5 minutes of this left, or this half? No, 10 minutes.
Just about 3 minutes to go now in this semi-final. But indeed, it's been a pretty fascinating encounter so far. The Tigers, with that extra game of rest after avoiding the playoff, finishing second, down by 2 to a Sharks side that they beat 7-5 in the pool stage.
So this is a bit of a danger spot for Tigers here. You've got, it looks like it's forward pass, but it's Imogen Loveridge and Ella Dean in the middles there.
Well, there's the touch. I have had a question, Chris, about the junior nationals on the whole, and I was wondering why at regional level it's classed as under 17, whereas internationally it's under 18.
Good question. So a few years ago, pre-COVID, we had it as 15s and 18s, and then we realised, and it shouldn't have taken much realisation, that those qualifying for 15s and 18s this year would then be out of age for the 15s and 18s next year, potentially, not all. So we went for 14s and 17s, and effectively this becomes the trial for the squads we select for 15s and 18s next year. Not exclusively, but that's certainly what we're trying to do now. So.
That does in fact make perfect sense. Thank you, Chris. Here's a big chance for the Tigers. Just 2 minutes on the clock, and they're at the 7. Still yet to get on the board in this semi-final. Diving in goes Loveridge, but up goes the Hatton from Jessie Yarker.
I think that's offside on the line there, but gone back to the penalty, no score given there. We've got Imogen Loveridge and Ruby O'Dell's come on there to take control of the middles. Another very good player, just new on the scene for England. And that ball is down. That's Imogen Loveridge scoring in the middles there for the Tigers, and they're back in the game.
Loveridge has the breakthrough just before half-time. Ruby O'Dell again involved. That's just a great line. The Sharks still retreating to get back on side. Couldn't stop Imogen Loveridge from close range. The Sharks still in front, but a route back into the game for the Tigers. Well, there's about a minute to go here. It'll be a huge moment for the Sharks to score another right before the break. That's an excellent take from Hattie Hitchings to keep it alive. Bassian at the scoop, Hitchings to the left. Great hands from Thea Hall, who dives in, or from Lucy Henderson, I should say, who dives in, but is sent back to the 7. Tinker, they're going to take them on the outside. Tinker suddenly opened up the space, but just overcooked the ball into Anya Manamoska.
Yeah, that was a chance for Sharks then. I think, had that just finished off with that handling, it was going to score in the corner. The wing had to shut in. The link got around the Midlands link. Oh, it's a mistake. Oh, it's 6 again. I thought the Tigers had just dropped it down, but it's a mistake. And
charged down by Ruby Abassian in defence
touched in
instead.
flight there by the Sharks. So Tigers do have their drive first up towards the box. They're getting close to the 10 on the second. That's good by, I think, over there I can't see, and I think it was Joe.
But we're right at the end of this first half, so I don't think the Tigers will have time to strike.
Odell
does skip around a couple. But in the end, the Sharks will take a narrow lead into the half-time interval. It's 2-1 in favour of the southeast side. Defeated by the Tigers when these sides last met. At the moment, they are in front, and they are hoping to set up a final this afternoon. Our penultimate game of the day will be the under-17 final, where it will likely be the West Wildcats in action against the victors here as they take on the Northwest Touch.
Well, as that brings on
pitch
half-time,
two.
quick announcement from England
Yeah,
Touch. The presentation for all the finals will be done straight after the game in front
you. And
of
what we've seen in this Nationals, and it's been really good for all, is how close the gap is on lots of divisions. And I think there's it's not just this girls 17s, but the boys 14s, the girls 14s division. It seems a bit of I would say more teams than just one or two are into it, both to take the title but also get into the final, which I think is great for the future of the junior game.
Well, in half an hour's time, we'll have our very first final when Northwest Touch take on the Midlands Tigers in the under-12 competition. For now, though, there's still 15 minutes to go in the girls under-17 semi-final as the Midlands Tigers currently trail by 2 tries to 1 against the South East Sharks. About 30 seconds to go until kick-off of the second half here between the Midlands Tigers and the South East Sharks. Bit of an upset on our hands as the Sharks currently lead by 2-1 over the Tigers, who finished second in the pool and therefore avoided the playoff game that the Sharks had to play. They took down the Saxons after finishing third in their pool. The Sharks put 12 past them earlier on today, but the Midlands Tigers, with a little bit more rest at the moment, haven't been able to make that advantage count. Maybe it will start to count in the second half as the legs begin to tire. Chris Simon alongside me. Still plenty more to play for in this 15-minute second.
Yeah, correct, Wilf. And as you're evading something flying out the air trying to attack him. So Tigers are tapping off. It's Imogen Loveridge with the ball, down to Florence Williams, and then Ella Dean in with the first drive. And Florence again with the ball in the middles now. Imogen's going to pick this one up and probably give it back to either Florence or Ella. They're going to try and get one of these or two here. We'll either go for a quick hill, 32 short.
And indeed,
platform,
up
and the ball's
comes
going out to Ella. Ella's looking to score in here. Ball's gone wide. I think it's a good touch.
Dive
good
into the corner.
Good defence by the Sharks.
We saw the Sharks receiving their half-time team talk from the under-18 England captain, B. Graham. A lot of experience on that touchline for them, Chris.
Yeah, both. We were chatting at half-time, and both in the Sharks and the Tigers boxes, you've got an awful lot of experience. You've got B. Graham and Claire Wilkinson, who runs the touchdown at Blackheath in the Sharks box, and then over on the other side, Ella Fleming, Bedford player. And that's just interrupt that as the Sharks number 9. I don't have the commentary notes in front of me, but Sharks number 9, a great run down the wing there. And it's a great transition by Sharks, but it's going to be a touch pass, late pass here that Jack Harris has seen, and it'll be a Midlands tap on the 10. Which is great, as I'm about to nick a chip from Austin Logan, but no, he didn't give me any. Yeah, just go back to, in terms of the Tigers box, over in the Tigers box, Ella Fleming, Bedford, being a very experienced player, played a lot around for Midlands Tigers and Cambridge and Bedford. And then we've also got over in that box Phoebe Simon, women's 20s, and Megan Meller, both played women's 20s and came back with a gold medal from Vichy. I should actually say Phoebe won a bronze medal at the World Cup as well. I apologise to my daughter for that.
Clean sweep in that game here, and it's
Scoop
a clean scoop as
Abby.
well for the Tigers.
She's
Definitely searching for an option.
That's a good score. I think that's a great score. It is a great score. I think that was Abigail Wolfe who got through.
It was, in fact.
Was it Abby Wolfe who got through?
Abigail Wolfe who scooped through. The first we've seen of her in the game so far. Seemed to have absolutely acres of space in that end zone. Eventually found the pass. Down went Delilah Charity. And we're all level again in this second half.
And I think probably Midlands have had that, other than this breakdown that side, they've had the start of this second half and probably deserved that score to level it up at 2-2.
Well then, the two-try advantage that the Sharks enjoyed has been eroded away by the Tigers.
Yeah, and that's that tap off there, exactly what B and the coaching team won't want from Sharks, as they've got a cheap turnover, Tigers have. They'll be looking to go again from here and try and nudge ahead. And yeah, this knockout touch is so close, and what the Tigers and the Sharks would want to avoid. They'll want to avoid that dreaded drop-off at the end of the game. I did see, as I obviously joined you late, the Tigers had the tap-off in the second half. So if it goes to drop-off, it will be their tap-off at the end of the game. So they will get the advantage. So I would imagine they won the toss the coin at the start and elected to receive. That's one of the new rules of the latest international governing bodies rules that came out 3 or 4 years ago.
Of course, it made a big impact at the World Cup. In the mixed open final, which went to drop off, Australia had the tap off and scored from it, and that decided the game. You'd love to have a drop off here on pitch 1. That old adage that the only people who want to drop off are the broadcasters. There are no players who want one out there. They'd rather just see off the game themselves. That's another excellent scoop, this time from Hitchings of the Sharks, but she is caught, so it is a turnover.
And just there, yeah, it was a good scoop. She got outside Ruby O'Dell as the middle there, but Ruby just tracked her. And in the game now, to initiate an offside, you have to actually obstruct or change direction. You can just track. You can follow the line of your defender and eventually get back onside. That's good play from the middles there, and a good drive from Tigers. And I think 43
the Tigers,
is that Freya?
Yeah, trying to break away. It was Amy Gresham there with a good carry.
I apologise, Amy.
But that's another good carry from
good
Loveridge.
Platform from Loveridge, and Dean has got Dean's going through here. Oh no, that's good
caught
defense.
By Hitchings,
that
and
is
in the
great
end it's a
defense
turnover.
From Hitchings there, who tracked her, and again just followed Ella Dean's line to not draw the penalty and block out the 6. And good set of defence from Sharks, who I think have come back into it. The last 2 or 3 minutes, they've levelled it back up again. They've stopped that tide that I think Tigers got the initiative at the start of the second half. And it's anybody's game. Really level this game. Good touch there. Amelia Fletcher out on the Tigers wing on the 37. And again, good touch in the middle from Imogen Loveridge. Ella Dean will be looking to make this. She's missed that one, and that's got they're now scrambling. Chance for Sharks to get in.
Well, here goes
on the
Yarka
3-on-2. No,
Bray. Bassian looking for the ball back inside. Certainly would have put Yarka away, but the ball is down.
Yeah, and they had a chance then. Unfortunately, Ella missed that touch in midfield, so they ended up getting behind the defence. The defence then scrambling, we say, when they're just backtracking and can't actually use their defensive policy, which I think Tigers lost then. But this is a good drive down the box side from Tigers.
Good pick up at halfway, and well, the commentator's curse strikes again there, Chris, because it's a turnover for the Sharks and a big chance for them to go back in front.
Absolutely, and I'm sure if Thea Hall watches this one back, number 7 for Tigers, she'll be telling me why did I say anything.
Well, it's all right because we've returned the favour. B. Gray puts it down. So
that's
with another
set of
6 for an interception.
Yeah, so effectively Tigers get a tap off. I mean, it is a roll ball, but effectively they've got a fresh set here. They're going to drive. Yeah, hopefully as a coach you say, right, tap off move, so you'll have something in plan. You'll have 2 or 3 sets of drives to get down close to the 7, and then they'll be looking for a strike or 2, ideally on 4 or 5. That's good from
a
Abby
good little
Wolf.
show and go from Wolf.
That's another comment, because it was a great show and go, but unfortunately then just didn't execute the pass because, again, they got behind the Sharks' defence so well. Good touch there from Wolf. That's really good.
And now it's time for the Sharks to transition.
That's a good check out the back there, looking for another one. It's not on there.
Well, here is Alex Zahard, who had such an excellent game on the live stream yesterday when they took down the Saxons. Here's Ahad again.
She's very quick, Alex. They'll be looking to scoop and they set up the platform.
Here is Ahad.
That's a good ball
Whips it over the top. What a line through the centre. But a great touch on the scramble from Abigail Wolf to turn it over.
We've got a good game on our hands here, and I think, the slightest mistake or the slightest bit of brilliance could take this game.
Absolutely. Such an important game as well, this semi-final.
Good drive. House and then
with
Wolf. Really good drive that. Thea Hall now platform here.
Nat Morris also out there with Jack Harris and Theo Oxford. We've already seen in action today, the referee team, as the Tigers work their way in from the 10. Here's Hall back on the inside.
Forward pass, I think that one there. Seen from Jack Harris on this side. It's going to go back to forward pass.
Penalty given by Nat Morris. So it will be a tap for the Sharks. 8 minutes still to come, Chris, and well, we say it quietly to begin with, but we're getting closer to our first drop out of the day.
We are, yeah. I must keep an eye on. It's going to be another forward pass back there. I must keep an eye on this because particularly, I'm sort of a few yards in front of you. I keep getting distracted by these spectators walking in front of me, not because they're in the way at all, but because they keep having food, and I keep smelling this food as it comes past me. But anyway, that's his. So sorry, my distraction there, Will, slightly. But there was another forward pass. So we've got 2 forward passes, one by Tigers and then one by Sharks.
But this
Tigers
one
now
slightly more dangerous for the Sharks.
Absolutely.
Here comes Hall, and they make some changes during the attack.
What's that? Is that a no-touch, I think they're called there? Yeah, it's a no-touch. So, yeah, didn't initiate the touch. There's another penalty to Sharks again.
Both sides camped inside their own half, indeed. The Sharks unable to break over the halfway, but this is a cleaner transition from them.
Good touch by Williams, but that's good from Sharks. Is that 4?
Tinker.
I've lost count already, Wolf. I know that's people will be saying that's what I always do. That is 5th. I got it right, but that's loss of control in the ruck, and that'll be effectively a drive box here. They might go direct. These was. No, they're not. Florence is going early.
Neither side have really got a hold of themselves in the last 5 minutes or so. It's a bit scrappy, but the Tigers have enjoyed the field possession.
Good drive by Dean there to get them well up towards the 7, and this is just forthcoming. They're going to have 2 sets of strike here. Was that 3rd or 4th? Maybe 1 second strike. Go on, Abigail.
Here's Wolf. Wolf wants it on the
Wolf's
return.
Gonna have a go here.
She might open up the field or go
she got
alone.
outside the 7. She has.
Wolf gets on the outsider. Henderson and the Tigers, from 2 tries down, have taken the lead. A bit of a Bournemouth-Everton on our hands here, Chris, because from 2 scores down, it's suddenly the Tigers who are out in front.
Absolutely. I'm afraid you won't get me making the analogy to football, but we're looking at a finer sport here, Wolf. But what you did say, yeah, I mean, they've got back in the game in that first half towards the end of it. Then they've probably, I think, edged this second half. It has been end-to-end, but they have edged it. And Wolf showed her pace then to get outside that link channel, and I think the wing was caught in 2 minds.
Well, the roar goes up on pitch 2 because the Wildcats have just scored another against Northwest Touch. We await the results elsewhere. It's the Tigers who'll be facing them at the moment, and the Sharks have lost possession in a crucial part of the field.
Another forward pass, and this is harming. It was harming both teams. It's harming Sharks more than 3 forward passes in this half now, which just gives the Tigers a free possession and some territory gain. And that second, good drive by Florence Williams. 3rd coming up, Thea Hall, keeping the momentum going. And look
Great
how many
drive.
yards. That one is over the mark.
But it's been turned over
again.
again.
Over the mark or forward pass? No, incorrect roll, I think it is.
Well, some good field possession for the Sharks. They have to make it count here. There's just 5 minutes to go, and they trail by the 1 try. But here's Tinker. Good line speed again from Gresham.
I think what they're going a little bit laterally here. They're trying to box.
And now they have made it to the box, so here come the changes. Amongst them, Izzy Horsfall, try scorer in the first half. Abassian tries to get on the outside.
Check off back. That's fifth though. They're going to have to do something off this, something special.
Yarka, Horsfall almost away, but it's caught by Gresham.
That's a good touch by Amy Gresham there. And I just, yeah, this is we say, well, sometimes it's called non-contact. It's definitely not non-contact. In the middle of that drive, if you saw the touches that Ella Dean and Imogen Loveridge put in, it was pretty fearful stuff.
Loveridge forces the touch as she leaves the field. Off goes Ella Dean as well, so a fresh set of legs for the attack.
Who's going to scoop it? They might get Abby Wolf on the scoop. She is quick.
There it is, Wolf with the scoop again,
She's
looking to take on
good touch.
Yarka, but Yarka catches her this time, and the Sharks, with 4 minutes to go, have possession back, but it is deep inside their own territory here.
Yeah, and Sharks have got to score next, haven't they? I think if Tigers get another one, the way this game is going, that will close it out. I think Sharks have got to get down here, maybe force a repeat set, play a bit of clever touch, get to halfway, just over halfway with no mistakes. That's what they're doing. Oh, and it's loss of control again. Commentator scarce.
Well, there was a little bit of a roll ball there as it was placed back. A try for the Tigers here would certainly seal it, and they'd have to take on the Wildcats in the final, I think, because over on pitch 2, that looks to be the way that it's going. Here's House. Wolf. Can they open up the field? Big touch comes in on Whitmore.
Good by Thea Hall. That's good.
Here's Wolf again.
The chance here.
House and Wolf again operating in the middle, as they did so successfully yesterday on the live stream. Odell back on the field, but Wolf might go alone. She delays the pass. There's the top down from Ella Fowler, and I think that might be the game, Chris.
I think we're going to go back. I think Abby Wolf was half in that. Abby Wolf was half. Jack.
Indeed she was.
Abby Wolf was half in that middle of that play. Yeah, in the middle of that, and I saw it on commentary, and I thought, yeah, Abby Wolf, she's half. Well, you know, when her and Joe House were doing the quickie play in the middle, and Abby was going to give it back to Joe, didn't. She went and drew the 32 short, and that was a half call. And well done to the refs to see it, because it's such a big game like this.
Well, break down the left in the meantime then by Lucy Henderson, and was that the call that the Sharks needed just to get the momentum back on side?
Great touch by Casey Hall there. And Amy Gresham's getting up, and Ruby Odell's getting up. They're putting the Sharks under pressure. That is good defence.
Sweepers
coming round.
It's
a 3-on-2 to finish if they can.
In behind.
It's a forward pass. Oh, it's a forward pass. Again, they've had the chances.
The cheer goes up from the touchline as Horsfall goes in for her second score, but is denied by the referee's whistle.
Well, I think we've had one denied each end there, and the neutrals say that's fair game. But yeah, in the Tigers one that was denied, it was obviously half. In that one, completely set, have a go. It was a 3-on-2, and we do practice that as coaches. We try and get them to complete 3-on-2s as much as we possibly can. Unfortunate, but that might be the chance that Sharks rue to see this game, try and take this game to drop off. Good drive from Imogen Loveridge.
They might have one more go at it here.
So Dean
if
and
they
Loveridge will be looking to set something up here.
Shut out the Tigers, but here's Dean. Loveridge to the left. There it is on the inside of Abassian.
It's a touch and pass, not given.
The try denied again. This is it then. Just over a minute to go for the Sharks. They trail by one try to the Tigers. It's as close a semi-final as we can ask for here, but they need to create something special from this set of 6.
Now, as a coach, it's really important, the role of the wings here on defence, talking to their other players, bossing the defence, getting them set early, pushing them nice and tight, forcing the Sharks to go wide.
Well, here's Hitchings and Ahad back inside to Hitchings. But
That's
the touch
a good
is
touch.
forced.
That is a great touch. That is a game winner by Imogen Loveridge there. Really good, really won that. And then I think... yeah, they can now just run this out. If they just make no mistakes, Tigers, they can run this out.
Absolutely, just 40 seconds to go. Dean into touch there. Loveridge hands it off to Florence Williams, who will leave the field. But it's going to be too little, too late for the Sharks, even if they can turn this over.
Now, you want to set up Abby Wolf on a scoop and just go hard to the end zone, as opposed to just slowing the game down and giving Sharks the ball back in there. Oh, that's good from Thea. And maybe it's
Thea Hall gives the pass. Suddenly it might be on out wide.
Good hands, but it is a forward pass. Either a forward pass or a late pass, and I'm not sure what they've called.
Well, another try denied, but it won't matter for the Tigers because they are through to the
We've
final.
got one last play, so as long as they don't mess this up, you're correct.
Well, who knows? Perhaps it's on to go coast for coast here. Fowler makes the touch. All Wolf, either way. The Tigers have done it. They are through to the final where they will face either the Northwest Touch or the Wildcats. But what a performance from 2 tries down. Well, there's a discussion with the referees for a second here, because I think there might be a penalty given.
Tigers by 1. Tigers by 1, yeah.
No, in fact, the game is over. So there was a discussion being had between the officials.
Yeah,
it's
there's
all
some
been
confusion.
squared away now.
Just checking. I think what they thought initially was the one that Abbey was given. There was a Wolf, which was not. Yeah, we've got a 3-2 by Tigers. That's what we had here. That's a good score.
Absolutely.
Two denied, 1 for each team. What a cracking game of touch and a super second half. A fantastic spectacle for girls touch at this age group.
Absolutely, and a massive final on the horizon for the girls. That will be our penultimate game of the day at 3:35.
Yeah, just going to say, I think Sharks played phenomenally well in that, and every single one of the players, B. Graham, Claire Wilkinson as the coaching team, should be really proud. They made that Tigers team work really hard to get in the final, something that they should be really, really pleased with.
Well, they've still got a playoff game, which will be at 10-3 over on pitch 2. Our next fixture, though, here at the English Touch Association Junior Nationals, it's our first of 5 back-to-back finals. And it starts with the boys under-12 final, where the Northwest Touch take on the Midlands Tigers. That game is due to kick off in 9 minutes' time.
Hi everyone, we're down at Riverside today with a lot of the seniors and masters grades, and we're here with Dunk Mascarenas. So he's an associate professor at Edinburgh Napier University, and he's trialling some 3D cameras to be worn by some of our officials down here. It's great to see you, Dunk.
Thank you.
And can you tell us a bit about your background and how has that brought you to introducing these kind of cameras to the touch environment?
Yeah, so I've been working with sports officials for over 25 years now. Started in rugby union and worked across different sports, and as you know, I'm a keen touch player, and I do what I can to try and support the touch refereeing community. And a colleague of mine did some work with teachers in a classroom using this 360 camera. It's relatively easy. It's a little bit wobbly on the head, but the image stabilization is incredible. He did some work in the classroom with teachers, looking at what you're actually missing and what kids are doing behind your back, because it gives you a full 360 image when you hold it on a tablet.
Very relevant for naughty players trying to do things behind a referee's back.
and that's one of the things it can give referees, is we get very absorbed with what's happening on the ball, and often we miss things that are going on behind us. So that's one of the great benefits of this technology when the referees are wearing it.
And is that the primary reason for the camera being head mounted as opposed to some of the chest mounted cameras that you see?
This is the new wave of tech. Initially we had a chest mount and a back mount, and we stitched the image together. We've now got 2 cameras, so it gives you one full 360, no stitching, and one complete image that you can pan around.
And I've seen it worn at the World Cup already on day 1 by one of the Opens referees. What was his feedback in terms of having the camera on?
Yeah, John's been great. He's worn it a number of times now, and there is a bit of an adjustment because it's a bit of a weight on the head, but he's quite happy with that, having worn it. He knows that the wobble, it's got a chin strap as well, so the wobble doesn't impact upon the image that's going to be produced, and it's quite easy to get used to.
And you're introducing this primarily as a coaching tool for referees. What feedback are referees getting from this, and what coaching insights do they get, apart from the traditional coaching which is done at pitch side or through match footage?
Yeah, absolutely. So typically we as coaches are on the sideline in quite a sterile environment. this takes you right into the heart of the play. It's what we call empathetic immersion. So you get to see, you get to feel, you get to hear the referee, the voice, their heavy breathing. You get to feel the emotion of the players, and that takes you into the heart of what they're experiencing. So as a person-centered coach, which is what we want, this gives you a real opportunity to be in there and be part of what that referee has experienced, to understand why they might have missed certain things through a game.
Are you aware of any other sports where they're using this kind of technology apart from touch?
No, we're at the forefront. I've got a colleague in Toronto who's doing some work with ice hockey officials, but we've kind of latched onto it. The tech's been around for a few years now, but we're the first people to be doing very specific research in this area. We've worked a little bit in rugby union and now more in touch.
And I've seen you use it up with the Scottish Touch Association. The feedback from referees, are there specific aspects of their game that they see real improvement from as a result of getting feedback through the camera?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when we first started, we knew it would give us a great perspective. What we're surprised by is the actual positioning elements that were good. So because you're seeing it from the first person, you're getting to see angles and views and running patterns and running lines. We would have expected that looking down you would be able to see that better, but actually we found that when we've researched this, the coaches who've been using the tech say it really gives you an appreciation of their positioning and what they're experiencing on the day.
Mm-hmm. And as we're both aware, we know touch is an amateur sport and sometimes funding is a real issue for touch associations. In terms of the cost of this kind of kit, is it accessible for touch associations to bring it in to coach referees?
Well, that's the beauty of it. It's £500 a pop. So whilst we think it's a really valuable tool for the referee who's wearing it, we'd actually use it, record some footage, get that referee who would be a high profile referee, well respected, get them to do what we'd call a think aloud protocol. So they talk over what's actually the thoughts and processes that are going on. There's a lot goes on in a quick games like this, and understanding those thought processes of a top flight referee can then be used to transfer that knowledge base to lower developing referees.
Well, as a senior referee myself, I can see such incredible value in this in terms of giving one-to-one feedback from senior referees who are on that progression to their black badge. What uses can it have to train the wider referee community, especially like grassroots referees coming up through their level 1s and level 2s?
Yeah, it can give you an appreciation of that positioning element, appreciation of how to communicate to players. I think that's an important thing. So seeing what you see on the field, verbalizing what you've seen, and then giving the communication to prevent players. What we want from referees is to create a good, flowing, penalty-free game, and understanding how we can communicate more effectively through tech like this can be really helpful for the developing referees to understand how they can help games become more entertaining for the crowds that come to see our game.
Well, we've just had a very entertaining game behind us with the men's 40s, Australia-England. I think Australia just pipped them. But thank you so much for joining us. And it's great to see people like Dunk who are in the touch environment using their skill set to bring these kind of advancements in the sport. So we really appreciate it, Dunk.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mel.
Throughout the weekend, please do return it, whether that's pegs, hammers, guidelines or ratchets. Please do return them, as these are our property. So again, just to reiterate, during the games, any finals or semi-finals or as such, 5 metres from the touchline is the safety margin we ask for, so that you should be not on the touchline itself. Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute.
Our first of 5 finals live here at the ETA Junior National Championships. The Midlands Tigers take on Northwest Touch. We've already seen Northwest Touch in action today in this division when they took down the West Wildcats in one of the most entertaining games of the day by 7-5. At 10-12, the final pool game in the under-12 division went underway, and it was a repeat of the final in front of you here. On that occasion, Northwest Touch came out on top by 6 tries to 3. But as we've seen already from our most recent game, the under-17 semi-final, all form goes out the window in a knockout game like this. Northwest Touch will tap off from the centre. It's a really entertaining young division, and Chris Simon is alongside me for this one. And it's one of the newest divisions at the Junior Nationals, but it's offered so much entertainment, so much fun, and so much experience as well for these young players.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a great spectacle. I was lucky enough to ref the. Bear with me 1 second. I was lucky enough to ref the Wildcats versus Northwest game this morning, and it was absolutely superb. The quality on offer, I was amazed. I was really, it would have been 3 or 4 years ago, it would have been fit under 15's touch, and they're both really well for the future.
Well, first play of the day then, it's a penalty for Northwest Touch.
Edwards, please, to pitch 3. Thank you.
Oh, what a moment this could be. What a start for Northwest. Quick pick up from Torres Leota. And then Leilua slides in himself.
Make your way to field 3.
And that is the opening score for Northwest Touch. Over goes Rocco Leilua. And it's a great start to the game.
And again, Theo Edwards, please make your way to field 3. Theo Edwards to field 3. Thank you.
I might do it later on, but I'm good for now. Thank you.
Delighted to be joined for this one by Claire Rylands, of course, regional lead for the Midlands, but also recently back from France after coaching the mixed 15s to a gold medal. Thanks so much for joining us, Claire, and well, it's going to be a great game in our first final of the day.
Yes, absolutely. It's so great that we've got the boys 12s out this year. I've watched a couple of the games over the past 2 days, and the skills on show in this group are absolutely fantastic to see.
You're eyeing a few players for that mixed 15s category already in 2 years' time for that next Junior Euros.
Yes, absolutely. I think this year's the first time we had a development squad that we used as well. So as well as having the final 16 that went out to Vichy, we had some development players. And I mean, this is the kind of age group that you're looking for really from a development perspective, and kind of been great over the weekend just having a little look at a few players that with a bit more touch experience could really light up for years to come.
Absolutely, a great touch there. Kasara Thompson was also away. Leo McMullen was running things down the right-hand side, and here he is again. McMullen with his rugby league background, as a lot of the Northwest players do have. But that's a penalty and a chance for the Midlands Tigers.
Absolutely, I think it's been really end-to-end stuff so far, and Midlands Tigers were really good field position here, wanting to get some fresh players on, head down the other end of the pitch. Oh, commentator's curse though.
Strikes again, as it did in the last game. It's a good carry by Leo Morton. But then here, on the response, comes Daniel Tuitupo. Tuitupo finding the pass eventually to McMullen, who found Thompson in turn. Here's McMullen as well, looking for the switch, but then gets on the outside almost of Carrington. A good touch made. McMullen going all the way through and finding the pass. Excellent take out there by Frankie Leota, one of the 3 Leotas in the Northwest side. Tuitupo, caught by Thomas Barraclough. And then McMullen drifting his way through, and then over in the corner goes Leo Dyer.
Yeah, I think that's a score there. I mean, and McMullen's just been orchestrating things through that entire set of play, really, hasn't he?
Absolutely, what a ball that was as well to pick out Dyer. Pretty excellent shape on the pass for an under 12, and that is the second score of the game for Northwest Touch as they look to take control 5 minutes into this final.
Yeah, and I think for the Tigers there, they just need to settle and complete this set, get up to the 7, and I've been watching them over the past couple of days, and they've got, you know, some fantastic players too. So they just need to just calm themselves down, get on the 7, get into their attacking game, put their, you know, some of the plays that they've learned from their coaches out there, and just build some confidence back, I think, after this start.
Well, they're up to the 7. Touch taken by Dobson. Dobson has it back again. That's a great pass into the path of Leo Morton, and he's delighted with that score. And the Tigers cut the deficit to 1.
That's just what they needed there, really. Just peg one back. Really nice quickie play, and then nice vision as well. Really great touch for such young players.
Yeah, Claire, I'm not sure if you can see it from just round the corner, but it's an incredibly well-supported young Tigers team as well.
It is. I mean, and this is just going to build over the next couple of hours, really. This is the first of our finals, and I expect that the tunnels on the pitch and the support around will just build and build until we get to that final game of the day.
Well, here's Leota and Leilua working through the middle. Torres Leota takes touch that time, and then it's just a slight roll ball that coughs up possession back for the Tigers as they look to head towards the box.
And this has been great to see from the referees as well. Obviously, this is the 12th division, the entry level, and we've got a lot of players who've been newer to touch. And in the initial early games, they've been just coaching some of these players through the roll ball and technique with that. And now we've got to the final. Just, you know, it's we're so many games in now, just starting to just be a little bit tighter with this and just a bit more expectation on them.
There's Rocco Leilua all the way through. Just about
touch.
Caught by Digby Charity. Charity just about gets a touch. Another winding run from Rocco Leilua. Is Torres Leota. Leilua again. Looking for his second try.
Discussion between the referees there, just working out. Looks like it's going to be a penalty, offside.
So 6 touches at the line for the Northwest, who look to re-establish the 2-try buffer they carved out in the early portion of this game. Can't believe it, Claire. Only 6.5 minutes into this final.
Oh, wow.
It's already
It's been
so much gone on.
end, hasn't it? And it's just and just fantastic to watch. It's just a really good spectacle to see.
Leilua, Leota, Leilua again. Little show and go. Great darting footwork, but up goes the hand from Charity in the middle for the Tigers.
Some really good defence here.
That's a nice ball, but it's just behind Carney Leota. The sibling connection there, not spot on at the moment, and the Tigers will look to box. Now, promising defence. What can they create in attack in return? The Tigers. Taking the touch there, Edward Partridge.
Getting towards the end of their set here. And what will they set up as they head into the last touch? Oh, a little mistake there.
Just dislodged by Partridge, who was getting ahead of steam there. It's been a while since there's been a changeover for the Northwest, but Addyman of the Wirral Tigers Club taking on the Tigers here as Leilua takes it to the box, and back onto the field, Leo McMullen. Turnover, and a popular one on this near side touchline for the Midlands Tigers.
What I've loved about this Tigers team is how much they've supported each other the whole way through. I think every single time I've watched them play, their box has been so loud, so noisy, you know, cheering every little decision, cheering great touches in defence, you know, cheering fantastic play in attack. They really seem to be such a united team.
That's excellent footwork down the left-hand side as well. A diving touch to halt the Tigers' attack. Cleary trying to get on the inside of Leota, and then what an excellent take that is out wide.
I have no idea how he handled to that ball.
Lucas Carrington just about keeps it alive, and now they'll have one strike at the line.
Last touch, they're going to have to throw it around a little bit.
Just lacking a bit of width here, and maybe a bit of space. And now into the corner, Morton races away for a second. Did he have a foot in touch there?
I think
Indeed
he did.
did.
Just looks like he signalled that. From our vantage point, it's really hard to see what's going on. There's so many supporters lining here.
Well, how on earth did Morton get away from the defenders there, and you can see it's just one step in touch as he dived over to the line. Fraser Shaw went straight up to contest with the referees. But indeed, this game is end-to-end. The Tigers so close to levelling it up. I mean, a drop-off at under 12s level would be something quite special.
Oh, I mean, I'm here for it.
You've been asking for one all day.
Oh, I do enjoy a drop-off as long as I'm not on the pitch.
That's the only people that like the drop-offs are the broadcasters, I'm afraid. As I said to Chris earlier today. McMullen just overcooks the pass. Tigers waste no time in tapping it off.
Yeah, and there just seems to be a few errors creeping into the Northwest game here, and Tigers are really starting to get a little bit more joy in terms of the possession they've got and the field position they've got.
Oscar Wright's having a lot of fun out there as well in 63 on the wing. Partridge winding away from McMullen. Now Partridge takes the touch. Here's Cleary. Oh, it's a good ball inside, that time to Barakalov. He's pushed back to the 7. Cleary. Tempting McMullen out of the line. And now it could be on here. Over the top they go. Second try for Morton.
Gets the score this time.
Oh, but it's a forward pass. And a very respectful response from Leo Morton, who calmly heads back into the line, even if the touch line are absolutely gutted. Now this is the pass, the final one that came out of the hands of Carrington. I think it is just forward there. Once again, Fraser Shaw protesting, and for a second time he's granted his wish as the Northwest will head towards the box. Oh, and it's a bit of delay on the pass there.
Oh, I think there was a Tigers hand in though. I think that's what they've signalled.
That's exactly what Tui Tupo was signalling for at least. And then that pass from McCullen. Again, ambitious. Leota almost on the end of it. But the Northwest, Claire, are just absolutely camped inside their own half.
They are. They're just overcooking things a bit on their exit.
Oh, what a touch that is.
They're headed towards their sub-box and just one pass too many. They've been renowned for expansive play. But yeah, I think they're just, coaches maybe just telling them just, complete some sets.
Well, Torres Leota, the one-man turnover machine, made that massive touch.
Yeah.
And now they've completed this defensive set. They've got to try and challenge. Great run by Leota onto the outside.
Diving touch there.
Oh,
Fantastic commitment.
It's Rocco Leilua. Leilua searching for a second try that time.
I think that the touch was called a little bit earlier, and the refs have just decided just to take it back because I don't think the player had recognised the touch had been made, which is good at this age group to do that.
Here's Rocco Leilua again then with Torres Leota in the centre. Leilua.
These two busy together again. Quickie
Leota,
play.
Leilua,
Space on the wing.
plenty of space.
Oh.
Just through the hands of Jack Hughes. Just goes beyond him. And the Tigers, I think, have given up possession. It's a penalty.
Yeah, I think penalty there. So
this is the difference.
Northwest back on the ball again.
This is the difference between the two sides, is that when the Tigers get into that area, the Northwest aren't giving away these penalties.
Quickie play again.
Oh, pulled out the back excellently well. Good ball from Thompson. But good defence. The cover came across from Partridge. But still they'll play. Leota
Lovely step
flashes
there.
it back wide. There was a hand in there, but so was a dive from the...
Yeah, touch was just made there, yeah.
Well, the sideline in front of us are going ballistic. What a touch that was. Here's Torres Leota. Rocco Leilua. Leota. Leilua again. Little show and go. Well read by Barakalov, who again makes the touch.
Fantastic read from the link over on that far side.
Leota.
Realised the dive was coming in and just stuck his arm out.
Almost a 2-on-1, stepping back in Adiman. This is it then. What a defensive set by the Tigers if they can keep them out. Good line speed, and in comes the touch from Lucas Carrington, and the Tigers get away with it.
And the sideline here again, they're celebrating that as if it was a score. And do you know what, actually, defence wins games. You've got to hold your opposition out, and it's great to see how much they're cheering their teammate on after a really tough defensive set there. And get some fresh legs on now and see if they can convert that defence into attack.
Decent transition, they're up to the 10. Nice little show and go. The weaving run from Leo Morton. On for a hat-trick. Sorry, on for his second try after being denied his most recent effort with the forward pass. Oh, penalty.
And a penalty for them as well.
Laid back by Austin Dobson. What a shutout by the Tigers. We've got to go back to that defensive set, Claire. It's so crucial in a final like this.
Well, yeah, and I think the way that the game's poised, I mean, another score there wouldn't have killed off the game, but I think it's just a harder hill to climb, isn't it? So by doing that and then hopefully, you know, getting down the other end and seeing if they could put a score on levelling things up would really make a contest of it.
Well, they've got 5 seconds to do so. Dobson goes in. And the score is given.
Just a reminder of any final.
Well, I can't tell if that was the referee giving the score, which is the reaction from the sideline, or if it was
I'm not
calling
entirely
half
convinced
time.
myself. I think he was calling half time. From where I was, it looked like the touch might have been in.
Well, we will double check at half time. I think that the scores are either 2-1 up for Northwest or it's 2-2 at half time. We'll get that checked for you at the break. However, what we do know, Claire, is that it's still anyone's game.
It really is. It really is. And it's been a fantastic first half. Real end-to-end stuff. Great skills on show. I thought initially that Northwest looked the stronger side, but Tigers have fought their way back into it, started completing their sets and spending more time down on the opposition line.
What a first half in our first of 5 finals. In the under-12 boys division, the Midlands Tigers taking on the Northwest. Even though this game finished 6-3 earlier today in the Northwest's favour, there's no signs as of yet of things going that one-sided. 15 minutes still to play. Anything could still happen in our first final of the day here at the Junior Nationals in Nottingham.
D1 battery that's been misplaced. 30 seconds. Players and officials, stand by.
Second half to come between the Northwest Touch and the Midlands Tigers. Fair Islands alongside me for this one. It still could go either way, even as the Tigers had that late try written off right before the buzzer.
Yeah, I think they just called touch in, and then the hooter went, so it's still 2-1 here. But Tigers getting the tap off, and so early chance to try and even things up.
Good footwork from Lyndon Hall. But now they go to the left-hand side. There's the missed pass. It's just beyond Morton. He's looked dangerous out there on the wing for the Tigers.
He has. He's been over the line a couple of times, not been given all the scores, but...
Well, excellent work from Torres. Leota, who's been really good with the ball in hand. As has Carney Leota, who leaves the field. Can't wait to see what else she has to offer in this game. Here's another talented ball player in this side, Rocco Leilua.
It's been great to see the family connection in the Northwest team, and great to see them playing with it's a boys division, but playing with girls on as well. And the girls are more than holding their own, I'd say, particularly Carney Leota. She's been in amongst a lot of the action. She's playing in more in-field role and definitely holding her own, and has put in some great performances over the past 2 days.
Nice delay on the pass from McMullen, almost putting Dyer away down the right. But in the end, it's a turnover. Oh, and that's a costly error, Claire, for the Midlands Tigers.
Yeah, and they've got the turnover right near the box, which is actually where you kind of want it. Just a unfortunate error, and it's gifted the ball straight back to Northwest, right on the line.
Daniel Tuitupo forced back. Youngest of 7 siblings, Daniel Tuitupo, eligible to play for 4 international teams, Ireland, England, Tonga and New Zealand. For now, though, it could be Dyer away down the right wing of the Northwest, but a good touch from Leo Morton.
Yeah, great touch there.
Tuitupo again. McMullen. Tuitupo on the return, sliding in to score. Well, we'll wait for the referee's whistle.
And
I think it was a touch, so it will be back in possession with Northwest.
Yeah, I think they've just signalled for 5th touch there.
Wide again towards Dyer, but safe as houses, Morton on the left wing. So transition from the Tigers, they're on the right side.
Let's see if they can get it right this time.
Nice step.
Lovely step there. And they're getting their fresh players on the field now.
Amongst them, Austin Dobson, who's directing traffic there. Dobson picks it up from halfway.
It's looking for some friends, looking for someone to pass to. There we go.
Good way of the pass. And then putting on the handbrake, Charlie Smith. And unfortunately, just ran out of touches there, Claire.
Yeah, they did. They did. He just right thing there on the 5th touch to pick up and scoop the ball, but just it does look like maybe his other teammates didn't know that was 5th coming and just were lagging behind, and they had created a half chance there.
Instead, though, it's quick feet from Tuitupo once again. Lovely ball over the top from Swanee Coker, but just a little bit undercooked. So the Tigers can come back again. Much closer game than was played previously in the pool stage when it was 6-3 earlier on this morning.
Tigers got opportunity now. Middle players working together, just waiting for Northwest to walk up so they can set a strike play.
Here's Dobson. Edward Rorison there, plays it back to Dobson, but unfortunately they've lost possession.
They have, and that's unfortunate. It was opportunity just to build a little bit of pressure on the Northwest line. Referee's just resetting things, I think, making sure players knew how they're restarting the game here.
Well, they've got to restart from way back on their 7, and they will head towards the box, carried on by Tutupo. And then McMullen out the back.
Oh, beautiful.
Great run through the centre. I think that's Orny Coker, who's still going, Coker.
We do have a Tigers player down and holding his knee as a result of that step.
Well, that's good footwork from Coker. It's unfortunate that Dobson's down.
Yeah, it does look like he's in a little bit of pain there. Coach is on now with him and just checking him over.
Well, there is the Tigers bench. They quickly called their players over so that the injured player can be assessed. There's a Northwest coach on the field as well.
Yeah, and it's never anything that you want to see, but everybody's just pause the game. You've got to give these players the time just to get that assessment in and get them off the pitch safely.
Absolutely, as the Tigers all come together. And
round of
thankfully he's right back to his feet, Austin Dobson. The game will quickly get back underway. In the meantime, it will be a restart for the Tigers.
Yes, I think the ball had gone down, so it is Tigers ball. Dobson been looking very bright for the Tigers, so it's a shame for him. Nice to see how the team regroups in the final minutes of this game.
So thankfully he's able to walk off the field. We'll get underway with a tap on halfway. Another ripple of applause for Austin Dobson. Whistle goes, back underway. Just over 8 minutes left for the Tigers to level things up. They've had the better of the field possession since going behind again. Oh, putting pressure on before the break and afterwards looking bright, but that's a misplaced pass, Claire.
Yeah, it is. And he kind of done a lot of the hard work with the step and yeah, just slightly wayward pass there. And now Northwest back with the ball in their hands, looking to drive up the pitch, get some yards, get out of their own half, which they've been camped in for a little bit.
Chance then for Rocco Leilua. And a good pickup from Torres Leota. Leilua, soft hands to find Oliver Coldwater, who gets on the outside.
And the winger's called the touch here.
Yeah, Morton seems pretty adamant that he made the touch.
Yeah, I think when you make a touch and you know and you can point immediately to where you made the touch on the person, it's usually a sign that you did make it.
Absolutely.
And it's a game of honesty after all, so, you know, I'm sure with some of these baggy shirts on these younger players, it's not always easy to feel it. You're really reliant on the defenders, you know, being honest and saying where they made that touch.
And that's a turnover, though, for Northwest.
Yeah, just another roll ball error, just creeping in.
Still no scores.
No, it's been a fantastic game, though, despite it being low scoring.
Absolutely. That's a good touch. That might be a touch and
pass, I think. Yeah, referee's moving.
Well, the two Leotas linking up, but forced to turn it over. A chance then for the Tigers to get back on level terms with Northwest touch.
Oh.
Dummying the touch there.
Very, very good control. I thought he was going to put that ball down without a touch being made, but he realised, regrouped.
Well, Northwest, the only undefeated side in the competition. Against the Tigers, who were beaten twice in the pool stage, both by Northwest, both by a margin of 6-3. They're looking to turn that result around, and they have at the moment. It's a much tighter affair.
Much, much tighter. Here they go.
Passed on by Carrington. Here's Oliver Cleary. Can't get on the outside of Coker, and that's the turnover. Good defence from Joani Coker.
And at the moment, the Tigers, they're getting down there, but then they're just trying to run around them, and I don't think there's quite the space to do it. They maybe need to be a little bit more direct, try and pull some of these West players in a little bit more, so there's a bit more space then to expose on the outsides. don't think they're going to beat them pace for pace necessarily. I could be wrong, but we'll see.
Nice footwork from McMullen, gives the ball out wide, eventually in the Northwest are caught. McMullen at the half. Warnie Coker.
Directing things here.
Takes it back towards McMullen's side. Now they skip out Coker and look for Tuitupo, but the pass was just in front of him.
Some urgency from the Tigers box here to get this ball in play and get over there. Touch was in first, I think.
Yeah, Cleary put the handbrake on and was touched. Well, he slid into touch before it was made, so it is a turnover. There's the roll. Here you go. The Northwest again through Tuitupo. McCullen. And here's Warnie Coker. Going a bit lateral there, but he's made plenty of yards and no one's called the touch. Eventually, Charlie Smith claims he's made it.
Pulled it a little bit further back. So we've gone back a little bit. Need to reset. Turnover now.
Well, that is a turnover and a good defensive set, Claire, from the Tigers, because they've been under pressure the last 5 minutes.
They have, and they've held them out again. And I think, you know, real credit. Oh, it's just another roll ball error on their exit, and it's just meaning they're just having to soak up so much pressure.
Show and go from Tuitupo. Doesn't sell Finton McChristie this time. Tuitupo. McCullen goes to the left-hand side, skips one man out to find Frankie Leota. But it's back with Adiman at the half. Leota back to the 7. McCullen again. Nice footwork. Eventually caught. Back to the 7. Leo McCullen. Floats a pass, show and go, close to the line. Cleary made the touch.
Lovely little step back on the inside, but the defenders were covering across nicely there again. This Tigers defence working really hard for each other.
McCullen, great pace, finds the space, but it's just beyond Dyer. How close was that to stealing the game for the Northwest touch?
But Tigers have got the ball back here, nice and close to their box again. See how their drive play goes.
Well, they've got 2.5 minutes to turn the game around. They still trail by the 1 try.
They do, and I'm still here for the drop-off.
Absolutely. That's a barnstorming run by Charity. Charity's on the outside. He's going to go all the way. Digby Charity has scored for the Tigers, and they've levelled it up with 2 minutes to go.
Oh, it was just great play down this kind of narrow side, subbing off and just found a whisper of space and took it.
Not for the first time in these younger divisions, but we've seen players rip-roar down the wing when they're heading to the box on this near side, and Charity, the most recent amongst them to score from it.
And now their focus has just got to be on their defence now. You know, it's all very well and good celebrating that score, but you've got a job to do now. You've got 2 minutes left and the opposition ball in hand on the 7 with their 2 danger players on.
A try here would certainly seal the game. Here's Leota. Leilua goes in. Up goes the hand from Thomas Barraclough, and he keeps them out for now.
Look, really nice positioning from that link there. His middle was kind of done for, but he's just come in and saved him.
Here's Leota. Suddenly the pass is wide, and there's space out there for the Northwest.
Yeah,
down goes
given.
Oliver Cadwalder, and they may have taken the lead with just a minute to go.
Absolutely. They just really manipulated well there. That first quickie pulling the defence in, so they had the space out there wider, which they noticed and then did on the second play.
Seconds to go here.
Yeah, here we go.
And Northwest have taken the lead again. There's the dummy touch. Nice footwork. And there's the first. Lifted off the deck by Rorison. Second touch made on Smith.
Just an unfortunate penalty to give away there.
That might be the game.
I think it might seal it here. I think if Northwest are smart, they're just going to play nice and slow. Nothing silly, just eat up the clock and just...
Well, how fitting that those two are out in the middle. Leo McMullen and Torres Leota, who have had excellent games.
They really have.
And
Leota
is going to go charging through. What a covering touch that is. But seconds remain. The Northwest touch have done it. McCullen will run it in, but Leota wide. The touch is already made.
Yeah.
Leota goes over, but it doesn't matter because they have won the final here in the under-12s division. The Northwest touch have finished off this remarkable unbeaten run. They've won 8 games on the bounce, including their semi-final, to come through here and take victory in the under-12s division here at the Junior Nationals. And Claire, an unbelievable performance from the Tigers, but the Northwest touch deserved it given the weekend's play.
I think they did overall, yes. I mean, they've gone through the whole tournament undefeated, played a really nice style of touch, but you've got to credit the Tigers for that fight back. They just didn't give up. Their defence was fantastic, and wow, I mean, I was hoping for a drop-off. But I think, yeah, overall, Northwest deserved winners, really. Just had a little bit more when it came to their line attack play, I think. But the Tigers should hold their heads really, really high. They've been an absolute delight to watch. Such a great team spirit. Seen in the box through all of their games. They should be very, very proud of what they've achieved.
Well, what a close final. It couldn't really have come down to the wire anymore, unless we, of course, went to that drop-off. Here are the tries again. Morton got the Tigers away early, but then, well, that excellent try down this left-hand side. It was an excellent finish from the Midlands Tigers 37, Digby Charity. That levelled them up, but then right down the other end, Leota, with some excellent work, set up the try that won them the game. And the Tigers leave the field to a triumphant sound of applause from their supporters, even if the results didn't go their way. Our first of 5 finals is over, and the winners of the Boys 12 division are the Northwest touch. Thanks very much for joining us, Claire. Been great to have you with us.
No worries, thank you very much.
And best of luck for the Midlands Tigers as they take on action in the under-14s final and the girls under-17 final. Well, our next final then, it's action from the girls under-14 division as the South East Sharks take on the Southwest Saxons. That game is due to kick off at 2:05.
This event would not be what it is without all of the hundreds of volunteers that are here at Riverside and at Highfields. And I'm here with Helen, one of our amazing volunteers. Helen, what made you volunteer for the Touch World Cup?
So I previously volunteered for the Commonwealth Games, which were in Birmingham. And I live in Beeston, right here on the doorstep. So when I heard that this was coming, I thought it was an ideal opportunity to volunteer somewhere local. Never seen touch before, don't know anybody associated with it. But I've done a couple of days here so far and absolutely love it. It's a fantastic sport to watch.
And what kind of things have you been doing in your volunteering role here at the World Cup?
So kind of thrown in at the deep end to start off with because I was on scoring to start with, putting the scores up on the scoreboards at Highfields. Having never seen a touch game before, that was quite a challenge, but I learned quickly. And then with the sunshine out yesterday, I was out on volunteer welfare, going around and making sure the volunteers are all nicely hydrated in the good weather that we've got.
It's fantastic to have people like you down at the sport, and with this being your very first exposure to touch, it's quite incredible. Would you recommend it for someone going forwards in terms of coming down and getting involved in the sport?
Absolutely. It's amazed me how fast it is, how competitive it is, how fit everybody is, and there's a really fantastic atmosphere. You know, there's lots of friendly rivalry between the teams, and yeah, it's a great event to either come and watch or to come and take part in.
Well, we really appreciate people like you coming and making these events such an incredible experience. So thank you so much.
Our second of 5 finals here at the ETA Junior Nationals. And our next game is our first of 2 finals from the under-14s division. Up first, it's action from the girls under-14s as the South East Sharks take on the South West Saxons. Jaina alongside me, Wildcats regional lead, also assistant coach for England 35s and 18s. But, well, firstly, great to see so many Wildcat teams in the finals. I think they'll be taking place in both our under-17 finals. But also, what a joy that this division has been across the weekend. Thanks very much for being with us for the game as well. And, well, really excited to get it started. And as I was just saying, Jana, it is great to have so much action from the under-14s division brought to you live here at the Junior Nationals.
Really exciting. We're straight into try-scoring opportunities right from the start. And I think you alluded to it. The game between these two teams yesterday was a really, really tight result there with a draw. So we're hoping for something equally as exciting now in this game.
It was my favourite game of the day yesterday, a 3-3 draw between the Saxons and the Sharks. It's the Sharks on the offensive first, though, and a big hole opens up for Isabella Ellsworthy, who goes down to score the first. It is the Sharks, as we were both chatting about before the game, in the dark blue top, light blue on the bottom half, whereas the Saxons are in the navy shorts and bottom half with a lighter blue top. So in this first half, it's left to right for the Sharks, who have opened the scoring, Jana.
Straight into the corner, yeah, straight up to the line. You want, for the tap off, you want to really try and just lay your mark down early. South East Sharks, they're looking really organised, straight into a sweeper, scoring in the corner. Brilliant try.
Here come the Saxons, though, in response. It's Aoife Joyce carrying it up to the 7. Joyce gets it on the return. It's a good read, though, by Lara Marjoram.
Good shutdown. I think there's going to be a contrast in style, I think, between these two teams. I'm expecting the Sharks to be a lot more structured in their play, a lot more organised, and then the Southwest Saxons to be a lot more sort of moving the ball around. There's a lot of rugby backgrounds there, so their ability to shift the ball between the hands has generally been what's been their standout feature for them this weekend.
Absolutely. I was about to highlight how Scarlett Greening is a debutante as she took it into touch, but a reminder that every single member of this Sax under-14 side is a debutante here at the National Juniors, except for Daisy Taylor at number 11.
Yeah, except for Daisy, yeah. So
the
Daisy,
only player who's been here before.
Yeah, Daisy is someone I've been coaching. She's been coming along to my club to get some extra training in for the last couple of months, and been really impressed with her speed. You can see some of that today.
That's a hopeful ball over the top from Ella Betts, who was almost in on her own. In the end, had to ship it up towards Anushka Dyson, but it was a great take.
Ooh. Ball's live, yeah, okay, wasn't quite sure what was going on there.
A couple of changes for the Saxons in live play. That's a great run from Imogen Webber. Sent back by Theo.
Expecting to see a lot of breaks here from the Southwest. Their ability to make something out of nothing is what's going to be their best opportunity to score, I think. Megan Wright there, taking the ball in, daughter of Martin, the England men's coach.
Both her parents have played at international level for England. That's an excellent touch, flying out of the line, Talia Dean. Here's the co-captain, Millie Bobadilla. But that's all she wrote for the most recent attack for the Saxons. A good shutout by the Sharks, Jana.
Yeah, really good again. I'm expecting Sharks to be organising their defence. Number 11 here on the ball. There's a player I've watched throughout today. I've been following Wildcats and I've watched their play this morning. Very good communication, really good pass of the ball, really good speed. I think it's someone to look out for the future.
That's Imogen Shaw. We'll see what kind of impact she has on the rest of the game as diving in. Lara Ma'ajaram going at the line. Still got one more touch at the 7. Fisher.
Yeah, looking to set something up again.
James. Back towards Stella Dobson.
And to the corner, yeah. Killing in the corner. Good piece of advice here for any young teams watching. If you can kill the ball in the corner, generally speaking, teams are looking to sub off. So if you can kill the ball on the far side of the pitch, it's a long way to come to sub off. So I'm expecting, there we go, and ball's down. So fresh set of 6, really close to the line for Sharks here. They should be looking to score from this now.
Here goes Fisher. Well, there's a bit of a miscommunication there. In the end, it will come back for Lara Marjoram.
Ooh, cheeky.
It's just been nicked off the deck by the Saxons.
Yeah, Theo Oxford there, refereeing there, just having a few words.
And in the end, he sends back the Sharks, so the Saxons have won it back and they're off and rolling.
Good turnover now. They're going to look to break quickly using their speed.
Co-captain on debut as well, Arabella Stewart at number 6. Plays at Redmaids High School.
Good. Ball slowed down a little bit.
From halfway then, Bobadilla needs to inject a bit of pace. Here's Wright.
Fourth, fifth touch on its way now, so looking to either set up a scoop of some sort now, usually on fifth touch, or create opportunity.
Good ball to find Porritt, but they've got to do something special from here. Bobadilla right to her right, but Porritt to her left.
Just shut down again.
Anushka Dyson makes the touch.
Just a forward pass here, I think, just in the middle of the last touch. Yeah, it's a penalty. Just a forward pass at the end.
Well, it's another low-scoring game. It's another tight final.
That's what we want to see. I mean, no one wants to hear it unless you're either one of the two teams in blue, but everyone wants to see a drop-off, don't they? Unless you're one of the teams in blue.
Absolutely. But at the moment, it's just as tight a final as the under-12s boys final that came before it.
Another break.
Well, this is a great carry, opening up the pitch. Ellsworthy, the try scorer, galloping through, does the unselfish thing and gives the pass to Anushka Dyson,
Beautiful
who
pass,
drops down
awareness.
for the Sharks' second try. The try scorer, turn provider, Ellsworthy again involved, freshly off the field, onto the field, sorry. And then over goes Dyson, the winger, for the Sharks' second score. Jana, a pretty great textbook try in the world of touch.
Really unselfish player there. I mean, she could have potentially scored herself. Maybe would have been a 50-50 with the defender chasing back, but let's make it a certain try and put the pass in for your teammate. Always back your wingers.
Go again, girls, build again.
As the Sharks go 2 up, the Saxons cough up possession. It was a draw in the last play of yesterday. And then today, chatting to Mark Wright, of course, Reuters in the side, he said that the Saxons are actually 1 up with about a minute or so to go before the Sharks turned it round. So the Saxons certainly have enough to challenge this side.
Yeah, they're going to have a bit of work to do now. I mean, we're only 6 minutes in, so still a long, long way to go in this game. You score a try from one end of the pitch to the other, it takes 10 seconds to score a try, so never out of the game.
Marjoram sent back from the touch. Out comes Dean to make the touch. Bit of space opening up here for Williams, who suddenly...
Beautiful hands again.
Suddenly has no one else in front of her there. Emily Williams scores the third for the Sharks.
Yeah, so I spoke earlier about how I thought the Southwest Saxons' handling ability might be one of the keys to the game in this, but I think, again, on the southeast side here, they're just handling there. Hopefully we get a replay of how that went through. No, it's not come through.
Well, it was a really excellent score.
But it was heads up, hands just straight up. Here we go. This is one of the
From
breaks I was talking about.
straight away, Webber away down the left, and the Saxons are on the board. Imogen Webber, who's had some excellent lines of running all tournament for this Saxon side, once again steps off the right and loops around 3 Southeast Sharks to score.
Fantastic, that's kind of what I was talking about there. So the Southwest's ability to score from range any time is going to be the key to this game for them. And they showed it there.
That is exactly what the Saxons needed, Jana, to get back into the game.
So we've got the score down as 2-1. Is it 2 or 3?
I think it is just 2-1. I really do think that well, we'll have a think about that most recent score. We'll double check it if we need to, but I'm fairly certain that last try was the third.
Excellent. Another sweeper set up there. Went into the corner. Unselfish play again.
So the Saxons back in the contest, but still with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, good. The score was corrected there. Yeah, definitely 3-1. So thanks for the fix.
Closing in on 10 minutes here. And Webber again looks to open up the field. Hint of touch and pass, but they get it away, the Saxons.
Great
and here's
again,
another great runner.
break.
Hutchings. Caught in the end by Erin James.
Yeah, good speed again. This really exciting play here from the Saxons. Once they get going, once they get that ball moving in open space, that's where they're at the most dangerous.
It's again Imogen Webber, who's breaking away up to the 10.
Yeah,
leaves it back for the co-captain Stewart. Another touch made there on Greening.
Bringing some subs on, get some fresh legs. So for 5th touch. Last
One
touch.
chance then at the line.
She's
Excellent
through.
run through the centre. There's the
Looking for
scoop.
upload.
Where are the options? Right.
Oh,
Scores.
there we go. Not sure if you heard the big shout, but that came from a very proud dad.
Well, that was an excellent scoop by the co-captain Stewart. And then composed and placed on the deck by Megan Wright.
Game on. So actually, that was a really interesting try there, because it looked like on fifth touch, everything kind of stalled, but just that huge injection of pace straight up the middle was the big difference maker.
Well, the Saxons are very much back in the game.
Yeah, game on now.
We'll say during the final, the Saxons are passing around the rugby ball that's being signed by each member of the team, which is a really lovely touch.
That's cute, we love that. Something to, hopefully that'll go to one of their MVPs. Here we go through again.
Well, suddenly there's a bit of space opening up for James. In came the touch from Kira Green.
No, the touch made, referee signalling the touch. Just the last ditch touch there signalled.
Great covering by Grieg.
Yeah, really, really great cover. Good desire. Tell it's a final. Everyone wants to win this, no matter what.
Bobadilla out of the line to make the touch on Williams. Here's James again.
Half
I think
court.
they've turned it over.
Yeah, dummy half court signal there from Theo. So let's see some more of this movement here from the southwest. I think the key to the game is how quickly can they move that ball, get the ball off the floor. So you talk a lot about really good feet there from Megan.
So here come the Saxons then, looking to equalise before the break. They've got 4.5 minutes left. Hutchings, great pace, lovely step, but just caught by Williams. Bobadilla on the scoop. Elizabeth Hutchings had a great game the last time that the Saxons took to the field live here on pitch 1, where they took on the Sharks.
Yes, it was an interesting style here. So Southwest style seems to be move the ball around from side to side, wait for the spaces to open up, and then just exploit them with the speed. And they're doing a really good job of that now. Fifth touch, looking for a scoop again.
Dean, Bobadilla. Monaghan.
Screaming for the ball to pass the wing.
Just beyond Grieg, unfortunately, there. And it will be a tap-off for the Sharks.
Yeah, well, danger. So Southwest making some substitutions in defence there. Not normally something you want to see, but they've got away with it with the handling error, I think.
Well, indeed they have. That's the penalty and the turnover. Saxons in the ascendancy if they can have possession here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Southwest can put something a bit more structured together here. They've got it's basically a tap-off here from now, although it's... what have they given? No, Southeast have kept the ball.
Well, this is the only final with any representation from the south. Both sides come through. It's Northwest against Midlands in the under-14 and West against Midlands in the under-17.
Great drive. So the difference here between one team and the other is how quickly Southeast get the ball down up off the floor and how quickly they get it back up into play. It really enables them to get really good forward momentum and make loads of meters really, really quickly. So there's kind of a stark difference between one team and the other, who's quite slow to pick the ball up, slow to get the ball down, with the Southeast really showing a good example of a three-man drive there.
Well, the ball was there for Ella Betts of the Southeast Sharks, but it just went down. Pass wasn't delivered into her path.
Shane, a really good example of hard, direct rucking there.
So, the Saxons looking to reinvigorate their first half after a bit of a pause in play. Good direct running, but the touch is made by Imogen Shaw.
Yeah, ball's up a bit faster as well now. It's giving them some good impetus.
Georgia Monaghan lays it back. And that's a good scoop. Step off the left from Weber. Good pass as well.
Lovely shift.
Swung wide by Joyce.
Oh, good save. Fifth touch.
Here's Joyce again. Looking to draw the winger in, but it's another great touch and a turnover forced by Ellsworthy.
Referee's given offside, so it's a penalty. 6 more to Saxons here. The Southeast player not retreating back the required 7 metres, so it gives the Saxons a really good field position here now.
40 seconds before half-time, almost all the way through. Aoife Joyce forced to retreat. They're up to the 7.
Oh, that's a shame.
Just been put down,
shame,
and that will bring an end to this first half, I believe, unless the Sharks can produce something really special from here. That was the last real attacking opportunity of the half. I'll still give it a crack, though, here with 15 seconds to go.
Enough to set up a scoop and a really good field position opportunity. Want to get your best scooper on now if possible in this last few seconds.
Well, here's Williams And they do just run out of time.
Play through.
There goes the final touch. It's made by the dangerous wide player Elizabeth Hutchings of the Southwest Saxons. Half-time it is then, and the Sharks hold a very narrow advantage over the Southwest Saxons. The score, just 3 tries to 2 in their favour. Jaina, anything could happen in that second half, but both sides are certainly still in the contest.
Oh, we absolutely have a game on our hands here now, and I think the things that we talked about during the game are coming true. So the slightly better structure here of the Southeast versus the expansive, hard-running ability to score from anywhere of the Southwest is proving going to be a real good clash of styles here, and it's going to be an exciting second half. Really good, looking at the highlights there, really good finish there. The speed is killing. Speed is king in touch.
Well, as we run through the highlights from the first half, we can't wait for the second. Who will come out on top in our second of 5 finals here at the English Touch Association's Junior Nationals? We've already got the first of our winners. The Northwest Touch took down the Midlands Tigers in the under-12s. Here in the under-14s, it's the Southeast Sharks who lead by 3 tries to 2 against the Saxons, with 15 minutes for the Saxons to turn it round and get their first win against the Sharks in 3 this weekend.
Officials, 2 minutes. Players and officials, 2 minutes. Officials, 1 minute. Players officials, 1 minute.
Both tries are available.
Go shot!
Players and officials, 30 seconds.
"15 minutes remain in our second of 5 finals here at the ETA Junior Nationals. The Southeast Sharks who have been victorious over the Saxons already in this competition. Got to do it again here in the final, but it's a tap-off for the Saxons. And Jana, you were just saying at half-time how crucial that is, that they've got this opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically halfway up the pitch already. You've got 6 touches to have a go at the line, so you're looking to get up to the line in about 3 ideally, and then having 2 really good attempts at the line. So being halfway up the pitch really helps.
Bobadilla caught on the 7.
So 1 touch.
Here's Megan Wright. Little show and go, looking to get on the inside of Shaw.
It's 5th touch, so they'll do something now with nothing, no touches.
Bobadilla, did that deflect off of a shark?
No, not given, so it's just a turnover there, ball to the floor.
But they did make it to the 7 at the first time of asking.
Yeah, most important.
So a transition then for the Sharks. They're on the right side of the field.
Yeah, you generally look to sub here, get fresh legs on, especially once you've been playing 4 games a day for 2 days. Like the girls' 14 schedule's been quite tough. They've been playing lots of games.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only the fewest teams in this category, just the 3 of them. So they've had an awful lot of fixtures against one another so far. In 3 meetings so far, it's been 2 wins for the Sharks and a draw.
And yet none of that counts for anything right now. It's a one game playoff, basically.
Absolutely, here in this final. Great take
nice
from Lily Porritt, who is eventually caught. And now they look to get on the outside. The Saxons are up to halfway. Another great carry on the outside. Weber might go all the way.
Gone.
Could be another try
She's
from
in.
long range.
Oh.
Imogen Weber has another.
The final is on. The final is on.
It's a second try for Imogen Weber, but it's an equaliser for the Saxons. Just got on the outside of Anushka Dyson. A real battle forming on that wing. This time, Weber comes out on top, and it's an equaliser. Once again, the Sharks are pegged back, and it's 3 tries apiece, with plenty of time still to come in this final, Jana.
Oh, it's really going to be really interesting now. So again, the clash of styles, which is the ball not being necessarily as fast as you'd like it from Southwest, but just some individual brilliance down the outside, just their pace, their ability to cause something out of generally nothing is going to be like I say, a huge part of the rest of this final.
A reminder to the viewers, given the click clash on show, that it is the Sharks attacking from right to left here as they look to be heading towards the line. In their light blue with dark blue on the top, a reverse for the Saxons, who play with navy on the bottom and lighter blue on the top, who have just won the turnover.
Yeah, some good defensive there. Yeah, they didn't really get much of an opportunity to strike. So again, the Southwest shift it early.
So it's the Saxons in possession, taking it down the left-hand side. They're a long way from the box, so they'll look to attack from here, from the 10.
I mean, it's fair to say Southwest absolutely know what their strengths are. Their strengths are their speed, and they're moving that ball around, creating really some good lateral movement, essentially, and getting the chance to just run into huge spaces, which is what's happening.
Up to halfway. And they take it down the left once again. Elizabeth Hutchins looking for space.
That's 5th. Looking again. Saxons seem to be dangerous with no touches remaining, so no, not quite this time though, but this Saxons seem to come alive with no touches.
Well, as we approach the 20-minute mark, it's still level between the Saxons and the Sharks. It's been a really close contest all day. This is how the game finished in the final game of the day yesterday, live here on pitch 1 at Riverside. That's a big turnover for the Saxons.
Yeah, again, good field position here from Saxons, so the opportunity to... Oh, good save, well done. So the opportunity to get halfway up the pitch with no touches taken.
Both co-captains
strike.
Both co-captains on the field as well. They pick out Porritt, Bobadilla, there in support. It's got the other captain, Arabella Stewart, to her left, and now Arabella Stewart on the wrap.
Yeah, Bobadilla, she seems to have stood out a lot in this game. She's behind a lot of the good things that's being done.
Oh, what a ball to pick out Stewart, but a great touch by Dyson.
Yeah, great recovery.
Bobadilla. Porritt. Bobadilla almost through. Another touch this time on the Sharks.
Shouldn't get away with that. No. So, I mean, you could argue that her hips were perfectly square, but they were facing completely the wrong direction.
So it will be a turnover, a penalty for the Sharks. as they head towards the box.
That's Talia, so on loan from the Midlands, I believe, sister of, or part of a Dean family tradition of playing touch now. I think there's 4 of them now representing regional sides this weekend.
Betts takes it over halfway. Ellsworth. What a great game, Ellsworth.
Here we go.
Now they turn on the pace.
Nice
Back
pass.
inside to Ellsworthy. Finds Betts. Good cover coming across for the Saxons.
Yeah, good recovery again. So the Saxons' ability to scramble defence is proving to be a real difference maker since the start of this game.
Bobadilla caught by Shaw. And again, great line speed, this time from Ellsworthy. A try and an assist for her in this final. Here's Wright.
It's third. They've lost a lot of form momentum now, but once again, this generally seems to be where Saxons are at their most dangerous.
They've got to make some yards soon, or they'll be coughing up possession in a dangerous position.
Here, that's 5th touch. And off we go. And once
and
again,
what a break by Hutchins! Elizabeth Hutchins on final touch.
And she knows she's half. That's
Needs
really
the support. Porritt is there.
Wow.
Lily Porritt scores to put the Saxons ahead.
Here we go again. A 5th touch. Nothing looks like it's happening, but just a huge injection of pace is just killer. Good awareness from the dummy half there. You see a lot of, especially if you're an experienced in touch, it's really easy to get that far up the pitch and think, yes, I can score. But whether she heard a shout or whether she knew what was going on, it was a really good awareness to make sure she found a pass. And good chasing from Porritt, number 15.
Porritt was there in support, and for the first time in this game, the Saxons take a lead, and it's a turnover as well. The tide of the game is shifting against the Sharks.
It really has. So it was 3-1 at one point. So the last 3 tries have all gone the way of the Saxons.
What
Momentum
a turnaround for the Southwest. And a reminder that this would be the first win of the weekend against the Sharks, having already played 3 times in the pool stage. What a result that would be.
Yeah, I mean save it for when it matters. Group games essentially mean nothing. It's the one-off game, and having coached for teams that have won easily through group stages and European Championships for under 18s, that nothing. The group games mean nothing. Once you get to the final, it's whoever wins over the course of, in this case, 30 minutes.
Absolutely, and it's the Sharks coughing up possession again. They're perhaps feeling the pressure a bit, Jaina.
I think so. Like those sort of handling errors weren't really happening early on, and I think that the direct driving was proving really effective, and just kind of dropped off a little bit. Again, this tiredness after a 2-day competition with 4 games a day kicking in. Yes, probably, but
they're keeping the ball alive well. It's another good drive from Shaw. Here's Hutchings again, who created that equaliser. Unfortunately, the ball is loose, and the Sharks will have another defensive set because the touch came in first.
Yeah, so we're looking for someone now. Someone's going to need to step up from this South East Sharks team and take the game by the scruff of the neck.
Good line from Shaw, but they haven't garnered the momentum they needed. Webber caught again.
Smith. Again, this is where they're most dangerous, so 5th touch for Southwest Saxons, where you don't want them to be.
This time Webber can't evade, so it is a turnover.
Yeah, good shutdown. Forward pass given, I think, or touch and pass. Right, 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, Sharks looking a little bit tired out there.
Going direct though. So they've got number 11, I think, is Imogen Shaw on the pitch. So they'll be looking for something big from her in this game. She's been key throughout the game. This is her now.
This is starting to build quite nicely. There's the touch made by Grieg on Dyson.
Touched in flight though, so referee Theo Oxford giving 6 more touches to the Sharks. Really big part of this game now. We've got 6 touches on the line. What can we create?
Dyson to tap it back. Ella Betts. There's the touch, and here's Shaw.
Yeah, so Shaw's communication throughout the tournament has been really good, so she'll be looking to boss something around here now.
Ellsworthy trying to get on the outside. James at the half. Back to Ella James on the wrap.
Definite plan.
Good line speed to Holt, Imogen Shaw. They've still got a few more touches. They have to do something here. Great pass for Betts, who's diving in. Up goes the hand from Scarlett Greening, and the touch is called.
Given, wow. Oh,
what a touch that is by Greening.
I mean, there's still 5 minutes to go, but like if the game ends up with the Southeast winning, with the Southwest winning by 1, you can look back at moments like that and think that was a try save, that was a game-winning tackle, that one, a game-winning touch.
Ella Betts was certain that she was in there.
From my view, I didn't have a very good view here, but it looked like it was on.
Bobadilla, well, that's a loose pass. Pressure of the big occasion.
Yeah.
Another chance for the Sharks to equalise.
Another repeat, essentially a repeat set. Maybe 1-2 touches to get to the line, set something up. Shaw staying on.
Good line from Dean. Up to the 7.
A
good pick up from Ellsworthy.
I imagine she's got a very good dive on her. Ooh.
Oh, Ellsworthy had to give the pass because she was the half. But the Saxons have survived again,
Yeah,
Jana.
defense, they are clinging on and they are not going down. They are not conceding. You shall not pass.
Just 4 minutes to go. Great line by Bobadilla. And she gave the pass to Porritt, almost away. Bobadilla at the half, they've made it to the box.
Good.
And
Balls
the changes have been made.
They've got them on the back foot now.
Here's Griffiths. Going inside and out and then drawing the touch. Millie Bobadilla.
Beautiful pass, really good distance.
Great shape on the ball to find Hutchings, who's looking to get on the outside.
Here
Hutchings
again.
is away,
Ooh.
and then in came the pass. She was desperate for a support runner there, but it only found the Riverside turf.
Honestly, this Southwest team is, once they've got the ball moving and the ball's live in their hands, they are a real threat to score for any point at any time.
3 minutes to go. The Saxons are in front by just the 1 try. Lovely step off the left, this time by Laura Majorum.
Really good meters early on. That's going
Here's
to be
Betts. Betts looking to get on the inside of right. Great run by Betts. This is looking dangerous for the Sharks. An equaliser could be on here. They take the pace out of the game for now. James.
Sweeper, is going to feed it.
There's the sweeper, but they go back inside to James. James lifts it once more, but the ball is down.
What have we got? 2.5 minutes to go. Keeping the ball now, keeping the ball, getting it up the other end of the pitch now, making Southeast go all the way to score a try is going to be key now.
The Saxons finish second in the pool behind this Sharks team. A Sharks side that's gone undefeated in the competition. They're at threat of their first defeat of the Junior Nationals, and it's going to come in the final. Can you believe it?
Good on the outside again.
Outside goes Hutchings, almost away.
So
2 minutes to go.
5th touch coming when the next ball goes down. This will be it again.
Unless they score here, there will be another strike at the line for the Sharks.
Ooh.
In comes the touch on Lily Dean, whose brother is also playing in the under-14s for the Saxons, as you said, Jana. Great family connection across this side.
So still 1.5 minutes to go, so you probably get maybe 1 or 2 possessions out of this now, but turning the ball over on first touch at this time in the game is going to be tough. So again, from now, I would say for Saxon's perspective, it's how much time can you kill. So you
There's
don't
a chance for them to seal it.
Yeah, we just want to roll this clock down now.
One of the only players in the side to have gone to multiple nationals. Lily Dean caught. Here is Taylor again. Taylor up to the 7, almost away. Touched by Shaw.
Yeah.
And it is going to be a penalty, but they won't mind. They've got a minute to play.
So this probably is the last, I would say this is probably the last possession of the game now for Sharks. You want to get your best players on. Who's the best players to make something happen out of nothing?
They're up to their own 10-metre line. Good take from Dobson, who's up to halfway. Williams lifts it. Great run.
Yeah, probably got 2 more touches, I think now. I lost the count myself.
Majorum.
Should be 5th, I would imagine, based on where they are.
Little show and go from
Yeah, that's
Dobson.
5th. This is the game now, I would say. 30 seconds, what have you got?
And it's a turnover.
Oh, wow.
The Saxons have done it.
So now is just do not drop the ball. Do not drop the ball. You can probably just afford to take 6 touches just standing still.
What a carry by Hutchins. 10 seconds to go. The Saxons are in the lead by just a single try. There's the touch from Dobson. Saxons up to halfway. They'll take all the pace out of the game. And they've done it. The Saxons have beaten the South East Sharks. The Southwest have won the under-14 girls division. In their 4th time of asking, they've finally beaten the Sharks. And it's an absolutely nail-biting finish as well, Jaina. What a game in this final.
I mean, absolutely incredible. Like, just the ability to come back from 3-1 down really early on, conceding off the first possession of the game, just not losing your nerve, just believing in what they're doing. Their ability to move the ball from right to left and exploit open space was the difference, and speed was the difference. Speed kills. Speed kills.
Wow, earlier on today, the Saxons were beaten by a scoreline of 4-3. They went down to the South East Sharks. That was the precursor to this final. But on the big occasion, the Saxons have turned it around. And in 2 games against the Sharks on live, they've actually finished undefeated after that excellent draw yesterday. What a performance. There's Weber there just whipping out the dance moves for us. They know they're on stream. And they know what they've done, which is turn over an incredibly talented South East Sharks side. From 3-1 down, the Saxons have won the under-14s division. What a final, Jaina.
I think so. I think the key to getting the best performance out of the Southwest is to just make sure they're being filmed. So for the coaches now, just make sure there's always a veil on, make sure there's always a camera on you, and they'll turn up and play.
What performances from this Saxon side. The best performing Saxon side in the entire junior nationals so far, going all the way and winning the final.
Really pleased with them. I think some of their youth setup is relatively speaking, compared to some of the other regions around the world, is quite in its infancy. I think to put this together, I think part of what we're doing this weekend is to try and inspire other young children from around the country to want to come and play touch, and like seeing a lot of these girls coming from rugby clubs who not necessarily with a touch background but coming in and performing. Hopefully it's going to inspire some other kids to think, what is this touch game? This looks quite good fun.
Wow, the only Southwest Saxon side to make it to a major final have come away victorious. A side with just 1 player who isn't on debut here at the Junior Nationals. An excellent story and an excellent final. Thank you, Jaina, for joining us for this one.
You're welcome, and looking forward to watching the girls 17s final. West Wildcats haven't been on stream yet, but have been performing really well, putting some big scores up. That's the, like I said, the team that I'm representing in terms of regional lead, so I'm going to go and watch them and give them a really good cheer on.
Absolutely, the Wildcats will be on at 3:30. Just before that, it's the under-14 boys final. That's our next game, where this unbelievable Northwest Bulls side, who's torn apart the competition, have just 1 more game to take the grand final. It's the Midlands Tigers, their opponent. That kicks off in 7 minutes' time. Our 3rd final here at the English Touch Association Junior Nationals will kick off at 2:50.
And the award of the final for the game that was played on pitch 1 will be in front of the referee marquee in front of the advertising.
Final number 3 here, and it's under 14s boys action here. It's the Northwest Bulls against the Midlands Tigers. I'm joined by Theo Edwards again, who's with the Wildcats 17 side, but also the assistant at England 18s after a very successful time in Vichy in the recent weeks. Thanks for joining us again, Theo, for this one.
No worries, anytime. Always enjoyable to commentate on a bit of touch.
And the question on everyone's lips is, of course, can anyone stop the Bulls? A quite ridiculous 58 tries in 6 games while conceding just 13 after a 10-0 victory in the semi-final. Pretty terrifying statistics as well, Theo.
Yeah, absolutely. They're quite a formidable team. I was talked about the way they move the ball and their core skills are really good. But Cole Dean setting up on the 7 here, going to look for a quickie with Rory Pearce.
Cole Dean, part of the Touch dynasty, the Dean family, and he's done excellently well to hold on to that one. Here's Dean. Back to the left-hand side for Fraser Pearce. And Pearce with a bit of space out wide, slides in himself. The cover came across in the form of Adam Peacock. And they're sent back to the 7. A bright start for the Tigers, Theo.
Yeah, got a good few strikes on the line. It's not the worst thing in the world not to score off the first set. You get a good read on what the defence is doing, what their behaviours are. And it gives you a good chance to work out how to stop them later on in the game.
Ethan Dobson was caught on the line, so the Northwest Bulls have it back as they head to the box. Got some really quick feet in that side. Top scorers in the competition with the best defence. And here's Speakman. So often carries hard over the line. Speakman round the corner, finds the pass to Wheeler, almost through the hole. The touch is made. Good first defensive set by the Tigers, Theo.
Yeah, it's good to see that the Tigers are shutting down that northwest transition. Their drive's really dangerous because they can just see space and exploit it really easily.
Good carry by Toby Burpitt. Got a lot to offer in this final. Good pick-up from McChristie. Flashes one over the top. There might be a bit of space out wide. But again, excellent cover, as always, by Fionn Wheatley.
Yeah, she's got that wing on lockdown all day. She's bossing the drive as well, pointing the boys where to go.
He's at the Wigan Warriors Touch Club. Both of her brothers have represented England, of course. She might be the next on that conveyor belt of touch talent. Here's Zach McCullen.
Yeah, let's get a strike here.
Peacock will lay it back. McCullen will change direction and go to the left-hand side. Charles Graham puts the handbrake on.
Where Northwest are dangerous in open play. Just a little slip there. It's good height from the Tigers, staying high, forcing that player back inside.
And now the Tigers transition as they head to the box on this near side.
A great roll ball from the Tigers. Great technique, getting low, initiating that touch.
Well, they've got a bit of space down the left here as they're over the 10-metre line of the Northwest Bulls. That's a good pickup, but a bit of a miscommunication perhaps in the middle.
A really good start from both teams. I mean, the Tigers are really getting up in the faces of the Northwest, putting pressure on them. They're completing their sets of 6 well, so as long as they can keep themselves in the midfield battle, it's going to be a really good game.
Up to halfway, Northwest on transition. Driving up to the 10. Great pace added onto the ball by Nathan Green. Here's Speakman, steps off the left. Up goes the hand from Jack Buggy. Speakman again. Wheatley to his right, picks her out. Lovely ball back inside. And then tossed across the face of the defence. But it can only find the Riverside turf, so a turnover and a Tigers transition incoming, even though they are a long way from home, Theo.
Yeah, they've got a long way to go. It's a good bin from Northwest to leave it down in that corner, but that's good yards. There's a half in place, so there's decent flow on the drive now. Looking to bring it to the box.
Well, they burnt 3 touches on their way here. And then, as you said, off the mark call there. Unfortunately, Toby Burpitt has to leave it for his opposite number, Frank Wheeler. Juniper finds Green. Speakman plays half. Green, it's just behind Josh Grieg, newly selected to be part of the Sale Sharks development team in the Gamer Union. But that ball is beyond him, and the Tigers can just drive up through the centre.
Really
carry
good
from
direct
Pierce.
set. Yeah, they're on the 7 now. Want to get a strike. Let's go.
Oh, almost all the way through. He does. Goes through there. Excellent movement from Fraser Pierce. And he finds the path. And the Tigers are in front. And they are delighted with that early score.
That's a really, really good score by the Tigers. Go Martin Wright getting a bit rowdy as he walks past. A really good direct set from the Tigers. You know, they pin their ears back. They get to the 7 on 5th. Rory Pierce just picks up and goes through, plays through the offside players, good awareness, and finds a free player in the end goal.
Well, the Pierce family having another important impact on a game of touch. This time at under 14s level. Whipped over the top, though, by Northwest in the meantime. Good read this time by William McChristie. Here's Zach McMullen. Peacock. McMullen. Close to the line, lifts over the top. Wheatley, great footwork, but up goes the hand, touch made.
Oh, it's a great touch on the wings. Brilliant footwork, but good cover from that winger.
And suddenly the metaphorical wind is at the Tigers' back as they're on the transition as they head towards the box. Bit of a coming together there. But as Chris Simon often says, it's a non-contact sport, not a no-contact sport.
Yeah, so there, I mean, the attack is a bit upright, so we give the benefit of the doubt.
Well, what a run that is in the meantime by Eli Bingley, freshly introduced to the field. Bingley with the quick pickup, looking to get on the outside of Chadwick and the outside of Wheatley. And now there's a race to the corner. Wheatley goes diving in. It'll be touched down by Buggy. And the touch was made. What a save that is by Fionn Wheatley.
That is an absolutely brilliant covering touch. He's got that wing locked down all day long.
And here comes the rapid transition from Northwest that we're so familiar with. Speakman gets away from the first. Here's Green. And they're all the way up to the 7 already. Speakman places it down and gets on the return. Back inside to Green. Up goes the hand from Eli Bingley.
I think he'd probably back himself on the open side a bit there. He's gone for the counties play like he did in the semi-final. If he just picks his holes, he's got some good runners through those, punching through the Midlands defence. So, you know, he's got a good passing game to find them out.
Instead, it's the Tigers who are on transition, and I think it's fair to say, that without penalties in play, the Northwest have just had the better of things in terms of transition.
Yeah, I mean, that's not to say that the Tigers are doing badly by any means. You know, they've made halfway on 3. They've got a strike close to the 7 on most of their sets. So it's a really good midfield grind at the moment.
Well, good transition, as you expect from Northwest, 2 away on the outside. Josh Grieg raring away. Can anyone catch him? I don't think so. Fraser Pierce is closest, but once again they headed to the box. But suddenly the space opened up in behind the Tigers. And what a finish by Josh Grieg. His second year at the Nationals, the Coldy Rugby Club man has dotted down for the Bulls.
Yeah, it's a great chase by Rory Pierce in the end, but just lovely little hands from the Northwest, you know, moving the ball along the line. They just find that space.
Well, we're close to 10 minutes in, and they've been pegged back, the Midlands Tigers, but they've got a touch from the 6.
Yeah, they don't have the repeat set there. It's a good drive from the Tigers, forcing that offside penalty. But they've got a full set of 6 to work through on the 7. Let's see what they can come up with here.
Whipped pass out to the left. Great read by Whitley. And Wheatley has a hold of that right wing, as you said, Theo.
Looking to centre up, quickie.
Suddenly it's a 3-on-2 out there. Diving in alone is William McChristie. Sent back to the 7.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit compressed over on that left-hand side. You want them to centre up the ball a bit more before they start to attack.
Oh, that's excellent footwork. In the meantime from Burpitt, but he's again caught by the Northwest, and they turn it over. So here comes the transition. The last one resulted in a try from long range by Josh Grieg. What can the Northwest conjure up this time? Well, the momentum just stalled now, Theo. That's a lot better defence from the Tigers.
Yeah, they're getting up really high, putting the pressure on the Northwest. And apart from there, but what they were doing really well is going up in 2s and 3s, so they're never going up on their own. So the Northwest are really good at their ball-playing passing game. And the Tigers got up really high and together and shut off the space.
As you go off in your own, then these Bulls can turn you inside and out with their great handling. This time the Tigers have marshalled them well. Speakman almost through, but a good touch from Burpitt. And then the Tigers turn it over on the next phase. There's the touch from Charles Graham. Speakman makes the touch this time on Ethan Dobson. 5th touch, but they're up to halfway. Needs to make a few more yards here. Here's Bingley with the scoop, taking on all comers. Bingley all the way through, finds the pass to the winger, but it's put down by Buggy under loads of pressure from an onslaught of Northwest defenders.
Yeah, I reckon he could probably pin his ears back for a bit longer, hold the ball, and get into the in-goal and assess his options. You know, used to talk about in touch of you don't want to pass while you're in the waterfall of the defence. You want to pass either before or after.
Another transition, another good carry by Grieg. Oh, inches away from an excellent ball out wide. And now it will be the Tigers on transition as we approach half-time here. About 3 minutes to go till the break. Maybe one more chance for either of these sides to break the deadlock. Up to halfway.
It's good momentum onto the ball from Rory Pierce. Coldine picking up, gonna look to set again. Cole on the scoop.
Here is Dean taking on
That's
McCullen.
Great footwork.
Gets on the inside of them both, but is eventually caught. Well, this is how the game's shaping up, Theo. Both sides transitioning well, transitioning up to the 7, but then unable to make that final pass.
Yeah, they're doing really well at getting their 7, but and just a rare uncharacteristic mistake from the Northwest there, handing the Midlands back the ball on their 7.
The Tigers have to capitalise off this. So rare an opportunity with this many touches on the 7 of the Bulls. Pearce, here's Dean. Dean has Rorison and Pearce with him. Pearce, Dean again, goes to Rorison, and he's got acres of space.
Being brought back for a forward pass. So.
Oh, that is a missed opportunity.
Yeah, it's unlucky, but really good work from Coldine before the touch. If you watch him, he's dancing around on the 7. He's pulling as many players as he can into that touch, which means they've got a lot of players high at the 7, so he's got a lot of space behind them to attack.
That's so unlucky, though, because the Tigers were certain they'd have scored. It's a big opportunity missed, Theo. You don't get many of them against this Northwest side.
No, it's just a tiny execution error, but, you know, I think the Northwest are definitely a little bit rattled in their defence at the moment.
Lovely ball inside to Speakman, and they're up to the 10. Green, Speakman, got Graham outside him. Graham is caught. Good touch made, and a turnover again for the Tigers.
That's fantastic defence as well from the Tigers. Really good drive.
1 minute to go till half-time. Perhaps this is the last attack for either team. Great line speed by Northwest. It's another incredibly low-scoring final, Theo. Is that a feature of these sort of late-stage games, the reduction in score?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, a lot of teams will be focusing on their defence. It's probably a characteristic of how developed teams become over the weekend, and especially when we've got a mainly single-gender game. It's not a mixed game, so and down at that kind of age group, they're very athletically similar across the teams. So it takes a lot to break down that defence. You've got to work really hard.
Just one score apiece in this under-14 boys division final. Wheatley there at the half. Maybe one more chance for Northwest to go in front for the first time in this game. McCullen. Peacock to half. McCullen. The buzzer will go any moment, so they've got to take them on here, but instead, right on half-time, Angus Chadwick is caught, and Northwest will go into the break for the first time in the tournament, not leading a game. They are being held at the moment by the Midlands Tigers in this final. And despite how much we've bigged up Northwest coming into the fixture, you predicted such a tight game, Theo.
Yeah, I think the Midlands have, you know, I've been talking to their coach, Alex, and he's been saying that they're not really happy with a few of their performances recently. You know, they know they've got a lot more left to give, and it seems like they've waited until now to start bringing it out, and it's really paying dividends for them.
Well, a game that is absolutely in the balance. The Northwest Bulls, the highest scorers and the best defenders in this under-14s division, are taking on a Midlands Tigers side that will not go quietly into this final. 15 minutes still to play, and for a winner to be decided in the closest final we've had so far. Just one try apiece with 15 minutes to come.
officials, 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. Players and officials, stand by.
What a bright start to the final. We're just getting our headphones back on and the Northwest are already over. Wheatley's touchdown and Theo, can you believe it? 15 seconds in, it's the fastest try of the tournament.
Yeah, scoring straight off tap off. You know, I barely even saw what happened, but Theo Wheatley seems to have just skinned someone on the outside and good finish down in the corner.
Gosh, it was a lofted ball out wide. A great take from Wheatley on the run. And she's left her mark on another game for the Northwest Bulls, and that is a hammer blow for the Tigers, considering how hard they had to work, Theo, to break down Northwest in the first half.
Yeah, they won't be too rattled, though. I think they'll just get stuck in, get going. Cole Dean on the quickie.
There's
Great
Dean
roll
going
ball.
in himself. Lovely pass. Fraser Pierce goes over. Can you believe it? 15 minutes, just one try apiece, and inside the first minute of the second half, we've got a try for each side.
Yeah, that's great composure from Cole. You know, he rides that touch. They come in and try and rock him off the ball. He rides the touch, steps over the ball, steps back, looks to go diving, and then just floats it into hole one. It's a lovely score, lovely touch score as well.
Well, we've all been caught unawares, including the Tigers and the Bulls. Tap off of the Bulls then. Well, we're back to square one, Theo, where we were at the break.
Yeah, it's 0-0, lads, I think is probably being said it quite a bit. I mean, you know, it's just about building from here. Once again, it's about winning the midfield.
Oh, and Speakman's ghosted through. Inside ball from Green, but he'll be sent back to the 7.
Yeah, so whoever can get a stop on these tap-offs now and turn it back into a grind, they're the ones that's probably going to come out on top. Northwest have another strike here.
Speakman caught. A lack of momentum at the line. Green, Speakman again. Up come the Tigers. Speakman, Green, goes himself.
Great saving touch from that save in middle. They run that county play again, go open side. Middle steps up off the line, makes that touch, pull the balls down. Really good defensive work.
Go, Tigers, go!
What a blistering start to the second half. So much more to come in this game. Well, they're up to the 10. Flying out the line is Wheeler.
Yeah, want to plough down here and get a scoop. Oh, sounds like he's made some yards, but I think he probably could have just ploughed that down beforehand, got someone in as a half.
And now it's a turnover on halfway, and that's the tap-off that you were speaking of, Theo.
Yeah, so Northwest have got to D them out really well. They've got a good stop down the sideline.
Lovely step back on the inside from Toby Smith. But it's a good chase, as he said, and here comes Green. They move the ball from right to left so smoothly until the final pass. It just goes awry, and the Tigers escape unscathed this time.
Yeah, I mean, if that ball had gone out there, we know how dangerous Phil Wheatley can be when she's got a bit of space, so it's good let off for the Tigers there.
Well, they take their time with the restart. There's still over 10 minutes to go here, and we're still level after 2 quick tries right at the beginning of the half. The fastest try of the competition by Fionn Wheatley. And then the immediate response from the Tigers. There's the touch on Speakman. Good line speed by the Tigers.
They've got to re-establish momentum here. Get that flow back in their drive. They're looking a bit stuttery. It's kind of that ball movement sort of gone out of their game a little bit, and they've lost that edge that they had in the semi-final.
No, they won that semi-final by 10 unanswered tries in emphatic fashion. Speakman once again caught. He's looking the most dangerous for the Northwest at the moment. Maybe they're saving the likes of McCullen and Peacock. Good ball to find Green, who's almost on the outside, and they are on the outside through Smith. But Toby Burpitt just about gets across to make the touch.
Yeah,
in the end, touch and pass.
Given, so great covering touch from the Tigers, getting right across into that corner. Great roll ball from Cody.
There they are then, up to the 10 again.
Come on, Tigers.
Yeah, I just want to be looking to get a scoop here. Just get somebody ploughing down, picking up.
Both sides, after scoring early, seem to be lacking a little bit of momentum. It's beautiful weather suddenly on Riverside. The sun breaking through in the late afternoon at the perfect time for these excellent games of touch. It's another nail-biting final. They've been so close so far. Our previous 2 finals decided by a scoreline of just 1 try, 3-2 and then 4-3. Another one that looks to be going down to the wire. Peacock, there's the show and go. The classic from Adam Peacock. His trademark has unlocked another defence, and it's put the Bulls back in front.
Yeah, his running game's really dangerous. We've seen that in the semi-final. He's just done his classic show and go, ghosting through the defence.
Plenty of time.
Well, you know it's going to happen. The question is, how do you stop it? No one so far in the tournament has been able to keep Adam Peacock out of the try area.
Still plenty of time left for the Midlands. Get one back. Got a good opportunity here. Good momentum into the line.
Well, it's almost close to the line again. They're at the 7. Ewan Rorison finds Bingley. Bingley hits the deck, and that's a turnover. And that's a really important shutout, Theo.
Yeah, it's a really important shout for the Northwest. You know, it's almost as important as scoring as defending your line afterwards, defending the tap off. There seems to be a way here.
Whoa, way down the left. How on earth did he get through there? McCullen slides in.
That's a brilliant
Was the touch made?
That's a great touch. Coming right
A ripple
across.
of applause from every area of the ground, because McCullen, for all the world, looked like he was in there. Still, the Northwest Bulls are in this dangerous area. A couple of changes to be made. McCullen leaves the field, understandably. Speakman wants it on the return. Wheeler on the wraparound. Speakman, 2-on-1. Over goes Juniper.
Oh, that's forward, I think.
Well,
unlucky. It's great hands. Yeah,
well,
it's great hands from Northwest again. They're classic. Just get the ball, find the space, move the ball around.
I think the Tigers are really lucky not to have conceded. first from the breakaway and then from that flowing move down the right.
It's not going to help though, an error on their transition. Giving the Bulls another set of 6 on their line, but it seems to have their strong defensive pod on, so we'll see who comes out on top.
Speakman will roll it back. Joe Speakman takes the touch. Frankie Wheeler, Speakman. Can they open them up here? Long ball, excellent take from Wheatley. Over they go. Will it be given? It's another forward pass out of the hand of Nathan Green.
Yeah, that's unlucky there. It's a brilliant pass. It's a brilliant work to get outside and make that 3-on-2. You know, and he's absolutely ripped that to the wing, so it's unlucky it's drifted forward.
Another unforced error though, Theo.
Yeah, if Tigers can get a shutout, it's going to be a really, really tough transition set. We're just going to have to bin it in this corner and hope that Northwest can't transition out.
Same attacking setup for the Northwest. Wheeler and Green out there. Inside to Speakman, who rips it to that left-hand side. And I can't believe the Tigers have escaped unscathed again, Theo.
Yeah, it's really good work to start with. Got first touch really close up to the halfway. Second, let's see if they can keep that momentum on third.
Here come the Tigers on transition. Speakman into the line again. He's everywhere for the Northwest so far. There's the touch from Sharp. Floated back on the inside, and the Tigers are up to halfway. But they've still got work to do here.
Yeah, they want to. That's not really where they want to be killing the ball. You know, that set's not quite worked out as well as they'd hoped. They want to be putting it as close to their side as possible, giving it right dive by the Northwest box and let them have a good transition on.
The momentum of the game has really turned. Grieg looks to get on the outside. It is pulled back to halfway. All of a sudden, the Northwest look like the side in control. Here's Peacock and McCullen out in the middle. Peacock, Grieg, one more pass should do it, but Grieg could go alone. Second try in the final for Josh Grieg.
Yeah, it's the miscommunication from the Tigers. Link comes and bites in hard, and that middle probably could have had that touch and told him to stay out. But you know, good awareness from the Northwest, good ability to move the ball again. It's starting to see that flow that we're so used to and we saw in the semi-final, and that's paid dividends for them now.
Well, the momentum in this final has really turned, and unfortunately it's turned against the Midlands Tigers. This is a chance though, sliding in from close range. Bingley goes over. A score out of nothing, Theo.
That is a brilliant dive. You know, they've slowed it down, set it really well. He's to run that quick, he stepped back hard and just gotten on the outside of his defender, got that ball down. Really, really good finish.
Come on, the Tigers.
Oh, the Tigers really do know how to score out of nothing, and they'll need to do it once more in this closing 3.5 minutes. They just march their way down the field so quickly after minutes of sort of stale play. From the tap-off, they score. Can Speakman do the same? Green, Speakman.
Set up for a 32 here.
Wheeler, Speakman again. Can get the right movement on it. And they run out of touches, Theo. Important turnover with 3 minutes to go for the Tigers.
Yeah, it looks like they can transition out of their end now, see if they can get another score on the board. Not long to go now, but you know, Northwest just sitting one up.
That's a nice carry up through the centre by Cole Dean. And then it's sauntered into touch by Toby Burpitt. Needed to be a bit more direct here.
And it's got to the 7 now. Cole should get down for a little quickie, have a go at the line here.
Cole looking to draw out the defenders. Pearce looking for Cole again. Over for an equaliser with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's really good patience from the Tigers. You know, they just transitioned out of their end. Northwest needed to step up and put a good touch in, but they kept rolling. And good patience from Cole and Rory on the line, just moving the defence around. Gets the scoop and gets the score.
Cole Dean is over for the Tigers. And now they've got 2 minutes just to keep out the Northwest. But Peacock's on his races again. Oh, what footwork. Can you believe it? Adam Peacock is in, but will it be given?
Yeah, it's brought back for the touch. Somebody made the touch on him, but it's just a bit of a not heard call. So good defensive work from the Tigers.
Graham, Peacock, McCullen. They've certainly got the players out there to turn this around. McCullen spots a bit of space out to the left. Minute and a half to go. Good touch made on Peacock. McCullen now. Peacock drifting in.
Great read from the winger coming in and shutting that down. Tigers have just got to work really hard to leave that ball in this corner now. Set completions is going to win them this game.
Here comes the transition. Do they have enough to make another strike at the line?
Much better midfield defence from the Northwest, getting up and shutting down the momentum.
Just a minute to go here. If you're in the Tigers' position, do you take a drop off here, Theo?
Oh, I think you do. I think you back yourself to keep your athletic players on the pitch.
Well,
it's brought back for a forward pass, unfortunately.
Wonderful little run from Bingley, but the whistle's already gone. And this is a huge defensive set for the Tigers.
Yeah,
they've got to keep out the balls. 40 seconds on the clock. Can they keep out the balls here? Graham, McCullen.
Early too long.
Graham goes back to the left-hand side. There's the touch.
Slow it down, burn a touch. He'll look to draw the defence out here.
Just 20 seconds to go. Peacock wants it back. Adam Peacock for the Bulls. Over he goes for the last-minute winner. They've stolen it in the dying embers. There's just 10 seconds on the clock. And he's stolen it away from under the nose of the Tigers. They came so close to turning it around, but with just 1 touch remaining, surely they can't turn it over here. A diving touch will bring an end to the contest. How on earth have the Northwest Bulls stolen that one? I think there might be a penalty.
I think it's a penalty for 7 on. They had 7 on at the tap, so we're trying to keep it going. And now it's going to be a penalty for 7 on. So
we're into overtime. They'll have to do something special here. But Speakman makes the touch.
So it's going to be, I think we've got another penalty.
Well,
so the Tigers keep the ball again.
What a moment this would be. No, it is over. The referees, all 3 of them in conversation, conclude that the touch was made. Joe Speakman brings an end to the contest. Adam Peacock, with his 2nd try of the final, scores the last-minute winner. What a final, once again. For the 3rd time in a row, the final's been decided by just a point. Theo Edwards alongside me. What an unbelievable advert for the game that these 3 finals have been.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. I mean, the Tigers, they can take real pride in that performance, having been lost to them quite heavily in the pool stages, only just scraped through the semi-final by 1 against the Wildcats. They've put on an absolutely brilliant performance against what's a very, very strong Northwest team. I mean, in terms of player of the final, it's almost too tough to call. I mean, we've got Joe Speakman from Northwest, Fionn Wheatley, we've got Cole Dean and Rory Pearce from the Tigers, but I think I'm going to have to go with Cole Dean. He's been so patient on the line, setting it up, kept the Tigers in the game even when they didn't think they could keep going, and really impressive.
Well, I was going to say that was a tough call to make, Theo, but it was your job as requested by Chris Simon. Congratulations to Cole Dean, but congratulations to the Bulls, who across the weekend we can all agree are the worthy winners of this under-14s boys division. What a game and what a final. Theo, thank you very much for joining me for it.
No worries, anytime.
And, well, there's no rest for us here because we're moving straight on to our penultimate final. It's the 2 big ones now, the under-17 competition. Up first in the girls category, the West Wildcats, who are undefeated across the tournament, take on the Midlands Tigers, another Midlands Tiger side looking to set up an upset. That final is due to kick off at 3:35. We'll be back then in just a few moments' time. Well, the Wildcats are ready to get underway in the box right in front of the commentary box here. It's our penultimate final here at the English Touch Association Junior Nationals. It's the West Wildcats taking on the Midlands Tigers. The Wildcats undefeated and unchallenged in the competition so far. They breezed through their semi-final against the Northwest Touch by a scoreline of 10-2. The Tigers, on the other hand, finished second in the pool and just about managed to see off the South East Sharks live earlier today at 12:35. But here in the grand final, it is the Wildcats who are the ones to beat. Archie Shaw, assistant coach for the mixed 18s alongside me. You're expecting an impressive performance from this Wildcat side, Archie.
I am indeed, yeah. Plenty of England players on show here today.
And one of them is, well, I was going to say one of them's about to play half, but unfortunately that's Amy Oates been sent away. Because there's been a turnover in the early doors here, and it's a transition to come from the Midlands Tigers. The Midlands Tigers, of course, in the white shirts, and the Wildcats in the black, just through the hands there, unfortunately. So it will be a possession again with the Wildcats. Bit of a nervous start, Archie.
Yeah, I was expecting a score from that tap-off there, and then we had a pretty decent transition off from the Tigers, but then it started to fade off as we got towards the halfway line.
Here come the Wildcats, though, on the run. Good pick up there from Kate Edwards. Edwards with a lifted pass, and it's just through the hands of Tilly Palmer, the England international recently at under-18 level over in Vichy.
See if we can get this transition right this time.
It's the Tigers, of course, on transition for now. Midlands Tigers with a real task on their hand. They've already faced off against this very talented Wildcat side. On that occasion, they were beaten 4-0. But that is the kind of margin that can certainly be overturned, especially in a final. We've yet to have a final out of our three decided by more than one try, so a close game is on the cards. And here's Ruby O'Dell, forced to turn it over. Excellent defence from the Wildcats, Archie.
Actually managed to force them back from near enough the 10 there, back all the way back to the halfway line. Really good defence.
And a good transition as well. That's the first touch made on this Wildcat side, but unfortunately a turnover. And that's an excellent run from Amy Gresham to open up the field. Wolf caught. Good line speed once again by the Wildcats. Up in the face is Livy Steele, top scorer at the girls 18 division at the most recent Junior Euros, the number one. And that's an excellent touch to force the turnover. And they're quickly going about their business here, the Wildcats. Most of the play happening between the 10s at the moment, but that can quickly change. Carried in by Kitty Lever. Popped on by Artingstall. Artingstall lays it back. Excellent scoop. And now they could be in behind. Eloise Hillebrand needs to find a pass and picks out Artingstall again.
Electric feet going through there.
Well, the two England internationals link up. There's plenty of them in this side. But two of the 18s who recently won gold over in Vichy have opened up the scoring here at the Junior Nationals in this grand final in the women's under-17 division. Artingstall, the beneficiary there. Another Cheltenham player. Plenty of representation from that club across the day and the weekend. Hillebrand with a great scoop. Another one from Maidenhead and Thames Valley. Here comes the response from the Tigers. So close to the line there. Ruby O'Dell denied from close range.
Thought Ella Dean was going to go herself then, but she decided to ship it on.
Hint of a touch and pass there, and I think that's going to be the call. It's a turnover regardless. Strong carry up through the centre by Maya Ayres. And here's Alyssa Evans' man, lifted off the deck. Kate Edwards, unfortunately, has to cough it up. So just the one score so far, Theo, but it's been as close as we'd expected in this first 5 minutes. Sorry, Archie Shaw now with me, of course. Don't ever tell him I confused the two of you there. But it's been just as close as we expected in this first 5, Archie.
Yes, as we can see. Oh,
what a grab that is! Letting the play continue because I wasn't sure if Gresham was going to get a hold of that. But what a take to get the Tigers back on level terms.
One hand, one hip. What a take that is.
It is a brilliant catch. Good ball as well from Abigail Wolf.
Some positive aura after that.
Absolutely. Now, something that this Wildcat side might not be used to, Archie, getting pegged back level.
Yeah, exactly. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but they kept them to 0 the first time they played.
Indeed they did. It was 4-0 the last time these two faced each other. That ball over the top, hint of a forward pass, but Tilly Palmer goes over regardless. And in fact, the score has been given. And another England international is on the scoreboard for the Wildcats. And it's another assist for Eloise Hillebrand, Archie.
Yeah, that's 2 already. Looking very, very promising. She's taking a firm grip on this final.
Here's Wolf, key player for the Tigers. Already an assist for her in this game. Ruby O'Dell, another key player who could get the Tigers back on level terms. O'Dell, show and go, almost gets on the outside. Excellent covering touch from Annabelle Roberts. Part of your mixed 18 side, of course, Archie.
She was indeed, she was indeed.
Silver medalists over in Vichy, just beaten by the reigning European champs, Wales.
Oh, slight hint of forward pass, I think there, yeah.
Not the right place to give that ball away. Floated over the top, great miss pass to cut open the defence. And on second touch, the Wildcats are up to the 10. Another error though.
Over the mark.
That's a bit of a loose pass, but Wolf does well to keep a hold of it. Another one that was juggled, this time by Florence Williams. And the Tigers do hit the box. And that's another mistake. Archie, this is a bit uncharacteristic of these two sides, but a few more mistakes than we'd expected. I guess it is the end of a very long weekend of touch.
Yeah, just struggling to get out of the 10s either side. The single shooters on both sides coming up, so we can just look for the shift on each side. You got to gain those extra meters.
Steele gets it on the return, and Steele takes touch again. And that time it's put down. Just a few misfires from both sides at the moment.
Fatigue's definitely kicking in, I think. It's been a long 2 days.
That's a great carry from Sophie Howes. Up over halfway, Howes plays half, looking to feed Thea Hall. Eventually it will click, Archie, I'm sure of it. And then the final will get going.
It'll come, it'll come. A few words from the coaches and they'll be back flying.
Nice step, but a good chase from Hall. Wildcats up over the 10. It's Kitty Lever. Danks. Well, that time it was Edwards, I think. It was Danks there who knocked it on, so it's going to be a turnover. And then all of a sudden, it's a turnover, and there are no Wildcats on the field. So hand should be enough here, but they go back down the short side. Well, that was a troubling moment, Archie, for the Midlands Tigers.
I couldn't tell whether that was good recovery defence or blatantly offside.
Either way, referee's wave play on. That's an excellent take to keep the attack alive, and now they're into the corner. Nice footwork, and then the long dive. Whitmore made the touch. Lever gets it on the return. Lever again. Good pickup, floating through. Harsh touch there, comes on. Comes in from the Tigers. Hillebrand looking for a hat-trick of assists. Artingstall looking for her second try. Instead, it's the Tigers who shut out the Wildcats for now. A good defensive set, Archie.
It was indeed. They managed to hold it the first time we've been at the 7 in a while, and they've managed to hold them out. Oh, and they weren't looking when the pass was coming their way.
Well, what a time to make that sort of mistake. The Tigers are under a lot of pressure here. They've kept out the Wildcats twice already, but Hillebrand looking to unlock the defence again. Lever. Oh, it's loose on the floor. Lois Lau gives the turnover. And this final is still yet to get out of first gear, really. This is a better transition, a good carry from Loveridge. He picked out Loveridge and Dean before the game. Archie is two key players for the Tigers.
Yeah, especially when they play together. Formidable partnership.
Here is Dean. Puts the ball back inside. A little bit slow to get over halfway, but that's a great scoop from Dean. Skips past the defenders. Dean is free and away. Needs the support. Who can get there first? Gets away from Artingstall. Dean still has it. Finally caught. What a run.
That must have been a good
recovery.
10 seconds in the try line. 10 seconds.
It's one of the longest scoops I've seen at this level. Can't believe the Tigers didn't convert from there, Archie.
Yeah, I think they were just the Wildcats managed to mirror pretty well, and Ella's ran away from her only player that was free, so it was unlucky.
What a missed opportunity for them. And Steele takes it on for the Wildcats. Well, that's the first touch burnt, really, for the Tigers as they look to head towards the box.
We need to get some players on.
Carried on by Hall. Still looking a little bit light out there. Here's Wolf. Another dangerous runner, but caught as the half again. Yet another narrow final. We've still yet to have a game. It's decided by more than a try. And this final here in the under-17s is shaping up to be the same, Archie.
I think it is, yeah. It's going a lot closer than it was the first time. I think the mistakes from the Wildcats has kept them out more than they wanted. However, Tigers have brought it this time.
Edwards at the half. Roberts, Edwards again. Roberts, Edwards. Just slow to get moving here. But now Kate Edwards floats a long one. They would have been in if someone could get on the end of that. Unfortunately, just missed out on it there. Tigers, though, Archie, a long way from their box.
Yeah, Wildcats seem to be pretty good at that. They seem to be killing them on the opposite side of their box, so making it very difficult to get over there and make a smooth transition. As you can see, I think we're about to have third or ball down. Exactly, we've experienced quite a lot of that in this final, and a lot of the turnovers are happening on transition off.
Well, the Wildcats are on top at the moment. Momentum is with them. Here's Edwards again. Another mixed 15 international. Edwards diving in. And the score is given.
Given ball down.
Kate Edwards, the divisional MVP at the most recent Junior Euros in the mixed under-15s category. The England international has got the Wildcats up by a score of 3-1. Another member of the Revs Touch Club, and all of a sudden, that two-try deficit's been opened up. And given how the game's gone so far and just how close it's been, Archie, it's going to be tough for the Tigers to get back into it before the break.
Yeah, they've got to get rid of this deficit now. They've got to get a score on the board here before half-time.
Picked up by Williams, who hands it off well. Odell, great hand, show and go. Touch comes across from Artingstall. and that might keep out the Tigers for the remaining seconds of this first half.
A nasty dummy, but even nastier defence.
That's an excellent carry. And they're up to halfway. Maybe one more chance before the break. There's only seconds remaining. That touch should bring an end to the contest. For now, at least. 15 minutes in, and the Wildcats at the moment have the run of things here on Riverside. The Midlands Tigers trail by 3-1. And that late try, Archie, well, 2-1 and 3-1, they look very different at half-time.
They do indeed. They do indeed.
Well, that will bring an end to the action in the first half of this under-17 girls final, the penultimate game at the English Touch Association Junior Nationals. There's still 15 minutes on the clock for the Midlands Tigers to turn it around. The second half will be live very shortly here in Nottingham.
Players and officials, 30 seconds.
Second half to come in the girls under 17s final, the penultimate final here at the English Touch Association's Junior Nationals. The West Wildcats, who have thundered their way through the competition, were held briefly in this game when the Tigers took an early lead, but towards the end of that second half they scored their third try, and that's changed the complexion of the game. Archie Short, assistant coach for the mixed under-18 side that recently won silver over at the Junior Euros. This could still go either way, but we're both hoping that the Tigers get back into it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you can never beat a close game, and maybe even a drop off if we're lucky.
What everyone's been asking for so far, and indeed all of our finals have been settled by just a single try. We were discussing how close we imagine the next game will be, of course, the under-17 boys final, which is our final game of the day.
That's going to be an absolute belter.
It's the same two sides as well, the Midlands Tigers and the West Wildcats in action again, which is saying something as well about the development of touch in this country, saying good things about the work that they do here in Nottingham. But now, though,
we can get over the halfway line this time.
It's two early mistakes. Neither side able to threaten. Florence Williams caught in the touch. Good carry by Fowler. But the Wildcats keeping the Tigers contained for now. House takes it in. House and Wolf back into the middle together. Wolf with the scoop. Looking to challenge, but in came the touch from Kate Edwards. Voted the most valuable player at the mixed 15s competition as England won gold. That's at under 15s level. Playing up today in this under 17 side. Good carry up to halfway by the Wildcats. Artingstall gave the pass, little show and go, and now they could be away into the corner. What a run this is. Eloise Hillebrand set up 2 tries already and has now scored a 4th for the Wildcats.
Some serious wheels there.
A little show and go to see off Ella Fowler. And it takes a lot of wheels to beat Amy Gresham, as you said, Archie, in a foot race. Great score for the England under-18 international from Thames Valley Touch Club. And now a bit of a mountain to climb for the Tigers.
Some good momentum though into this 7.
Good carry by Loveridge, who goes wide. The pass is misplaced.
That's the sort of the momentum they're looking for. Have more of that and you're going to find a lot more attempts on the try line. Open space.
Well, almost the gap opening up. It was a good transition. A good carry from Maisie Rosewell, the captain. Another England under-18 international from Cheltenham Rugby Club. Produced quite a few of those in the game of touch. That's a good touch made by Odell. The stems some momentum for now. That's a good take by Ayres, who just needed to give another pass. Also from Cheltenham. But instead it's a turnover and a transition for the Tigers. Oh, unfortunately, that will be a penalty. Archie, when you've got your back against the wall in a final like this, you can't be giving away penalties like that.
Especially not in your own half with how clinical West Wildcats have been in this second half.
Edwards carries it on, gets it on the return. Edwards and Roberts out there in the middle. Here's Edwards again. This time takes the touch. Edwards has it back again from Roberts. Edwards opens it up for Roberts, who goes diving in.
Little quickie QB, I think. Oh, but forward off
Forward
the rope.
pass in the end. We were just awaiting the referee's decision. Annabelle Roberts sent packing, the mixed 18s player. Nice transitional play from the Tigers, but the whistle's gone. I think it's going to be a penalty in their favour, Archie.
Yeah, you have to have control going into that touch. However, I think you also have to have control when having the ball, but I didn't see how the ref saw it, but it's one of those. They've got a better view than I have.
And it's a better carry as well from the Tigers. Up to halfway, Eladine. House. Pulled back into position by Dean. Pulling the strings for the Tigers. Good scoop, but the penalty had been given away before.
I think it was a little bit of a miscount, actually. They had in their head that that was 4th, but it was 5th, so they turned it over.
Half an error then by the Tigers, and the Wildcats have hit the box and made the changes. Amongst them is Artingstall taking touch. Great scoop again. Artingstall. Another excellent pickup from Hillebrand. Hillebrand goes long, intercepted, but just about caught before Sophie Whitmore could get away. Good defence this time from the Tigers, Archie.
Yeah, they managed to keep him out there. We actually had 2 scoops. I think she picked up a touch early, but she managed to reset and then get another pickup. Unlucky with the pass.
Now the Tigers head to the box. What impact can their substitutes have? Another good scoop, this time from Loveridge. That's a nice line from Wolf. They just ran out of touches again. Narrow margins in this second half. How important will that early try seem?
Oh, 6 touches from the halfway line. Not what you want to see. Not if you're defending anyway.
No, it is a bit of a shame. Just being denied any real opportunities at the moment, the Tigers. Unable to exit their half. Here come the Wildcats again. Another try here with 8 minutes to go. Would be devastating for them. Evans' man. Steele. Steele on the return. Good ball across, but it's just beyond the widest Wildcat.
Killed him in this corner there again. Oh no, they've actually moved him slightly further in, but still they've got a big effort to get over to that box, and they're getting pressed all the way into their box. Good momentum though.
Another strong carry.
Still managed to halt them on the halfway line though. Their defence on touch 3, 4 and 5 is incredible.
Things have slowed down a touch here in this final. I think the Wildcats are happy with how things are going at the moment. 7 minutes to go, Archie. If you're in that Tigers box, what are you saying to the players?
We need to get over the halfway line. We need some positive moving forward, and see if we can pass around some of those shooters. That's what's killing them. See if we can look up, play heads up rugby.
That's a forward pass, so that might help out the Wildcats for the moment, even if it is a good take out wide.
Bit of depth to their running.
And a better transition. This game is ebbing away from the Tigers. The Wildcats have been unchallenged throughout the competition so far. And this final is at risk of going along that similar route. It was a very good first half from the Tigers, and this is the kind of break they need. Getting on the inside, a great run from Gresham again. And now with a bit of momentum, here's Wolf. Tracked well by the Wildcats, almost through the hole is Eladine. Denied at the 7, and that's the turnover. But that's the best attack of the second half for the Tigers.
Nice bit of jouet.
Now the transition. It's as clean as you like for the Wildcats. They don't need to break any new ground or reinvent the wheel. They're already 3 tries up with 5 minutes to go, but that is some run from the opening try scorer, Eva Artingstall, and it set up this opportunity to strike until the turnover. Only 5 minutes to go. And the Tigers need to turn this around. But Archie, it seems as though the Wildcats are happy just to let the Tigers make their own mistakes and just use up their 6 touches when they have possession.
Yeah, they're just happy to complete the set, kill them on the 7, far away from their box. Don't necessarily need a score at the minute.
Well, that's an unforced error that might give the Tigers some hope up to halfway. Lifted by Williams, played on by Loveridge. Whitmore pulled back to the 10. Odell. Williams. Odell at the half. Got to cross the line soon. Loveridge hands it off. It's a disappointing end to the attack, Archie.
It is. They seem to get where they need to be on touch 1 and touch 2, and then they think too much about the moves that they want to try and plan, and then they over-plan it, don't get to the 7, and then they can't actually get over the line. Wildcats aren't worrying about moves until they get there.
They don't need to worry about anything at the moment except for keeping out the Tigers, because they're up by 4-1 with 4 minutes to go. Once again, Archie, they've just used the setup and they've buried them in that opposite corner to their box.
Yeah, I've just heard calls of leave it there, leave it there. That's all they want to do. They just want to pin him in that corner. Don't let him out of it. Make sure they get nowhere near the line.
Well, with just 3.5 minutes to go, the Tigers need to score soon. Wolf with a good run, but it's another turnover. And this is the first of our finals today, where the writing seems to be on the wall. The Wildcats, although it's a much better performance from the Tigers than the one they gave in their last meeting, have come out on top again. Here goes Edwards, giving the pass wide to Roberts. Now it could be on out there for Palmer.
It's a good touch.
So one more strike at it with 3 minutes to go. The Tigers not taking this result lying down.
Watch this ball come all the way over. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to
Long
kill it
pass,
over here.
and now there might be a bit of space for them out wide. It's just through the hands of, once again, the Wildcat winger. Two and a half minutes to go. And I think, Archie, the game might be beyond the Tigers now.
Yeah, I hate to say it, I don't like writing teams off, but there is the defence from the Wildcats is just keeping them out every single time.
The Wildcats touchline on our short side here, celebrating every touch, because they know that with every touch they are a step closer to taking down the championship that they richly deserve.
Here we go, we've got some yards.
What an excellent scoop that is. It's the dream team in the centre again. Loveridge and Dean. This time it's Dean that storms through and picks out a perfect pass for Charity to go over and score. Well, it might not get them into the game with just a minute and a half to go. But as you said at the start of the game, Imogen Loveridge and Ella Dean are some centre partnership.
Exactly. No matter what the scoreline, you can't write them two off.
Oh, ho, ho. Well, it's a turnover, so maybe a chance here. Another score in quick succession would certainly make that final minute interesting. Here's Wolf. Excellent defence and a big turnover. And now it could be the Wildcats' time to kill off the game. Great handling. A few more should do it. What a diving touch that is from Loveridge, again involved. Artingstall thought she was through again for another try. But one more score would certainly seal it. Artingstall hands it off. Gillibrand pulling the strings once again out there.
Trying to get that sweeper in.
Well, that might be it in this game with just 30 seconds to go. The Wildcats.
We need some urgency.
The Wildcats here have beaten the Tigers by 4-2. A much better performance from the Tigers since the last time these two sides met. A valiant performance from a talented side. But in the end, despite the best efforts of the likes of Wolf and Loveridge and Dean, it will be a victory for the Wildcats. In the pool stage, they conceded just 7 tries from their 5 games, while scoring a mammoth 45. In their semi-final, they put 10 past Northwest Touch, conceding just 2. And in the grand final here, in our penultimate game of the day, the Wildcats have taken down their closest challengers, the Midlands Tigers, by 4 tries to 2. But in the end, the result was a far-gone conclusion in that second half, because it was a
Yes, again, another close final, 4-2 to Wildcats, that one. Commiserations and well done to Midlands Tigers, and many congratulations to West Wildcats, Girls 17 national champions. We will present your medals after the boys' game, so do not rush over to the tent. We're going to get as many people around this final game of the afternoon. The only game remaining is the boys' 17s final between West Wildcats and Midlands Tigers.
Very good attacks just to get through. And
those out on fields 2 and 3, if you are just finishing off, it would be great if you can empty the sub boxes of any rubbish. There are bins located in the sub boxes. It will save us an hour tonight. If you could also bring in the cones and the flags on those pitches, that would also be appreciated, please. Once again, well done to both Girls 17 teams, West Wildcats national champions, and good luck to the boys 17, Wildcats versus Tigers coming
in
up
Nottingham at the ETA Junior Nationals. Thank you very much, Archie, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure to have you alongside for that last final with just one more game to go. Kick-off in 9 minutes' time in the under-17s boys final. The very last game of the ETA Junior Nationals here in Nottingham.
The cone, pylons, flags, etc. This would be greatly appreciated from the organisers team. So as we head into the final game of the day, we have still got some crocs of a child outstanding.
Before everyone gets in there, please, what I'm saying.
So great news, then crocs are actually fouled. So this is just a shout to Northwest. We are going to start breaking down your marquee to the Northwest teams. If you make your way to the marquee, start just packing up your personal items, just so they're not exposed. We will be taking the sides off your marquee shortly. So again, if you've got mobile phones, personal effects exposed, they will be open to the elements and to everyone's eyes. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes.
Well, this is it then. The culmination of a weekend's play here at the English Touch Association's Junior Nationals at the Riverside Sports Complex down in Nottingham. It's our final game of the weekend, and it's the final of the under-17 boys competition after a mammoth pool stage where all 7 teams played each other for 6 games total. It's the Wildcats who have ended up in the final up against the Midlands Tigers, an undefeated Tigers side who, when the Wildcats met them in the pool stage, were beaten by 7-8 by this Tigers team. So it promises to be a fascinating encounter. Alongside me for this one, Josh Henderson again. Josh, this is perhaps one of the hardest games to call.
I've been toying it with my mind for the last few games, thinking about this and the anticipation of the game, and I can't decide either way where I think this is going to go, but I think whoever starts the best, I think can hold it out. I think they've got to go the length and get the win.
Well, it's Theo Edwards' Wildcat side who will defend the first set against a Midlands Tigers side that have scored 68 tries in 6 games.
That's incredible. That's an incredible sort of result for them in their 6 games.
They've conceded just 19 on the way. They've got the second best defensive record in the competition. The first, the Wildcats, who are defending first in this set. Off go the Tigers then. Can they avenge their women's side, who were beaten 4-1 by the Wildcats in this same age category just a few moments ago? Well, to get us going, it's Ellis Watts, who gets it on the return from Lookcraft, who looks the dot down.
One thing to note in this game, it seems the refereeing team are mic'd up together, so we should be seeing a lot more decisive, quick decisions from them as they're communicating a bit quicker than they would be normally.
It's Jack Harris in the centre at the moment, as the Midlands Tigers look to break down the left-hand side. Sorry, the Wildcats, are on the offensive. Gallagher skipping away, the co-captain, puts it back on the inside. Strong carry by Dan Brown, a winger at international level in the centre for this final. Gallagher just can't keep a hold of it.
That was a great drive by the West there to get up the pitch, but unfortunately there for Ethan, just fumbled it on the pickup. But now the Midlands need to return the favour and try and get the ball back.
Well, there's a roll ball there from the Tigers, so it's a turnover at the 10.
I feel this set now from the West decides the tempo of the game. If they can get up, get some cracks at the line, and let Theo's coach see what the Midlands are defending and how best to exploit them, I think this would set up the game.
And the Tigers are the favourites. They finished on the maximum 24 points at the group stage. 3 ahead of this Wildcat side, but they're in behind. Gallagher finds the pass. Was the touch made, or was it dotted down first? I think the score has been given. Despite the best efforts of Tom Court, the Wildcats open things up here, and it's Gallagher who goes through and picks out the winger, and that is the opening score. Stanley Wilcoxon who goes over for the Wildcats.
There's a great pickup there from Ethan on the link quickie, and as the open side release, coast through the space, and a bit of an iffy pass to his winger, but well collected and put down at the end. Unfortunately for the Midlands, but they look to return favour, and they do so straight away.
Ollie Simon goes over.
Yeah, we'll be seeing that combination a lot from Ellis and Ollie there. Really close friends off the pitch, so you can see that connection now. But we need the Midlands here, with Ellis and his pod to have a big stop.
Well, the Wildcats weren't in front for long, but here's Malachi Randolph, another under-18 international. Unfortunately, it's another unforced error at the ruck.
So it looks there, and Gabe's on his roll ball, just clipped it with his right foot and caused the turnover. But as I say that, the ball is back for from the Midlands to the Wildcats. So let's see if they can avenge that mistake a second ago.
Randolph back with it. Nails his roll ball this time. Gabe Nicholson is out there on the link.
Yeah, if I'm the West here, I'm looking for Gabe on my quickies and let Malachi #1 there to just control it.
Randolph, Nicholson, Randolph again. Nicholson's away, puts on the handbrake, and again puts it over the top. Randolph, one more ball should do it. Over goes McInnes, but a diving touch flying in from Josh Turton to deny the Wildcats this time.
I'm extremely envious of Gabe Nicholson's knees there. I don't think I'd be able to do that.
Randolph, McInnes, one more ball. The winger just had to come in, but it was a big ask of the one of their top try scorers in the competition, Charles Gone Assured. So transition to come then from the Tigers.
Looks like they're just driving up the pitch, nice and controlled. Great injection speed there by William Stockdale, number 88, to his namesake Will Mellor.
Mellor, the captain, lays it back. Nice step off the left as well from Sam Dean, and then trying to free Donny Carpenter, but stopped at the door by the Wildcats. And as we expected, Josh, this final is going to be a really tight affair.
We're definitely going to be seeing moments like that through the game where it's won or lost on a matter of inches. But penalty here for the West, taken quickly by Ethan. Let's see if he can get up the pitch whilst going forward rather than sideways.
Here goes Gallagher, beyond halfway. Gallagher has it back again. The co-captain, another England under-18 international, based here in Nottingham. Tap on Ziggy Conahan. Gallagher back with it.
Looks a definite tactic from the West here to try and use their links to exploit the sort of the high press from the two middles for the Midlands. But unfortunately there, another mistake in the roll ball has cost them the opportunity to get at the line and have a go at the score.
Will Wart, another mixed 15s international, thought there was some Tigers tampering, but it won't matter anyway because the Wildcats have it back again. Gallagher caught at the line this time by Hawkins. Gallagher.
There we go.
Another turnover.
As you can see, the communication there where I think Jack just had a quiet word in Mike Davies' ear and just let him know the ball was fumbled in the roll ball. So again, West have coughed up possession and it's back to the Midlands to try and get some go forward with a bit of injection of speed.
Important touches to slow down the momentum. Brown in there to make the shot as well. But that's a better pickup. And the winding pass out wide. Tap back on the inside as well. How close was Will Cullen from going over? Good cover from the Wildcats to keep the scores level.
Exceptional high-level touch there to be aware of the tap back, but also to defend it as successfully as the West did. I was very, very impressive. But now they need to get back this speed and make that defensive effort count.
They're up to halfway, and that's a good scoop. Here's Thomas. Noah Thomas almost away. Another good touch from Cullen to end the attack. End-to-end at the moment. Great work to find the box of the Tigers. They've made it to that edge. In goes the captain, Mellor, but it's a penalty given by Jack Harris.
Forward pass there, unfortunately, for the Midlands. He looked to be building a bit of momentum in that transition, but alas, all for nothing.
So the Wildcats rumble on, up against the favourites, the Tigers, undefeated in the pool stage. They took down this Wildcat side by a score of 8-7. But thankfully there, a penalty spares Malachi Randolph's blushes.
So it seems number 5 there, William Mellor, went a little bit too early and has tried to take it out on Malachi on that second touch. Who's just got to watch his temperament here. Hopefully he doesn't cause another penalty.
Randolph with another carry, gets it off the deck from McInnes. McInnes skirting away. Another hard touch. Some real physicality in this Tigers defence. McInnes goes in behind. Needs to pick out the option. And he does find Nicholson. And the score is given.
Yeah, exact carbon copy of their first try, where look for the link quickie and the saver bites a little bit too tight, and a lovely pickup from half against a releasing open side, and good awareness from the half and from Gabe to find the space and exploit the opportunity for the try.
Top try scorer at the mixed 15s competition over at the Junior Euros for England. Has scored in the final here, and he's put the Wildcats back out in front for a second time. Hawkins now, though, for the Tigers.
Unfortunately, there, Roy just lost his footing on the dive, but I think it'll just be a touch. He gets the opportunity here to roll the ball, see if the Midlands can come up with anything. Back to the Simon Pearce pod here.
Here's Ellis Pearce into Simon.
And they can. Lovely dive there by Oliver Simon. Again, those two connecting very well to come up with the goods for the Midlands.
Simon goes over. And in the blink of an eye, we're level again. Josh, it's got to be pretty disheartening if you're the Wildcats. You work so hard to get in front, and then the Tigers go up the other end like that.
Oh, it's an absolute killer as a player, but also as a coach. So now, but that's not what you want to be doing as a Midlands player. Give away a penalty there. Gets them back up the pitch, and hopefully they can make amends for that try they just conceded.
Hayden Chambers out there for the Wildcats. Another mixed 15s international at the most recent Junior Euros. Chambers inside and out. Quick hands. What a grab that is as well. Noah Thomas goes over. The Maidenhead man puts the Wildcats back out in front for a third time.
This is high-level touch again from the West to just exploit the three high players there. So one high link and two high mids, cause them to collapse in, and great catch and put down by Noah to get the try.
Skipper Isaac Oxford gets the assist as well, and it's a big turnover for the Wildcats. 10 minutes into this final.
And again, looks like Will Mellor just went a little bit too early after the roll ball, so has to back away to give the West the extra few yards.
Well, they make it to the box. Nicholson carries it on. Gunnar Short is there at half. There's a little mispass over the top. Suddenly the space might open up on the right. It's a 4-on-2 out there. But Gallagher takes the touch and has to cough up possession.
That's unfortunate for the West, who have only made sort of 15, 20 metres on that turnover, but extremely well defended by the Midlands, who now are powering through the midfield to try and get up to the opposition 7 to hopefully get a strike at the line. We look like we've got the Simon Pearce combination here again. Let's see if they can come up with the goods as they did just a moment ago. And it looks like they can. Ollie's through.
Back on the inside, the ball from Simon finds nothing but green grass. So the Tigers are denied this time, but I think it might be a penalty in their favour, Josh.
I think the West might have got a hand in the way. So it'll be 6 again. Gives them another opportunity at the line. Probably look to use Roy at the link.
Well, here they go. It's lifted over the top to Simon, and he's there at the half. He goes back to Pearce, who goes over. Ellis Pearce dives in for an equaliser.
Lovely manipulation of the defenders there. Got them exactly where they wanted. Lovely half work from Ollie, and a beautiful dive by Ellis Pearce.
2 for Simon, and a first try in this final now for Ellis Pearce. The 2 middles for the Midlands, carrying them over for now.
If I'm in the West box, I'm coming up with the plan just to try to nullify the threat there, because there's quite a clear, obvious threat between Ollie and Ellis there.
Chambers, Oxford, that same combination, going for gold, as they did at the mixed 15s and the under 18s recently. A large amount of this squad made up by those players. Stepping back in is Norton. Another mixed 15 international, but a penalty this time goes against them.
Quick turnover for the Midlands here. Look to catch the West on the back foot and just piling forward again. There's third, fourth coming here. Lovely line speed by the West. Unfortunately, just picked off by the shooters. With one more touch, they look to drop the
Oh, he's
Sam
taking
Dean-
the dummy
oh.
touch there.
Looks to drop with Will, who gets the ball back.
Sam Dean goes alone.
And
Kept
just
out by the touch.
Little touch there from the West Mids.
What a fascinating final. As narrow a fixture as we expected. Could we finally be about to see our first drop-off of the competition?
Oh. And just a bit of lack of depth there by the West coming off their box and just forced a few too many passes, in my opinion, and caused the turnover.
Here's the captain, Mellor, with plenty of time. 2 minutes still in this first half. Mellor feeds it out to the left. Important touch made on Sam Dean, but then he goes again.
And this is the third final the Deans have been involved in, with his brother Cole and his sister Talia being involved in the 2 previous finals with the
under 14s.
Under 14s. And Will Mellor here, son of legendary Nottingham player Dave Mellor, but looks to replicate his father's ability. But unfortunately, they gave away a penalty there just as I big him up.
Another Nottingham native. We're going to make an impact on home turf. Transition though with a minute to go in the first half for the Wildcats. Can they maybe turn it around and take the lead for the first time in this final? Here's Randolph.
It looks like they lost a little bit of the momentum. Maybe a miscount, but it looks to have exploited it.
Here's McInnes. Nicholson back inside to McInnes. Nicholson, and then finally hunted down. Charles Gunnershawd out wide.
Well killed there by Charles, just to kill it in his left side to make the Midlands have to work that extra bit harder coming off their line.
Excellent ball out wide from
quick.
Stockdale, and in behind they go. What a run by Tom Courts. Maybe with 10 seconds to go, the Midlands can strike here.
They get one chance here. Ellis has to go down, let Ollie pick up just before the hooter goes, I think.
Well, they might not have the momentum from that touch. Simon with a scoop. Stockdale, over he goes.
On the hooter.
It's Hawkins who
penalty.
dives in, but he's turned away at the door. Penalty, final chance. Good movement from Simons. And just put down by Rory Hawkins, although the touch was coming from Malachi Randolph.
Yeah.
And everyone can take a breath in this final. A stressful occasion for anyone watching on here. If you're a Wildcat or a Tiger, this could still go either way. An intense and nail-biting final, as we expected, between the 2 top sides in the under-17s category here. It's 3 apiece at half-time. Josh Henderson, what messages do you think are being imparted in both boxes at the break?
I think in the West box, there's going to be a bit of discussion about how they're defending the midfield. I feel they're letting the Midlands get to their box a little bit too easily, so having to work a bit harder on their far edge to cut off that space. But if I'm the Midlands, I'm keeping doing what I'm doing. It's working. Maybe just a bit more refinement on their half work to avoid those forward passes and those raw ball mistakes.
So the Midlands Tigers are pegging back the Wildcats time and time again after the slight underdogs in this final came out swinging. At the half-time, though, we're back at square one. It's still all locked up at 3 tries apiece with 15 minutes left of the English Touch Association Junior Nationals. That's all there's left from this long weekend of touch rugby action, live with Next Gen 15 here in Nottingham. The final of the under-17s boys division will be decided before 5 o'clock this evening. The Wildcats and the Tigers tied up at 3 apiece with 15 minutes still to come.
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
Ladies and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field ready to play. Quick announcement, we still do have a security key blue before everything finishes. If you want, it's your key, come and collect it. For the final time this weekend, ladies and officials, stand by.
We're off and running in the second half of the final game of the Junior Nationals here in Nottingham. The Wildcats are tied up at 3 tries apiece with the favourites, the Midlands Tigers, after scoring first, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And they're looking to start the brightest here as well through Gabe Nicholson. Josh Henderson alongside me for this one. It's exactly the kind of final we wanted.
This is the perfect final. Tied up at half-time. Neither team sort of coming away with it, and I think we'll be in for a magnificent 15 minutes of touch. Hopefully, maybe even more with the drop-off. We'll see.
Who knows? A drop-off could be in the offing. It's a first shutout of the half by the Tigers, and now they're on the offensive. And they might have a strike at the line from this transition. Nice footwork from Ellis Watts, almost in behind. Hunted down by Josh Tucker. Another mixed 15s international at the most recent Junior Euros, and another hailing from Maidenhead. He's turned it over for the Western Wildcats.
Yeah, another shout out to Maidenhead there, my home, where I started, where I grew up, and it's so good to see so many Maidenhead boys playing in this West team.
There's the pickup from Connor Short as well. He's got a lot more to give in this final, the winger. He's scored so many so far for the Wildcats in this tournament. Carried on by Brown. Gallagher, the co-captain, whips one over the top. Lovely take, but a good cover as well from Tom Courts.
Really well defended there by the Midlands, especially Ben, number 12 at mid. Nice flick touch, got a lot of separation, and forced Ethan back to throw that long ball which was dealt with very well on the wing.
Good transition though from the Tigers. And they're up to halfway. It's just dropped right on the toes of Sam Dean.
Forcing it a little bit too much, I feel, Will Mellor there. Maybe a pass that didn't need to be thrown, but in finals, you've got to try stuff. You've got to try something slightly different to get a result.
Gallagher takes it to the box, and then that's a good take from Isaac Oxford. Finds Chambers freshly onto the field. Oxford and Chambers working through the centre. Oxford, good pick up. Chambers is found, and he's winding one up. Instead, he tries to hit Oxford on a short line, but the co-captain is caught and sent back to the 7. It's a turnover for the Tigers.
Good go forward here from the Tigers. Big drive there from captain Will Meller. It looks like they're keeping this momentum through Charlie.
Good carry by Sample. Here's Hawkins. Back inside to Ollie Simon. 2 tries already in the final. Simon looks to skip away, but is caught in the end. And they'll look to head towards the box again. There's plenty of players stacked up outside the commentary box here. And on come the changes. They're up to the 10. It's as cagey a start to the second half as we experienced in the first, Josh.
Yeah, it's a cagey affair, and I think both teams are still just trying to suss out the opposition, and just needs, as I said to you at half-time, just needs that individual moment of magic, as so many finals come down to change the tide of the game and get the result for their team.
Josh Tucker, his pass is put to ground. Referees are in conversation here.
I love how they still go into discuss, even though
I wonder what it's about, Josh.
I think there was potential 6 again, so yeah, just touched by the Midlands player, so it gives the Wildcats another opportunity at the line.
Huge chance for the Wildcats, the best of the second half so far. Randolph, good pickup. Nice step off the right as well. Over goes Nicholson again.
Well covered there by Ollie Simon as saver. Looks like they might try and repeat it, maybe with a pickup from Mao at half. Bit of panic setting in, I think, just trying to get the patience, get the calmness back into the game, which is Maller's done extremely well there.
Here's Randolph. Look, going himself, but Simon's there. Offside is called. So Malachi Randolph puts the Wildcats back in front.
Yeah, it's a tough one for the Midlands to take. They were both just off the line and unfortunately didn't make it back into an onside position, but wonderful communication from Julian reffing there, and Malachi took full advantage, listened to the ref and played to his whistle and got his reward.
Well, the Pearce-Simon middle partnership finally broken by Malachi Randolph, the under-18 international.
Yeah, that could say Pearce through their defence if you wanted to be funny, but I don't think I am, unfortunately.
I'll let it run for now because the Tigers might be equalising again. Ellis Watts goes over, but he's kept out this time.
Big leap there by Ellis, but touch comes in just as he's mid-flight.
Well, that's the first time that the immediate response from the Tigers has been denied by the Wildcats, and they are well and truly in front with under 10 minutes to go.
Here we go.
Chambers carries, steps off the left is Oxford. Chambers, Oxford, keeps a hold of it this time.
I've been informed this might be the first time 2 dictionaries have played together with Oxford and Chambers there, so let's see how well they do together.
Well, they've been a great middle partnership so far today. Over the 10 now are the Tigers. That's great pace injected onto the ball. Almost all the way through.
What a touch there by George Norton.
Norton makes the touch. Sam D denied what would have been an easy try. Great pickup, a great scoop. Needs to find a pass, picks out Dean. But that's a turnover.
Good speed there by Will Meller to force the penalty.
Just having another look at that Norton touch. It was centimetres away.
I think Lucas's older brother will claim he taught him that when he was younger, but I think that's all on George in his pure raw athleticism.
Here's Stockdale. They flash it towards that link space. Over goes Carpenter, and it's been given. Carpenter freshly onto the field and amongst the scorers. The Tigers level it up for a 4th time in a row.
Yeah, I feel Carpenter's just been chipping away at their defence the whole game. So to get his reward in that try is thoroughly deserved.
Great ball from the skipper, Will Meller, as well. Here's the carry from the middle. 6 from the half for the Wildcats. Malachi Randolph. How many times can they dig deep and put themselves back in the lead? Nicholson on the wrap. Back to McInnes. Randolph draws the touch from Hawkins. Disagreement there if the touch was made, and the penalty is won.
So unfortunately there for Roy, he has just put out in the touch, which you aren't allowed to do in the 7, so it gives the Wildcats another opportunity to have a crack at the line.
Randolph Looks to go alone, but he's caught as the half. An important touch by Ellis Pearce, and he'll get us underway as well, picking out Ollie Simon.
First touch there, probably not the play to pick up, but you got to, as I said earlier, you got to make moves in finals, and they've seen the reward of that hard work in the defence to get the turnover.
Charlie Samble put to deck there with a physical touch, and it's won the ball back for the Wildcats. Here goes Garnashord. McInnes finds Nicholson on the run. Couple of changes midway through the attack, and it's forced a turnover because there's been a forward pass there as well, Josh.
I feel both teams have sort of lost their control in the game and are forcing the issue a bit too much. So I feel they just need to slow it down a bit. You see there by Ben just not really controlling the roll ball, but lovely control by Ellis to get the Midlands back into their groove.
Cullen gets on the outside. That's a good grab by Watts. Lookcraft wants it back again. Ben Lookcraft. Lookcraft picks out a great pass.
What a try.
Cullen goes over, and for the first time in the game, the Tigers are in front by a single try, the margin by which they beat the West Wildcats earlier on in the pool stage. And the undefeated side in the under-17s division have finally gone ahead.
Yeah, we can see that sort of a similar try to the one previously, just in that link space, just not really been covered that well, but well executed and well put down by the Midlands.
Try number 73, by the way, including their pool stage record.
That's exceptional. That is utterly exceptional.
But here come the Wildcats with plenty of time still to respond. That's excellent soft hands, but the pass is just behind Gonashod. Only 5 minutes to go, Josh.
Lots of pressure required here from the West to try and force that turnover with 5 minutes to go. You can afford to maybe give away a penalty on first near their line, but you've got to be trying anything to get that ball back and get the egg back in your hand to hopefully try and get that tying score.
Good carry by Samble off the bench. Nice tip on between Simon and Pearce. Simon again. Getting away. Lifting over the top. Lovely out the back door. Simon could be away. Change of direction. Another switch in play.
Straight through the middle.
Joseph. Can you believe it? Ben, I'm lost for words. Joseph Banks it is. Freshly onto the field. The first time he's entered the fray in this final. What a big old show and go. The out the back door from Hawkins to pick out Simon to begin with. That is try the tournament right there. And it's put the Tigers 2 in front with 5 minutes to go.
And we said it takes that moment of magic, and I feel that for the Tigers is that moment of magic. You can see the West, unfortunately, their heads now are slightly down, and they've just lost the ball in the turnover, but the Tigers' tails are up, and I think they're purring.
What a moment that is. Came out of absolute nowhere. And the Tigers all of a sudden stamping their authority on the fixture. Lookcraft, nice footwork. Turned away at the door. And they've lost an extra 10 yards as well. 4 minutes to go. The Wildcats trail by 2.
That's unfortunate there. Bit of back chat to the ref and just being marked 10, something they didn't need. Lovely offload there by Ziggy.
Nice little show and go from Gallagher. But the touch is made by the captain, Will Mellor. Good pick up from Gallagher. Here's Dan Brown. Gallagher again, scooping through. Needs support, doesn't find it. Penalty given.
And again, as I said earlier, they need to force a turnover here. Good line speed there, and I feel they've and there's the error they needed. Forced the turnover and got 6 touches close to the Midlands line.
What a big turnover that is for the Wildcats. And here's Dan Brown through the centre. Gallagher feeding it wider to Ziggy Conahan. Gallagher now assesses the options, really pulling the strings there, hits the deck. Back to his feet on the 7. Huge try needed with only 2 minutes to go. Gallagher switches the change. Oh, it's just popped up in the hands of Will Wharton, gone to deck, and that could be the game, Josh.
I think Will tried a little tap on there, and probably the right thing to do, just struggled on the execution on a very high-level play. But he's made amends by going straight in for that first, and he's got the turnover for the West.
What a big turnover that is. Gallagher, the clock is no longer on the side of the Wildcats.
From the West here, I'm just looking to on these mid quickies.
Here is Gallagher,
the offside player.
Little show and go. He could have gone all alone because Mellor hit the deck, but instead they've been caught out. Dan Brown, the England international of the Revolutions Touch Club.
Yeah, I'm looking for sweeper QB, quicker QB, anything to then get back to that saver.
Gallagher steps inside and
he's
out,
got
and
it
over
down.
he goes. Will Mellor has his back to the play because he's been called offside, and Gallagher, the co-captain, saunters in for a crucial try, and we are down to the wire here in the under-17s competition. 1 minute and 10 to go, and the Wildcats trail by a single try.
Yeah, Midlands here need to use this set of 6 and try and kill as much of the clock as they can.
Good carry by the Tigers, stepping back in. That could be the game. Over goes Ellis Watts. But the whistle's not gone just yet.
No, not a try.
It's a penalty. Here he goes, over, crossing the line, cleanly scoring, away from Chambers. But Josh, a penalty.
A penalty, probably for a forward pass. And they need to get up the pitch here. They need
30 seconds to go. The Wildcats trail by 1. They keep the play alive with excellent hands from Hayden Chambers. But that could be it.
I think that's all she wrote.
A penalty for the Tigers. That 2-try buffer existed for merely a few moments, but it could be enough to seal the game for the tournament's top scorers. Over they go again.
And that
stopped this time. Oh, the try is given.
That is the game. On the buzzer, on the hooter. What an exceptional game of under-17s touch we've just witnessed.
Ellis Watts has the final say, denied just a moment ago, but this time his quick feet get him over the line. And the final game of the ETA Junior Nationals has been decided. It's the Midlands Tigers who take the win.
Wow, all I can say is wow. I think you look, and the West look disappointed, but when they look back at that performance, they can be proud of how they worked and how far they came during this tournament, especially in a few years' time when they look back on the highlights on YouTube. They'll see just how hard they had to work for that and how hard they pushed. As you said, the tournament favourites, the Midlands, in what was an exceptionally close final.
Well, the Tigers have avenged their women's side, who were beaten by the Wildcats in the game before. 2 titles also at under-12 and under-14 boys level for the Northwest. And in the under-14 girls, it was the Saxons who took down the Sharks. A good spread of championships across the regions just shows the strength of English touch as a whole. What an unbelievable weekend. Josh Henderson, some closing thoughts from you on what has been a fantastic weekend of touch at such a young age.
I'm almost speechless for how well this weekend has gone for England. The talent on display from under-12s all the way to under-17s is breathtaking. To look back at all the games we've seen, and I've been on co-coms with you for, and the talent we've seen, but also the maturity shown in all of these athletes to be able to perform on this stage. Come away with wins and some losses, unfortunately, for some teams, but I'm sure all these athletes will be back and be hungry for next year to show what they can really do.
Well, as you go through the highlights from this thrilling final, all there is left to say is thank you for joining us here at what is the closing stage of a frantic touch rugby season. The biggest there's ever been. From the Bucks Championships here on Riverside through to the National Series finals over at Highfields, all the way up to the Touch Rugby World Cup, and finished here with the next generation of young stars taking to the field in the Junior Nationals. What a job that Chris Simon has done, Josh, in creating this unbelievable calendar of touch rugby events?
Oh, someone like myself who's been involved the whole year has seen the effort behind the scenes that Chris has had to put into this to put England on the map, really, and he's done that job without anyone sort of pushing him, and I'm forever grateful as a player, but also as a coach and as a fan of the sport for what Chris has done for touch in England.
So to recap our 5 finals, in the under-12s, it was the Northwest Touch who took down the Midland Tigers. In the under-14 girls, it was a huge win for the Saxons, their first against the Sharks in 4 meetings this weekend. The Northwest Bulls, an absolutely star-studded side at under-14 boys level, took down the Midlands Tigers before the Wildcats then took on the Tigers again in the under-17 girls final and beat them as well. Third time's a charm though for the Midlands, because their under-17 side have beaten the Wildcats and taken that grand final, as you've just seen live here on Riverside. What a weekend of touch. Quick thank you to all the team here at Next Gen 15 who have supported myself through the weekend, and Nat and Hannah on the cameras and Muji and Bailey in the box. A huge work for all of them to bring you all this wonderful touch rugby action. Of course, congratulations to the English Touch Association, the likes of Tim Loveridge, Chris Simon, as well as Ben Powell, who's been here this weekend. Yourself as well, Josh, helping out all year, and Chris Wearmouth. Some of the names of the people you need to know who have brought this unbelievable touch rugby season to life. And don't go anywhere, of course, because the Bucks season will soon be underway and touch will be back on your screens before you know it. I've been Wilfred Kemsley, bringing you through all the action from the English Touch Association Junior Nationals here. What a round of finals we've had, finished off with perhaps our highest quality rugby of the weekend to this game between the Tigers and the Wildcats. Thank you very much for joining us live here with Next Gen 15 here in Nottingham.
Love last night.
From all of us at the English Touch Association and Next Gen ourselves, have a wonderful rest of your weekend and goodbye.